Oh, yep.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from
Bobby.
This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording.
If you feel you are being victimized or extorted by this prisoner, please contact GTL customer service. To accept this call, press 0.
This is probably my most ambitious and tricky podcast episode. There was, of course, the interview I did with a teenage non-offending paedophile who was head boy of his school, and I had to slightly alter his voice, and the chat with a female Mormon psychopath who put sellotape over her camera for her anonymity. But for today's episode, I spoke directly with convict Bobby Caldwell in Michigan prison. After suffering for years with crippling depression, Bobby made headlines around the world when he accidentally shot and killed his partner, Monica Anderson, 28, in a botched and drunken suicide attempt. He pleaded guilty to involuntary murder and was sentenced to a maximum of 17 years, of which he served 6. Monica left behind 2 children, one of whom is Bobby's son. Friends remember her for her outgoing, vivacious nature and her baking abilities. She even competed in a cake festival and dreamed of opening her own cake business. Bobby came to my attention through his own podcast, Notes from the Pen, which he records via phone calls with his friend Freddie on the outside. It's a fascinating and unique look behind the bars, giving us an insight into daily life, social hierarchies, and Bobby's evolving thoughts on life and what happened that fateful day. Getting through to Bobby for the podcast was extremely complicated. First, I signed up to a service that sends letters to inmates on your behalf, and I purchased $5 worth of stamps so that he could write back to me. It takes a few days for each letter to arrive, and then another few days to receive a reply, so you really have to think about what you want to say. It's a hark back to the olden days before email. Bobby got back to me, and his mum got in touch on Twitter as we tried to figure out how to arrange it. I'm based in Berlin, 6 hours ahead of him, and he only gets a few time slots per day when he's free to make calls. We decided to do it on his 2 p.m. break, which was after dinner for me. Then I had to sign up to an account on another system that allows inmates to call you. It only works from the US, so I had to buy my own US phone number through Skype. The website then wouldn't let me make an account, so I had to use Bobby's mum's account, and so she paid a good few dollars for our call, and she won't seem to let me pay her back. I think she'll be listening, so I'll just say please get a PayPal account so I can do so, but thank you very much for organising everything. Then it was just a waiting game to see if this would actually work. It seemed mad to me that a guy in Michigan could type a few numbers on the prison phone and be connected to an American number through an app on my German phone in Berlin. So I sat there nervously for a while and the call came through. I was shocked. Then it reads you out this whole spiel about whether you're being manipulated. We had several problems with it, and I won't bore you by including recordings of all the times it didn't work. We forget that they obviously don't have access to mobile phones, internet, or anything like that. Bobby can't even listen back to this or his own podcast. So it was crazy complicated. The quality of his audio doesn't sound great, but does get a little better after the first part as I move from my phone onto my computer. To add to all of this, my chair broke and started making creaky noises, so you might want to wait until you're in a quiet environment to be able to enjoy this. Usually I put a few video teasers on social media, @AndrewGold_OK on Twitter and Instagram, but for this I've obviously just got the audio trailers. The episode was also complicated for journalistic reasons. When some people hear that the bullets from Bobby's gun travelled up the stairs and hit Monica in the side of her back, they're sceptical about whether it was an accident. We've all seen enough documentaries and films about that kind of thing. I racked my brain for days about whether or not to bring that up. The authorities who actually examined the case believe he was negligent, which he admits, but did not intend to shoot her. I'm not a judge, and even the slightest hint of an opinion from me about intent would be totally irresponsible on my part and extremely damaging to Bobby, who is paying an awful price for what, by all accounts, was a terrible accident. At the same time, I wouldn't be doing my job as a journalist if I didn't at least broach the fact that some people might not believe him. You as a listener would be screaming at me from behind your screens about such a large elephant in the room. I think asking him about it also gave him a chance to explain and defend himself. It's something that really bothers him, quite understandably. Despite this being such a serious topic, I wanted to start with a lighter note so that we could get to know each other a little before delving into the worst night of his life. So we do now talk about privacy, defecation, and masturbation in a state prison. Is it a real hellhole?
I don't know. I have this feeling that if you're in extreme situations for long enough, you reach like an emotional baseline. I think you have to kind of level out. The closest thing I can guess to it is like someone in war. I feel like you think you know what war is going to be like, and it's chaotic and terrifying maybe for a minute, but your system can't keep up with that terror, that constant panic and shit. So you end up normalizing everything. So it's hard for me. I wouldn't describe it as a hellhole. But if I went ahead and described a lot of things that happened, you probably would. You know, I'm a bit biased. But the fact is that the progress I've made hasn't been aided by our prison system. It's been in spite of it.
How long have you been there?
I've been locked up since 2013.
Okay. And how long left, do you think?
2025. So like 5 years. I'm almost under 5 years now.
I saw that Michigan is like one of 3 states that doesn't have earned time. What does earned time actually mean?
Earned time is a tool that everyone else has figured, and so has every dog trainer on the planet, that positive reinforcement is a useful tool for curbing behavior. And of course, I'm in one of the only states, definitely the most populous states, that doesn't use it. So it works like every month you stay infraction-free or ticket-free, meaning like you're not getting in trouble, you're not drinking or fighting or whatever. You'll get like, it's like a sliding scale. Like the first 2 years, you'll get 2 days off of your sentence every month. And then, you know, it's just positive reinforcement for basically proving you can curb your behavior and change some of your tendencies and past. And it's, to me, from being here, I have a whole new perspective. You know, I wasn't shaded about, I knew prison was messed up and stuff, but coming here, like, you see it so much more clearly. And it's when you have mass incarceration, you can't really afford rehabilitation, right? Because there's too many people.
Yeah.
So in place of that, the bare minimum, the baseline is good time or earned credit. And Michigan, you know, during a little bit after the the Crime Act of '94 that like Clinton pushed through, you know, everyone was caught up in that emotional fervor and wanted to be harsher on crime, and so they got rid of the one incentive to stay out of trouble.
It seems so obvious that earned time is a good principle to have in a prison. Tell me, so do you ever get privacy? Is it, I mean, you mentioned people could see you meditating through the bars in prison. Is it a situation where you can see into each other's rooms the whole time?
Yeah, absolutely. Because our toilets are in our cells. So when you have to take a shit, the common courtesy is to take a blanket and wedge it through like the corner of your one bar and then drape it across so you can have a little privacy. But, you know, you're not technically allowed to do that. The last ticket I caught was for doing that.
Oh, my God.
You need to take this down. And it's like, well, I'm not. Okay, well, write the ticket because I'm not taking it down until I'm kind of shitting. So
what about in prison in general? I mean, it's a bit of a question to ask, but I mean, a sexual release or anything like that, is it a similar situation with the blanket?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So we have catwalks in the front and in the back. If you go on my website, I believe there's a picture of like a cell that actually was they took at this prison. So there's bars in the front and back of our cell.
Fucking hell.
And the back catwalk is like there's just a wall, you know, it's just a small catwalk and then an exterior wall. So that's only for the COs can walk through the back part. And it's basically to walk back there to do rounds and kind of catch you. Well, like when you need to have some self-release, as you'd say, you hang the sheet up or the blanket up and you take care of business. Well, the first time since I've been here, I'm doing my deed, and I just see a flash behind me, and I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, okay, all right. So I'm like yelling through the bars, like, all right, hope you enjoyed. And what'll happen a lot of times is they'll come up out front and go, you all right in there? And so whenever I hear them do that to my neighbor or something, I'll just wait for the CO to walk off, and I'll go, wow, man, again, you're doing it again today?
Prison full of testosterone. Are you in with, so you're in for manslaughter. Do they separate people? Are you next to somebody who's like a mass murderer or something? Or are people generally sort of separated into the types of crimes they committed?
I'm in a level 1 prison now. This is my first level 1. We just say minimum security prison. And this is the first time I've had my own cell. And it's weird. So when you come down, if you have over a certain amount of time to do, like I came down with 11 and a half years. So if you have over 7 years, you have to go to a maximum security prison. and you have a bunkie there. So it's two of you in a cell on
Oh.
both beds. And you're not separated by your crime. So you're there. Well, some of my best friends have natural life sentences. Like, they'll never get out. They can't come to a level 1. So all those years I've been in higher levels, and then now I'm down to a level 1. So there's people that are in for murder, but they've walked their sentence down, as we say. So they're on the lower end of their sentence, and now they're qualified to come here. But people with life sentences can't come here. But there's murderers, and there's everything here. Yeah, they don't really separate you unless you're in here for a sexual crime, or you raped a kid or something, and you get stabbed a bunch of places. Then they'll put you in PC, protective custody.
Okay, and so do you find is it okay getting on with people like that? In prison, is everyone different? I mean, the movies, they always say when you go into prison, you need to sort of show who you are. You gotta get in a couple of fights or something. Is it like that at all?
Yeah, to an extent it is. It's not as cliche as, like, if you were to show up and go run and punch the biggest guy you've seen, you would probably get stabbed a bunch of times, like immediately, like really soon. But if you're tested, and you will be tested at some point, and it's real predatory in here, right? So there's like this real caveman, animalistic sense of potential victim and non-victim, basically. And if you get tried or disrespected and you don't do anything back, now you drop into that lower category. And it's been fine for me. When I came to prison, I wasn't a career criminal or anything, but I also wasn't a choir boy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have fully tattooed up. I was tattooed in the world. And I knew I've never been a pushover or a softie, so I didn't really have to. A lot of it is just based on your vibe and how you look too. It will get you a long way. If you show up here and you're 6'4", tattooed from neck to nuts, and you're big, giant, you got 24-inch arms and stuff, people aren't gonna look to like push you around because they might be on the losing end of something. And it's all about the social currency in here. As you get your ass beat and don't do anything, or you get stabbed and don't do anything, then your currency drops, your status drops. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I am 6'4", but judging, I mean, I guess you can only judge by my voice. Do you think I'd be okay?
How much do you weigh?
I don't actually know. I got no muscles though.
You got no muscle?
No.
Well, this is what would be tough for you. I've never ran into a person with an English accent in here.
Yeah.
So a lot of the Neanderthals in here would be like, he's gay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just would assume or something. But this is what I tell people. If you come to prison, and especially if you come to like a minimum security prison like I'm at now, I had to go to maximum for years. That's a whole different ballgame. So if you were to come here, you'd be fine. There's so many cameras up now, and the violence has really dropped off a lot. If you don't gamble, if you're not a dope,
You have 1 minute remaining.
if you're not borrowing money, using drugs, or being disrespectful, intelligence goes a long way in here. You know what I mean? To keep you out of trouble.
Yeah, I don't have much of that either, so I might be in trouble.
No, I don't believe that.
So when you first got in there, you were in the hole for 17 days. So the hole I imagine that means solitary confinement. I mean, what was that like?
Yeah, well, that was right when I got out of the hospital, so that was solitary confinement in county.
Thank you for using GTL.
Oh, I hope it works.
Your call was not accepted. Please try again later.
It's just weird because there's no way to call him back. I can't just send him a text message like until tomorrow or something. Maybe because this time was on loudspeaker, last time wasn't.
No, that's stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid. There's no way to get him, is there?
Go to the mom?
Yeah, I'm messaging her already on Twitter saying that.
Well, I'm sure it will work. If it doesn't work today, it will be tomorrow.
No, I know, but I'm all prepared.
I know. Are you still taping this?
Oh, yep.
Yeah. If we get, I tried a couple different things. There's little workarounds. You're supposed to wait 5 minutes to call, but yeah. So I'm just gonna keep trying until we figure this out.
I think it'll work now because I got this on my computer, but I don't know if the sound's as good, but it should be fine. What were we just talking about? I got so stressed out by the phone.
You were talking about, you asked me about being in the hole for 17 days.
Yeah.
So that was right after I got out of the hospital because I had to go to the hospital when I caught my case. And so that was right after that, and I was in county jail. So I sat in a hole in county jail in just a single man cell with literally nothing in there for 17 days. Well, for most of the time, I think I got like a little disposable toothbrush and soap like a couple days in. But that 17 days was like where I either had to figure out how to be successful killing myself or figure out how to go about never letting that shit happen again. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Was it a helpful 17 days in the end?
Well, yeah, the result was, but it was the most. So can we talk a little bit about my case, and so like maybe people can get a little better understanding of like what it would be like, because it'd be terrifying enough if someone snatched you out of your house and threw you in a cell for 17 days. But after everything that happened with me, like my entire life went away.
Yeah, that was my next question. I was gently building into it. I don't want to jump it down your throat about what must be a very emotional night and emotional years leading up to that night. So yeah, by all means, take us through it.
This is like one of the stories that I haven't told that much. I tell to people in here, like when I get close to them and stuff, but it's so close and personal that it's hard. I suffered with depression for a long time. I think I was 13 when I got diagnosed and put on Zoloft. We're so quick to just medicate people here. Like, I don't know, I'm having this existential despair at like age 13, and my poor mom is like, I don't know, I'm like basically like crying in the car. She picked me up from junior high school, and I'm like asking her, what's the meaning of life? Everything seems so meaningless. Everything's pointless. Just a melancholy. I'm way too young to be going through this, but I'm going through it, and she doesn't really know what to do. So she she kind of throws her hands and takes me to the doctor, and I get put on depression medicine. I'll put on Zoloft, and didn't like it, so I got off it for a while, and I ended up drinking a lot. My depression led to an addiction as a coping mechanism, and I ended up moving up to northern Michigan and like getting off everything for the first time in years. I'd gone to methadone clinics and been on opioid maintenance things. And I sobered up and met this amazing woman, Monica, who was just we just fit together so perfectly. She's just a saint, but she still had a slick sense of humor and was funny. But she had no problem. I'm more of an alpha type personality and she was fine being the beta to it, and we complement each other perfect. And I'd never even had a pregnancy scare or anything, and I get her pregnant. Just never knew my dad, so this is going to be great. I'm going to have this kid. He's with this girl I love, and she's, the first woman I've ever been with that I love more as time goes on instead of like losing novelty and whatever. So I get a job, I buckle down, I'm doing my thing. I have insurance, and I feel like the lingering depression shit coming back, and then my next coping mechanism, I'm like, I want to start using. So I had too much to lose at this point. My son had been born and stuff, so I went and got on. I was seeing a site. My insurance was paying for it, and I let them put me back on depression meds, which I probably, in hindsight, I shouldn't have done. And ended up losing my job at some point. I get a new job, but I lose my insurance. And the way it is in America, you have to be if your job is going to offer you health insurance, you have to be working there for 90 days. So in that beginning phase, I'm not even eligible to get insurance with my new job because I haven't been there long enough. And so when I'm yanked off these antidepressants, my brain's like haywire. It's like I'm spiraling, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Is it like a withdrawal kind of thing? Like you're so used to them and then suddenly coming off of them?
Yeah, but it's not like as much a physical withdrawal as it's like it's mental. Like I felt it's just upstairs. You know what I mean? I wasn't like sick or anything like that. I could tell my brain was just spiraling. I'd go through these mood swings. I'd be just in these really deep depressions, and then I'd drink and I was doing the wrong things. I was like self-medicating. You know what I mean? I'm like, well, I'm going to go back to what I know doing. I'll pop pills and drink and just try to like power through it. It wasn't working. I was spiraling. And one night I was just, I'd hit a wall, and I was like, I'm just going to do it this time. So I went home, and I was walking around the neighborhood. I went up, and I have a legal gun of 45, and I went and grabbed it, and the magazine wasn't in there or anything because, Monica had knew that I was like, I tried to hurt myself before. So I think she hid the magazine.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I'm like, I don't need the fucking magazine. I know where my bullets are. So I went downstairs, and she's up in the room. We had a little townhouse. So she's upstairs in the room. And listen, at no point in this, when I'm giving you reasons, I'm a piece of shit. I was being selfish, and I was confused and hurt, and not working right mentally. And none of these things are. I still made the decision to be a selfish pussy and try to take the easy way out. But I didn't know I was messed up, man.
Yeah.
So
I know that a lot of people say it's the cowardly way out, but at the same time, it's I could never do that because I'd never be brave enough to pull a trigger on my head. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's sort of both cowardly and brave.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. And that's probably a crude way of me to put it. What I'm basically saying is I'm not the victim here. As much as there were things that were like going wrong, at the end of the day, I just don't want to come off like I'm painting myself as like the ultimate victim here, because I'm not.
Okay.
Someone else lost their life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So basically I go down, and I don't know how, if you guys don't have a lot of handguns and stuff over there, but I don't need the magazine because I know where the bullets are. So I slide the chamber back, and then you can drop one single round in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I drop a single round in the side of the gun, and it slides in the chamber, and then I release the slide, and it slides into place. But I'm not thinking that doing that, the hammer's now cocked back. Usually if you just loaded the mag, the hammer wouldn't be cocked back like that. So I go sit on the stairs of the townhouse, and Monica comes out, and she's like, crying. And I say, go in the room. So she goes in the room. I hear the door shut. And I'm sitting on the stairs. And I got my feet, I'm probably 5 or 6 steps up. So I got my feet on the step under me, which kind of like props my knees up, like close to, up higher than they would be if you were sitting on a bench or something.
Yeah.
So my knees are high on me, and I got my elbows on my knees, and I'm crying, and I've got the gun, and I'm, I got one hand on my head, and the other hand's like leaning against the top of my head. I'm trying to get the nerve up to do it, and I dip my head down, and when I dip my head down, the gun like slides almost to the side of my head, but it's pointing up the stairs, and it goes off right next to my ear. This gun had had a problem when the trigger was cocked like that, but I don't know if my finger hit the thing or what. I didn't pull it, but something hit it, and it went off right by my ear. And so as soon as it goes off, something hits me in the back. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? And it was Monica. And it didn't make sense. At first I thought she fainted because she was like so scared, and then the gun went off or something. And so I drag her, I pick her up, and I pull her downstairs and get on the phone and call 911, and I'm freaking out, and there's no blood or anything. So I'm still confused. I'm like trying to wake her up, and I'm just slowly, things are like starting to click, like she's not responding, what's going on? And then I get through to 911, and I'm, this is the address, this is what happened. And I perform CPR on her, and I see like a little spot of blood on her back, and blood comes out the side of her mouth. And I realized it all clicked. Like, I'm like, holy shit. Like, what I didn't know was, I guess she had come out while I was still down there and was standing at the top of the stairs, and it turned. When the gun went off, it went off like 1 in a million, like up the stairs in her lower back, and then traveled up into her brain and killed her instantly. And the cops came, and then the door was open, and she was right by the front door. So as soon as the cops came, I was like, okay, they can take care of her, they can help her. At this point, I don't know really. I'm thinking she could still be fine. So I run back to get another round to finish it, do the same thing. And as soon as I chamber it, this time it goes off, boom, again, like instantly, like the trigger was messed up, and it went through my hand. And I seen when that happened that the cops weren't coming in because I was in there with a goddamn gun. So I threw it down, and then they take me to surgery, and then I wake up out of surgery. And then I remember, I'll never forget this. I asked the nurse, the first thing I say when I wake up, is she okay? Was she okay? And the nurse looks at me like real, like disgusted with me. And she goes, you know what you did. And I remember it's like that. I'm like, what? Like, she thinks I did this on, you know what I mean? Like, it's really still sits with me heavy. Like, and so that is the setting that I went into 17 days in a hole.
I'm Brett.
And I'm Alice.
And together we host a weekly true crime podcast called The Prosecutors.
In every episode, we bring our unique perspective as full-time prosecutors to the most famous and debated true crime mysteries. Whether it's Maura Murray, Scott Peterson, or the Delphi murders, Brett and I dig deep to bring you details you won't hear anywhere else.
Our podcast is about more than just a story. We will walk you through the legal problems lurking behind every case, breaking down the complexities of the criminal justice system with humor and a personal touch. And it's not just true crime. We bring the same training and approach we've learned as prosecutors to classic mysteries like the Dyatlov Pass incident and the ghost ship Mary Celeste.
So if you're looking for a true crime podcast with a different point of view, The Prosecutors is the one for you. Find us wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, everyone. This is Mike.
And this is Gibby.
And we're the hosts of the True Crime All the Time Unsolved podcast. If you haven't already, we'd love to invite you to come check us out. Starting in January of 2017, we've amassed over 230 episodes of some of the most intriguing unsolved cases in true crime history. You can listen to True Crime All the Time Unsolved now on Podcast One, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know you want to.
What if your daughter disappeared? Your mother, your son? What if years have passed and you're no closer to finding them?
When a person goes missing, their story doesn't stop there.
Each week, Missing brings you stories of missing persons and justice, sourced from the case file of the nonprofit Private Investigations for the Missing.
Listeners say Missing is the most binge-worthy podcast of all time.
Search Missing wherever you listen to podcasts.
Missing, where mysteries have a mission.
So I went to the hole, and I didn't know what happened to my kid, his sister, who I'd been raising since she was like 5, and I didn't know anything. My whole life just evaporated, and I'm just sitting in the cell for 17 days with nothing, just complete silence and a fluorescent light buzzing above me.
My God. Did the children witness what happened?
Yeah. Well, no, Cash's sister didn't, but Cassius had come out. Cassius was out. Well, actually, when she fell down the stairs, he came like bumping along too. So she might have been I don't know if she was holding him or if he was just up there or what. Yeah, he saw that.
How old was he?
He's about to turn 10.
Like at the time?
He was 3 at the time.
Oh, he was 3.
3 at the time.
There's so much to unpack in that story. I mean, because especially from a British point of view, because firstly, the insurance issue is something we talk about a lot when we talk about America, because we know that, we've got the National Health Service in England, in the UK. The other thing...
You have 1 minute remaining.
The other thing is, the gun. I mean, I saw when you wrote about it on the website, it was so casual, just like, so I went up to get the gun, and it's just like, again, in Britain, it would just be such a, what gun? I've never seen a gun in my life. I've seen one.
Yeah, we have way too many. I didn't get to mention this, but, when I got sentenced, there's all these mitigating circumstances that the judge is supposed to take into consideration. And I had tried, and it's documented, I went to called community mental health and tried to get help because I was spiraling. I went to a doctor's appointment, and the doctor I was going to pay out of pocket couldn't accept me because she's had no more vacancies for patients. And, I literally did almost everything I could proactively, like before I hit this wall, and just was getting worked out.
Man, it's so sad.
Thank you for using GTL.
To accept this call, press 0. Your current balance is $9.99.
Hey.
Hello. It's working well now.
All right, good.
Good.
So where were we?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so it's funny. When I read about your story, I read about it on the website for your podcast, and it's very sad. It's, you wrote it how you just told it now, I suppose. And when I told people I knew, I was going to be interviewing you, and I told them what happened, a lot of them were quite suspicious. I suppose like the nurse that you just described. Was there a lot of that? I mean, what was her family's reaction, for example, Monica's family?
Well, we were close, right? And I think there was some of that. And listen, it's completely understandable. If one thing was different, if she had come out a second earlier, a second later, if I would have sat on a different step, if anything was different, none of this would have happened. The bullet would have went into a wall, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But right afterwards, so the cops are initially, look what it looks like. It does look like, what are the chances that you're trying to kill yourself and you accidentally shoot someone?
Yeah.
But right away, I was like, give me a lie detector test. Give me a lie detector. And I have no history of domestic violence or anything like that. And we've never had any problems. We weren't fighting. You know what I mean? Nothing was going on. And there's a plethora of instances of me trying to kill myself over those last couple of weeks, and even prior to that. You know what I mean? Of moments like that, and it's all through my history. So there were initial things, and the news took like an old mugshot of a DUI that I had that I'd mentioned before. I said, if I ever get a mugshot, I'm smiling in it. So I was smiling in it. The news took that and put that on television. So a bunch of people were like, look, he's smiling. He knows what he did type shit. And it really made me look at news a lot differently. But yeah, people thought that initially, and it's understandable. And the cops kept questioning me, and then I did the lie detector test, and they brought an FBI agent in to question me, and I told them, my story never changed. It's exactly what happened. I know it. Listen, if I was going to make up a story, it wouldn't be as it was just, I don't know how I would have had, whatever. So they went and did ballistic tests and trajectory and the lie detector. And, after a little bit, they came back and were like, we didn't, I was never charged with anything else. You know what I mean? The cops were like, yeah, it's a crazy story, but everything matches everything he said. I mean, the trajectory of where it entered and all that stuff. And, that really bothers me. That's one of the reasons that I was like, I can't just tell the story. Like, oh yeah, I tried to kill myself and I accidentally shot the love of my life. No. You know what I mean? And she died. Like, you have to explain the intricacies of like how that even happens. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's still hard. Like, one of the things that really made me question after all this was like the idea of like fate, or you know what I mean? Like, what? Like I said, it's a hard thing to get your head around when it would be like if anything was different. It's like just if one little thing was different, none of this shit would have happened. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's like the causal chain that just, if there was just one little hiccup in that causal chain, like, it wouldn't have happened. The way the criminal justice system over here goes is they charge you heavy, right? They'll charge you. It's like gambling, they'll try to bluff you. They'll charge you with first-degree murder, and then you'll say, well, no, I'm taking that to trial, and they'll go, well, all right, we'll give you second-degree murder. Mine was never like that. They went through all the evidence and were like, oh yeah, he's telling the truth, or, you know what I mean? He passed his lie detector, all that stuff. And so I just got charged with involuntary manslaughter, and kind of fucked up because so after all this stuff happened, I went through this like really like, I don't know if you guys have the term, I'm not religious, but this come to Jesus moment where you're like, okay, well, look at what you did. Like, look what happened, because I have mental health issues and stuff like that. Yeah. But one of the choices I realized I did have that I kind of neglected was working on my own mental health throughout my life, and I'd never done that. And so when I was in that cell for those 17 days, in between like fits of like exhaustion and crying and all that shit, I had to make the decision, like, I'll never let that happen again, whatever it takes. Meditating every day, figuring out what's wrong with my brain, all that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And her family, so did you speak to her parents, for example?
No. They're understandably just want nothing to do with me. If I have to be their villain, like if being their villain makes their life any easier, which I don't believe having a villain to blame does necessarily, but if it does, then I'll be that. I can be a monster to them if they need me to be, if it helps them at all, you know what I mean?
I suppose it's just that, I mean, the fact that the bullet went in through the side of the back is what probably makes people concerned. Why did that happen?
Well, it went uphill. Like, I went up the trajectory of the stairs. I went in the lower back up, like, so, but the side though, like she must have been turning around. Okay. To like turn back around and go back in the room or something. Yeah. I didn't see her. You know what I mean? Yeah. But that's where the trajectory. It wasn't like right in dead. It was like on the side of her back. You know what I mean? Like in between.
Okay. So I hope you don't think I'm like prying too much or being accusatory. It's just I've got to ask the questions, but it does sound like a horrible accident. It really does. Yeah. I mean, do you it's almost a stupid question, but I mean, do you miss her?
Yeah, man. I miss her in like, yeah, I miss her. I have on my cork board in my prison cell, I got a picture of her right there every morning. So yeah, before I go to bed every night, when I wake up every morning, she was the best person I've ever known, really. I'd tell her to go find someone else if she needed to, but she would be right by my side. She'd be the most proud of me for the shit I've written and got published, and she just was my, yeah, I miss her. That word is not even big enough to encompass the longing I have. I dream about her all the time. Yeah, I miss her.
Oh man, I guess you just have all the time in the world to think about it as well.
Yeah, I had that's what those 17 days were. It was like just this whirlwind chaos of thoughts and regrets and what ifs and bargaining and all these different things, to where I came out the other end a different person with the promise and understanding that a suicide's clearly out of an option, not an option for me anymore, because another thing that hit me was that after all this pain of missing her, right?
Yeah.
Missing my kid and all this other thing, I realized so clearly, obviously too late, that if I was successful, I would have put her right in the pain that I'm feeling now.
Yeah.
And I was willing to do that. I was willing to put her into that, and now I have to sit with that pain that I was so neglectfully, so irresponsibly willing to give everyone I care about, my mom, everyone in my life. I was willing to put them through the shit that I have to feel now.
Yeah.
And that's super eye-opening, and it's okay, no matter how tough life gets, no matter how depressed you get, this is no longer an option for you.
I spoke to your mum, as you know, and she kept saying I was a saint, and she just seemed very lovely, and yeah, that she would not have, I imagine, dealt very well had you gone through with it in the end.
Yeah, I used to have these phone conversations with her where I would be on the verge, and I would get mad at her, and I'd call her selfish for not giving me the okay to guilt-free to kill myself, guilt-free, and I'd be crying and she'd be crying and all that shit, and I put her through a lot, and
Does she have? Do you have siblings?
I got a sister.
Okay.
A younger sister.
What about your son then? Do you see him? Will you be able to see him?
When everything happened, I didn't have any legal say over her sister, and I knew I wasn't going to separate them from each other after they just lost both their parents.
Yeah.
I can't separate them, so I just gave custody to Monica's parents, and then my parents came up right afterwards, and they would get him every other week, and I'd talk to him and just write him just ledgers full of letters and stuff like that.
Do you look forward to hopefully being part of his life again when you get out of prison?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We've got such a good relationship that I know even if he doesn't remember everything, I know he'll have that unspeakable inner positivity when he thinks about me. And I look forward to that. I look forward to a lot of stuff, and that's definitely at the top of the list.
Okay. I think I've got enough. I mean, is there something that I've missed out on that you'd really like to mention?
Yeah, there is, and that's this. I had to lose everything, right? To to understand some simple things that I wish I would have had someone in my life to tell me at some point. And yeah, I have a predisposition to depression, but I've come to look at it more there's people who have predisposition to diabetes, right? And at some point they you can need insulin and all that, but with the right exercise and diet, you can also do shit for yourself. I think if we do have free will, it might not be as grand as we think, and it might only be in not so much control in our outward circumstances as much as we like to think, but definitely if it does exist, it exists in how we choose to interpret those outward things. And
you have 1 minute remaining.
We kind of define our reality as good or bad, preconceived. So if you lose your job, you're like, oh, that's a terrible thing, and you almost kind of make it a reality like that, and instead of redefining your perspective as to what's good and bad. If I would have learned that sooner, I think I could have avoided a lot of shit. And I just pray that you don't have to go through what I went through to reach this deeper understanding. And if anyone can learn from me and my experience, that's what I owe them. That's what that would be the greatest thing ever.
Thank you for using GTL.
To accept this call, press 0.
No, like never questioned whether you know what I mean. Who knows me and Monica never ever questioned whether it was intentional or not. Even her mom at the sentencing was like, I know it was a mistake, but whatever. I don't. It's not a good feeling I have, but that doesn't, like I said, with redefining shit, that doesn't mean it's not what needed to happen. And I understand you asking those things, and those are things that I always worry about because I'm so close to the situation. And I know, the reality of it, and I can't ever get a full read on that. I'm like, I would be, before any of this happened to me, I would be super suspicious probably. You know what I mean?
It's so hard, man. I've watched like series on this kind of thing. There was the one called Making a Murderer, which was all about this, episode after episode, with a guy who nobody knows if he did it or not. And all I was thinking,
the junkyard and the news,
that's right. And I just, I mean, only that's the thing. But it does sound like a much more, open and shut case kind of thing from what you've said. I hope you don't think I'm doubting or anything like that. It was just, I have to ask, what the family would think and understand. As you say, understandably, there must just be too much emotion there.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll watch it where like people forgive like a stranger they didn't know who actually murdered one of their family members, and I'll watch him go, man, for their sake, I wish they could forgive me. But I didn't really feel like you were like questioned, but it just like exposes like a nerve in me when I realized that, like, oh yeah, people could still think that you did it, and that would just really hurt me.
Yeah. People will think that, man. Unfortunately, they just as you would if it was someone else. But no one will be sure, but it's going to be at the back of their mind, and that's just nothing you can change, is it?
Yeah, well, I critical thinking seems to be like a failing art or an atrophying attribute of, especially over here in America. Yeah. But like with the guy you were talking about, the Making of a Murderer, that guy had like a history of like sexual assault and shit like that, and rape, and you know what I mean? Yeah. That makes it a little more like, there's nothing. I mean, if you look, believe me, in the American prison system, the way I look, I'm a brown person with tattoos in a predominantly white area. If they had any doubt about this, they would have charged me with murder. No questions asked. They would have loved to do that. So that's how I'm like kind of feeling after the whole thing, which is uncomfortable isn't always a bad thing, especially when you're doing something that you want to reach people with, you know what I mean?
This conversation was always gonna make you feel a bit uncomfortable at times, wasn't it? I mean, I'm glad you agreed to do it. It's a fascinating story. Do you ever imagine your podcast going out to Monica's parents and them finding it and listening to it?
I don't think like that. I'm sure they will. I mean, it's getting pretty popular. And if they do, they do. I mean, there's nothing. I just can't do anything with that information. If they're going to hear it, they're going to hear it. I'm not going to, like I said, one of my main responsibilities I feel now is to try to package some of the shit I've learned at such a heavy cost and just in the hopes that a couple people might get it. And I've had really inspiring, uplifting responses. My J page full of people who reach out to me and they're like, listen, I'm going through this. My wife and kids left me. And, I wouldn't worry about them hearing it. I actually hope they hear it at some point.
I'm so sorry for what's happened in your life before Monica, and then what happened that fateful night, and since then. I really am. I think it's just such an unfortunate set of events, and it's horrific. And I'm really sorry that you've had to go through that.
Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot. And I can't. When I'm in my cell at night, this shit gets a little heavy sometimes, but I can't like wallow in that, but I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. It means a lot, and I appreciate that, man. It's just something I'm gonna have to live with for the rest of my life, so.
That was, without a doubt, one of the toughest interviews I've ever done. We only skimmed the surface about life in prison and Bobby's relationship with drugs, depression, and of course, Monica. But we kept it fairly short because I wanted to remain focused and on topic. But to give you an insight into how much more there is to it, in his podcast, Notes from the Pen, they've done almost 30 episodes without even getting to the description of the night in question. So if you're hungry for more, type Notes from the Pen into whatever podcast platform you're using. Next week isn't certain yet. I've got something lined up that's totally different. I think I've got coffin confessioner William Edgar, an Australian private detective whose job it is to get into his clients' houses after they die to remove any embarrassing material, or to turn up at funerals and reveal secrets to people from the dead. So make sure to subscribe to this podcast so you don't miss that. And if you're on Apple or Stitcher, leave a nice 5-star review, please. And make sure to tell a friend to listen, because if everyone does that, the audience will double each week.
So his best mate was doing the eulogy, and I had a set time to interrupt, and it was when basically a minute into the eulogy. And I stood up and I said, excuse me, John, sit the fuck down, shut up. The man in the coffin's got something to say. And I'd open the envelope, take the letter out, and I'd read it.
Have you ever wished to have the last word in an argument? Like actually the definitive last word, where nobody can ever come back at you? Well, a private investigator in Queensland, Australia, called William Edgar, believes he has the answer. If you hire him, when you die, he'll turn up at your funeral and give everyone a piece of your late mind. To lend his voice to the departed, he charges around 10,000 Australian dollars for the service. He'll also rummage through your belongings after you pass, hiding anything you don't want your loved ones to see. I don't want to give too much away right now, but we'll talk about a pensioner's sex dungeon, a secretly gay biker, and some pretty crazy funeral clashes. You'll find him on @thecoffinconfessor on Instagram and the same on Facebook. His website is thecoffinconfessor.com.au. Despite the gloomy topic, he's actually a lot of fun. And I love talking to such colourful characters. It's sort of the whole point of this podcast. So I hope you enjoy being transported now to his world. Warning to my father and all of our fathers and mothers, I think about 30% of his words are of the swearing variety. It does get a little colourful. It gets a little serious too. About halfway through, he brought up something I didn't know about, his childhood abuse, which sounds horrific. Look up The Lost Boy of TSS to know more about that. But it's fascinating how that sparked his enthusiasm for his current career. At the end of the podcast, I'll be reading out a couple of reviews and promoting the video versions and teasers and things for its most enthusiastic fans. But for now, we're in Queensland, Australia. I can't do the accent. Queensland from Australia. But for now, we're in Queensland, Australia, to speak to the coffin confessor, Bill Edgar. How was that? So what happened to make it all kick off then?
It's just one of those things, that someone just grabbed it and went, you know what, this is a really unique idea. It was actually in the UK. I think it was this, you have the Sun or something over there.
Oh, yeah.
So someone from the Sun contacted me and he says, you may have the most unique job in the planet. And I'm like, yeah, you reckon? He goes, mate, it's bizarre. It's out there. And I said, yeah, well, it is out there. And he said, look, I'll do an interview with you. How's it been going since COVID started? And I said to him, well, I had to set up a website because I was probably getting about 500 emails a night with people uploading their own eulogies, messages of love, and they were getting scared about COVID and dying. So they thought, well, why not? And I went, wow, it's just intriguing.
Did COVID change things then for you?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. People started, I guess everybody started thinking about death and, what they could leave their loved ones as a message, or even those they love to hate, how they could tell them to fuck off.
That's such a weird thing, isn't it? Wanting to tell someone to fuck off after you die.
Oh, yeah, but you've got to think of it this way, right? Now, I've sat with these people and they've been knocking on death's door, right?
Yeah.
And they've been expecting their loved ones to come and visit them. And you know what? The loved ones are coming and fucking going through their personal belongings and going through all this shit before they're even dead. So they can't actually say anything. They're on the deathbed. They can't do anything. They can't say anything. So they do it afterwards. And they go, you know what? I feel gratified and satisfied that I can get this done after him, and I'm going to let the whole world know what an absolute prick my best mate was, or my brother, or my son, or whoever.
I suppose they don't say anything at the time because part of them still wants them to come and visit while they're sort of dying.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the whole thing. I mean, I've been to funerals where I've told certain people to stand up, introduce themselves, and then I've told them to fuck off because they haven't seen my client in 30 years. Why are they there? What right have they got to be there? If they're paying their respects when the guy's dead, why didn't you pay it when he was alive? What the fuck's that about?
It's sort of a social thing to show everyone that they were there.
Of course it is. It's about respecting those left behind. It's not about respecting the man in the coffin. It's about disrespecting him and respecting and showing how good you are in front of everyone else.
Has doing this job made you lose faith in sort of humanity? Because, I mean, are we just inherently selfish?
Mate, we're vultures. We're fucking terrible.
Yeah.
We are. We really are. It's so sad to see the way it's going. And I didn't know about elder abuse. You hear about it, but fuck me, it is bad. Like, you get these elderly parents living in their homes and then their son or their daughter are nice and they move back home with them, they care for them, then they kick them out. Or they sign over all their assets and then they kick them out. Or they drop them off at a fucking nursing home and they never come back for them. And it's like, you're fucking kidding. They're taking out second or third mortgages on their properties and all that shit. What's that, mate?
I think there's something beautiful about being able to admit to each other that we're quite selfish.
Oh, bloody oath there is. Absolutely. You know what? We get to a point in life where we start worrying about our own end of life and where we're going to end up, and I keep thinking to myself, I've met so many now in nursing homes, palliative care, all that. You just don't want to go there. You really don't. It scares the fucking life out of me. It really does.
How old are you now?
I'm 52.
All right, you got about 20 years, 25 years?
I got at least 50.
Yeah, till you're in one of those homes, though.
Come on. I keep myself very active and very fit, so I'm making sure my health before wealth.
One of the people I spoke to on this podcast was a guy called Zoltan Istvan, who thinks we can live forever. He thinks that society and technology's got to a point where we can, in the next 10, 20 years, we'll be able to make ourselves live longer. So there's a bit of hope for us.
Who wants to do that? Fuck that. I've been here long enough. No, I've said, mate, what's going on now in the next generation after that? Obviously we want our kids to have a better life, our grandkids to have a better life. But I don't know anyone on the planet that works as hard as our generation did. We fucking work hard. You get people now, I employ people to come and do certain jobs and it takes them 2 days that I'd take fucking 2 hours to do. And they're on their fucking phone. I never ran over to the phone box and rang my missus or girlfriend and went, oh, how are you? I mean, these guys are fucking hell. But that's the way society is now.
Yeah, when you say our generation, I mean, we're different generations. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, I know. I get, I'm talking 40s, 50s,
Yeah, I'm 31. I look 40, but I'm 30.
We really worked hard, our generation. I mean, and the generation before us. But I think the generation just after ours, like yours probably, is where it sort of became a thing to sort of sit back and go, work isn't that important. I mean, we need it. We need the money, but it's not that important. And it fucking is. It really is.
This is the thing, though, and you've had loads of experience up close with people as they're dying and all of their innermost wishes and stuff. And I'm sure you've seen closer than anyone that basically there's 7 billion of us in the world, and every single one of us wants to be special, loved, important, and have the best, coolest jobs and things. And it's just impossible, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's impossible for all of us, but you know what? It's a possibility for some of us, and it's those people that never give up and keep striving to achieve. And it's, I've come up with that many things in my life, and I've failed at most. And seriously, I've failed at most, but I never give up. I just keep going. You know what I mean? And that's the whole thing about life is you've got to explore everything to the end. You don't just give up. You just keep going and going. If something knocks you down, okay, you get back up again. And that's a given. But I got to say, my wife, she's been in the same job for 24 years. Now, she's one of those people that knows how much she gets paid each week. She works 9 to 5. She's happy to do that. And God bless her, I'm happy that she does that because some months I might make a cent and I need her backup. You know what I mean? So when you work for yourself and you go forward, like you may know yourself, you mightn't get anything for a month or two. But then when it comes in, you go, oh, that's great. And I say to my wife, oh, I just crashed a funeral, made 10 grand. And she'll go, oh, that's good. That's for the last 10 weeks you didn't work. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I always hear that you always hear these stories, don't you? Like the Beatles or whatever were rejected 7 times or something, and J.K. Rowling was rejected 10 times or something before Harry Potter. And I think I was rejected that many times before breakfast this morning. They got it easy. What, they rejected 7 times? You're kidding me? But that's the life, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you started as a private detective. Sorry, what is a private detective?
So I'm still a private detective, and what I do is I go. When you first start out as a private detective, you basically follow a spouse or someone cheating or shit jobs like that. I was very fortunate to be able to. I have the gift of the gab when it comes to certain things, right? And I walked into a resort one day, quite a well-known resort around the world, and I spoke to the general manager and I said, I bet you a year's salary that you've got a lot of theft in this place, right? And I bet you I can uncover it. And he's like, yeah, no worries. He says, okay, I'll give you an 8-week contract. If you find the theft, I'll pay you what you want. If you don't, then you pay me. And I'm like, yeah, no worries at all. So I went undercover as a cleaner, believe it or not. And I was cleaning and I was making beds. And in the first week, I got in, I infiltrated all the cleaners, and I'm like, how do you score a couple of towels and a couple of bed sheets and stuff like that? And they'd be going, oh, yeah, this is what you do. You put them in bags, you put them in the rubbish, but you don't. You put them behind the rubbish bin, and when you end the shift, you just pick them up and you go. So for 8 weeks, I was filming and monitoring how they got rid of sheets and towels and all that type of stuff. And then it ended up in the kitchen. They were taking sushi and salmon and steaks, and then in the bar they were taking alcohol, and it was rife, absolutely rife. And I had all this evidence, and I walked into the general manager's office, probably 6 weeks later, and I said, look, I've got everything I need. I've got everything you need. You are in the middle of the worst theft I've ever seen. And he said, nah. And I said, look, watch this. And I left it with him. What he did with it was up to him. I ended up pocketing 12 grand for that job. I was happy, I was wrapped, and I ended up with a yearly contract for years. And it's still been going. It's been now, on my 15th year, right? So I have contracts with quite major hotels and motels where I go in and I impersonate a cleaner, a kitchen hand, a security guard, and I uncover the theft and fraud within the workplace.
Wow.
And that's my niche. That's where I
I suppose there's a concern that if you do too many of these interviews, your face will get quite well known and people will be saying, hang on, that cleaner's that same face as that private detective.
Yeah, but you've seen Undercover Boss, haven't you?
No.
I'm the undercover PI, so they don't notice me, and in fact, if they do, you know what, at the end of the day, it's been a good run for 15 years. I've done what I've done. I have a company that's called Freedom from Debt Collectors. I don't know about debt collectors in the UK, but in Australia, they're filthy, disgusting parasites. And I investigate debts sold by banks and finance companies, and I probably helped about 13,500 people out of debt in the last few years. So
that must be a nice feeling because you're helping people out. When you're sort of uncovering theft and that kind of thing, do you ever feel a bit bad because it's like they've told you, they thought you were like in with them, and I suppose it's only petty theft, isn't it? And maybe they needed a bit of bread or whatever. Do you feel bad that you're sort of, betraying them a little bit, or is it just part of the job?
Fuck them. I don't care. I don't give a flying fuck. At the end of the day, they're a thief. And you know what? And this is the problem, is that some people will say, you've got to be lenient. And I've got to say, when I was a repossessor and I was repossessing people's cars and things like that, that's when I felt bad about it, because people couldn't pay a payment and they were losing stuff. And they actually owned it and they were trying to pay it back. And that's a bad part of the job. But when you go into a motel and these people are going through other people's rooms and servicing them, and they're going through their belongings, no, fuck them, they can go. I stay at hotels, motels, my family does. We don't want our stuff going rifled with, no.
Are there other people like you who do that kind of job?
I actually thought there was, but there's not. I was astounded that I must be the only coffin confessor, the only debt person. I'm the debt detective Australia and the undercover PI. Yeah, so
it's quite extraordinary. There's a movie in the making. Surely, has anyone ever talked to you about that?
Probably about 20 producers in the last 2 weeks.
Really?
Oh
my God, you're like a Catch Me If You Can kind of guy.
That's so funny. That's what the last guy just said. He said, "I'm doing a show on you, and it's going to be like Catch Me If You Can."
Yeah, it is a bit like that. Except he was outside of the law, I suppose. But you know.
Well.
And he, who would play you?
He could take my role too, though, if he wanted.
Oh, Leo.
Who was it? Leonardo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio, or one of those. Yeah.
I see a resemblance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be a great movie. I found you because on Twitter, do you know QI, the British show with Stephen Fry? It was like a quiz show where they. Yeah. So I think I follow their Twitter or something, and they just put out facts or something.
There was no interview with them.
Oh, they just tweeted out saying, in Australia, you can get your own coffin confessioner who comes to the funerals.
That's
and so,
right.
Yeah, I saw that tweet and I went, nah. So I typed it in expecting that there'd be loads of them. I thought it meant like it was a profession, and it was just you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I think I've got 394 resumes that have come in the last 3 weeks, just for people that want to do it around the globe.
Wow.
Incredible.
What, they want you to sort of set them up?
Yeah, they want a franchise. They want me to franchise so they can go around and do it.
And what are you going to do?
Not do that.
No?
No. Look, I'm the only coffin confessor. I've got, I think I've got 4 funerals in the waiting in the UK. I'll fly over and do those. They've paid the deposits. It's non-refundable. So I'll go and crash those funerals when they go. I've got a few in New Zealand and around the world. I've got, but since setting up the website, thousands of people have uploaded their own eulogies, or confessions, or even messages of love, so it's been good.
How did you get started on this?
Yeah, so I was investigating the finances for a client. He was being ripped off by his accountant, and he asked me to investigate, and I did. And then we got close, and we got to start talking, and he said that he had terminal illness and he hadn't long to live. And we started talking about death, and on the other side and what's happening and everything else. And I said to him, why don't you do a eulogy? Why don't you do your own video, your own eulogy? Write something, do something special, And he said, no. He said, the family won't play it. He said, someone in the family will go, no, it's too confronting, or it's not. It'll never be done. So I jokingly said, oh, mate, I could always crash your funeral for you. And about 3 weeks later, I get this text off him, and he goes, you're on, crash my funeral for me. Let's get together. I'm going to pay you 10 grand. And I'm like, I never set the fee. I never, ever set the fee of how much it was. That's how the fee started, at 10 grand. And I said to him, well, what are we going to do? And he says, my best mate is trying to screw my wife. And I said, well, yeah, I could get up and say that, but what have we got that shows me that, And I'm a factual investigator. I need to know a little bit of fact at least, And he said, well, how about we film him? And I'm like, okay, no worries. I've got some devices that we can put in your room and put in the kitchen and put in the lounge room. And not a problem. So I did. And, fuck me if it wasn't true. This bloke was all over his wife. His wife was just leave me alone. And this guy was full on, just kept hassling. He'd spill a drink on his shirt and take it off, and just a real fucking wank, mate. Absolute wank. And so I had that evidence. And then I sat with my client and I said, this is full on. I said, okay, no worries. We're crashing your funeral. What else do you want done? He says, well, there's going to be 3 people there at the funeral. There's going to be my brother, his wife, and their daughter. I want you to tell them to stand up, introduce themselves, and then I want you to tell them to fuck off, because I haven't seen them in 30 years. And that's sort of how it started. So, yeah. And then someone from that funeral saw me and they said, my auntie's dying. She needs to see you. And then it just rolled.
Wow. That conversation is so filmic, isn't it? I can imagine the scene in the film. I know I keep going back. You're talking to this dying guy Because you say you're describing it in a very happy-go-lucky way, but essentially you're talking about the man's death. Was he dying soon?
He died, so it was 3 weeks after I said I'd crash his funeral, and he died 9 days later, I think, after that. So it wasn't far. Yeah.
Christ, so this was real deathbed stuff.
Pancreatic cancer he had.
That's a horrible one.
Yeah, that's the worst one you can get. Yeah.
Oh.
It was very sad because he was there at a stage of pain and morphine and drugs and everything else, but he was also at a stage where he was incapacitated. He couldn't confront his best mate. And that was the hardest part, because in his day, he'd probably drag his best mate out by the throat and kick him in the head, you know what I mean? But he was incapacitated. He was totally screwed.
You lose a lot of weight.
Yeah, he just needed somebody. And you know what? I guess I was just that somebody, and I didn't give a fuck. You know, after what I saw, I've got a wife and kids too. I don't want my best mate doing that to my wife. You know, it'd be the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah, I can't imagine that really, but no one ever imagines it happening to them. But I guess he knew, didn't he? He had an idea. So how did that go down at the funeral, especially when you said fuck off to his sibling or whatever?
Oh, they quickly left, those ones. Yeah, his best mate. You know, so that first funeral, I interrupted his best mate doing the eulogy. So his best mate was doing the eulogy, and I had a set time to interrupt, and it was when basically a minute into the eulogy, and I stood up and I said, "Excuse me, John, sit the fuck down, shut up. The man in the coffin's got something to say." And I'd open the envelope, take the letter out, and I'd read it. And that's what came out.
Oh my God, man. Were you not, I mean, I would be so nervous thinking, God, in 1 minute, I've got to stand up and interrupt everything.
Yeah, you know what? At very first, I guess I was at very first, but I got to say, after watching this guy and knowing what he did, I just didn't give a fuck. I felt really good. I felt, yeah, I'm going into bat for this bloke. And I felt, yeah, fuck them. Yeah, how dare he do that? You know, so it sort of didn't worry me. And then a lot of people around sort of said, oh, Jesus Christ, what's going on here? And there was a lot of emotion, there's a lot of angst, but at the same time, it was their loved one lying in the coffin, and they wanted to hear what he'd left unsaid. And it was good, because once you get the crowd on your side, believe me, you've got an open flavour. You can do what you want.
Man, it's quite exciting.
It can be. Yeah, for sure.
I've got an awesome true crime podcast I need to tell you about called Crawl Space, which is a show I love. Yes, I realize everyone recommends podcasts, but you're listening to me, and I'm telling you should be listening to Crawl Space too. Can't argue with that logic. The show covers a wide range of topics from unexplainable crimes to conspiracies and fringe culture, with weekly interviews with expert guests. And there are a ton of episodes you'll find interesting since you're a fan of this show. I'd recommend our listeners check out their recent episode about the real-life Frankenstein, or their interview with Catherine Jones, who is incarcerated at 13 years old. Also, I was on their podcast twice, so maybe start with those episodes. You'll like those. There's an episode for every true crime addict, though, no matter what you're into. The show covers stories of survival and deep fakes to synchronicities and cryptozoology. Tim, Lance, and Jenna, your weekly dose of the mysterious, harrowing, and bizarre. You can't go wrong with adding Crawl Space to your rotation. Just search for Crawl Space, True Crime and Mysteries on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Following is a collect call from a person presumed nice until proven naughty.
Santa Claus is locked up, and I'm going to get him out. My name's Richie Buck. I'm an amateur podcaster and investigator. If you like true crime, feelings of the holidays, and I ain't just talking about Christmas, and satire, well, Santa May Be a Criminal just might be for you. Listen and subscribe now wherever you get your podcasts.
Ho, ho.
What if your daughter disappeared? Your mother, your son? What if years have passed and you're no closer to finding them?
When a person goes missing, their story doesn't stop there.
Each week, Missing brings you stories of missing persons and justice, sourced from the case file of the nonprofit Private Investigations for the Missing.
Listeners say Missing is the most binge-worthy podcast of all time.
Search Missing wherever you listen to podcasts.
Missing, where mysteries have a mission.
So the other thing you do, have you ever seen that there's a series called, is it well, I don't know what they'd call it. In German, it's Tatortreiniger, and in English, it's like the cleaner. It's a series where this guy goes into people's houses after they die and he sort of cleans up everything afterwards. It's a little bit different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's different to what you do. His job is literally to clean the houses, and then he usually sort of uncovers, it's a comedy, and he uncovers a clue or, finds her still alive, or he overhears the arguments of the siblings about their money and that kind of thing. So it's quite funny.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, so I go in and I remove items from the people knocking on death's door have already told me where those items are.
Yeah.
And it can be money, drugs, it can be pornographic, sex toys, it can be anything. But they give me a list. They ask me to go to the house. They give me a key. They tell me where a key is, or they tell me how to get in. And I'll go to that property and I'll remove items. And then I film that, and I film them being incinerated. And then I take it back to my client and they go, oh, great, so much, thank you. I'm not embarrassed if my daughters or sons or family find them.
Okay, so it's not, I thought it might be done after they die or something, but it's done while they're still alive.
It's usually done, it's. I've had a couple of clients who, after they've died, yes, obviously I've got the message, to say and it's usually someone in the family that's contacted me and say, hey, Bill, my uncle's died. Can you race over to his property? He's got some stuff in there that if the family find it, they're going to fucking put him in an unmarked grave because he's a bad person. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
What's the worst stuff you've found?
I suppose not the worst, but the most confronting was an 88-year-old gentleman that had a fall, and he was taken to hospital and he was told he'd never return home, and he went into palliative care. And when I sat with him and spoke with him, he said, what I'm going to find is going to be confronting, but he's got 3 sons, 3 daughter-in-laws, and he did not, for the life of him, want them to find what he had at home. Now, he kept saying, you're going to be confronted and blah, 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 and this is the key, this is the door, this is where you've got to go, this is what you'll find. And I get to this property and, it's a sex dungeon. Like, seriously, for an 88-year-old man, there was some shit in there that I'd never seen in my life. I didn't even know how they worked or what the fuck was going on. And it was incredible. It was just like, you're fucking kidding me. Like, 88, who's this bloke? What the fuck?
And you had no idea before he didn't say to you there's going to be a sex dungeon there?
Yeah, he did say it was, and I was like, yeah, big deal. I've seen shit before, but no, not like that. That was, extreme shit. There was money as well that he wanted me to retrieve and give to his son. Not all 3 sons, just one of the sons. And it was like, there's a debt, a repayment of a debt and things like that. But, there's issues that he had with his family, but, he pointed out certain specific things he wanted done and they got done.
Wow. Has there ever been anything that you've been asked to do that you didn't want to, that you were like, I'm not doing that?
I killed a dog. An elderly gentleman was dying and he wanted to take his dog with him. He wanted me to go and euthanize his dog. And I rehomed the dog. I couldn't. I mean, you're not going to kill someone's dog. But at the same time, the dog died pretty much soon afterwards. But at the same time, it was heartbreaking for him. And a lot of people go, you can't take your dog. This poor dog. I mean, the dog was nearly 16 years old. I mean, couldn't hear, couldn't see. I mean, but at the same time, I'm not there to take the life of anyone. I'm a messenger. That's all I am.
Wow, it sounds quite scary, actually. Like, I'm not here to take the life of anyone. I'm just a messenger.
Well, that's all I am. And that's what I say to people. Don't shoot the messenger, especially when I go to funerals. And the bikies funeral, I do, disclose he was gay and that his lover was in the crowd. And they want to rip me head off. And I'm going, don't shoot the messenger. It's the guy in the coffin's confession. This is what he wanted to say. If you don't want to listen to it, fuck off. And they go, well, you fuck off. And I'll be like, yeah, I'll take the client with me then. They go, oh, you can't take, yeah, I can. I've got another hearse. I've got another undertaker over there. I can take the client anytime I want.
So this was when you turned up at they're a biker gang, and it was a funeral, and you were there to tell them that he had been gay and that his lover was there at the funeral.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess he just wanted everyone to know.
It was, I suppose you put it this way, right? Those that truly knew this man knew he was gay. You know what I mean? They knew. I think it was a way of him just coming out and going, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I was gay. I don't care. You know, sure, I didn't want to say I was alive, but fuck you all. I'm gone. See you in hell. See you in heaven. See you wherever. You know, and that was it. You know, so.
Oh, man. I would be so scared to turn up at a biker's funeral and say that.
Yeah, it's intimidating, I tell you, because, I mean, I don't fear anything usually, you know, but you walk in there and, they'll start going, you know, this guy or who's this bloke coming, you know, and I'm wearing a fucking suit and they're all wearing leathers and shit and whatever they wear, you know, and I'm in a suit, you know. And there's odd people there in suits as well, but I just sort of stuck out like a bit of a sore thumb at that one. But at the same time, as soon as I said who I was and who I was there for on behalf of, you know, 3/4 of them really wanted to know what I was doing there and wanted to know what their best mate had left unsaid. And as soon as they heard that, they were like, yeah, cool.
Are you sitting through the whole services and stuff beforehand and people are sort of wondering, who's that fella? Do you know him?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it depends when I've got to interrupt.
Yeah.
At that biking one, obviously, we're all standing around the grave. And obviously you have the mum, dad and friends sitting in plastic seats at the front of the grave. But, we're all sort of standing around and you're listening to it. And then there's a certain moment that we've discussed with my client when I'm to interrupt. There was one service where a priest was told to sit down and shut up because my client didn't want a religious funeral. He didn't take that well. But at the end of the day, he had no choice but to take it.
He was told by you?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's a priest. I mean, to be honest with you, I have no care, respect or concern for priests. I know what they do and what they've done in their past, so fuck them.
Fair enough. I take it you're not very religious.
No, not at all. No. You know, people say to me all the time about religion and pedophilia and church and all that. And like, you know, I went to the best school in Australia. I won an award, 5-year scholarship to the best school in Australia where I got fucking raped, abused, sodomised, bashed, belittled by teachers, staff, you know, everyone there. You know, I've been fighting that for years, for 35 years, and it's only come to fruition now because I'm getting some notoriety. If you Google the Lost Boy of TSS, you'll notice that I have named and shamed every teacher that ever touched me, abused me, and 133 boys have come forward and said the same thing. So really, you know, I have no care or concern for priests and the religion. And I believe, you know, that in my religion, in my beliefs anyway, it's not religion, is that you do right, you'll go to the right place. That's it. Don't hurt anybody. You know, just do the right thing.
Wow, I didn't know all of that. I mean, so do you think that might have shaped your career decision in a way?
Of course it did.
Yeah, you're righting the wrongs of other people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was 7 years of age. I mean, you know, from 7 to 15. Now, I was, I had my childhood ripped from me. That my own mother sold me to her father as a sex slave, you know, at the age of 7.
Shit, man.
But it makes you who you are today.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's horrific. But yeah, so in what way do you think it's affected your career path?
Oh, I think it's become, I've always sort of been the voice for those that don't have one or are scared to stand up and say something. And it's a very hard thing to do for a man to stand up and say, oh, you know, I was fucking abused and molested and raped at school and this and that happened. But at the end of the day, I wasn't a man. I was a fucking 7-year-old boy. I was a kid, you know, and it was in the 1980s. Yeah. You know, it was a different era. Boy, kids were seen and not heard back then. You went out when the sun came up. You came back home when the street lights went on, and that was it. You were seen and not heard. No one gave a fuck. They are now, though.
You're doing the confessions for people who can't.
Yeah.
That's nice, man. That's a really good way of sort of redressing the wrongs.
Exactly. And that's why I think I've got that little bit of attitude where it doesn't worry me going into a church and standing up and telling people, you know, sit down, shut up or fuck off. I really don't.
Yeah.
You know, I've been through enough in my life, you know, that I don't have to worry about that. You know, I really don't.
Fucking hell, man. That's crazy, that stuff. So I was wondering, you know, you get into people's houses when they give you a key and stuff. Is it committing a crime getting in there?
No, and this is the thing I've got to be very careful of. I can't commit a crime, so I need to have access. So it has to be either they tell me how to get in, and I obviously I videoed all this.
Yeah.
So I've got actual, because I mean, recently I did attend a property. There was a key. I opened the door. I went in and I destroyed a will. The lady wanted her will destroyed because her daughters were just horrific on her deathbed. And after I destroyed the will, the next thing I had to do was phone one of the daughters up and say, guess what? I've just entered your mum's home and I've destroyed the will. Have fun fighting over what's left. And that didn't go over too well. She called the police and the police gave me a call and they said, you can't do that. And I said, yeah, I can. And they said, well, you can't. And I said, well, prove it. And they came and see me. I showed them the video and they said, well, you can, sorry. And there's nothing they could do. So I make sure that I can be properly covered. I can't be litigated or arrested.
You have to really brush up on your law.
Oh, yeah, and that's the thing. See, I guess in my field, I do brush up on it a lot. And it's like when I very first started this, I said to people, if you tell me what the crime is, I've really got to report it. So now I've said to people, if you've got a serious crime, do not tell me. Put it in an envelope, address it to me, post it to me. If I don't open it, I don't know what it is. I'll be as surprised as every other fucker at the funeral when I open it and read it.
I'm trying to understand the law here. So
the law is that basically if you don't know it, you can't report it.
So you're not then in trouble for not reporting it, but then you reveal it at the funeral.
Once I open it and read it, I've got to report it.
Okay. Wow. How do they know that you'll go through with it?
Yeah, look, that's probably the biggest question that a lot of people have asked is like, why wouldn't you just take their money and run? They don't know you're going to go through with it. They have no idea. And you know what? I don't need the money. It's not about the money. And at the same time, I don't work for a bank. So therefore, only a bank takes a dead person's money. And I'm not one of those people. So I don't even worry about that type of shit. I'm paid to do a job and I do the job. The money sits in a trust account and it's not touched until I've actually done the job. My wife and I, we've come from absolutely nothing. We lived in a tent when we had our first child. We had nothing, absolutely nothing. Today, we've worked so hard. We own farms, properties, cars. We're self-made, and that's something that I take a lot of pride in. And I suppose when you look at it, my childhood, my background, it stops me from doing anything like that. I really have a negative thing about theft and taking something that's not mine or pretending to be someone you're not. I hate that. I fucking hate business coaches that come along and they go, oh, I'll coach your business. That fucking annoys me because either they failed in their business and they got nothing else to do, so they become a business fucking coach.
Yeah.
Fuck that annoys me. But anyway, getting off track. But yeah, I guess there's a lot of trust. There is a lot of trust. And at every funeral, somebody knows that I'm going to be there. They don't know what's going to happen, but I make sure that my client tells somebody in their family that they can honestly trust that I'm going to be there.
Like a coffin confessor.
Yeah, basically. They just know that, they might tell. Like my first client, he told his daughter, he said to his daughter, he said, look, this gentleman named Bill, he's going to be attending the funeral. Let him go with it. It's my request, my wishes. And she was great. One guy stood up and she said, look, sit down, Dad's organised this.
You said the first time was 10K. Does the price vary depending on the job?
Yeah, it does. It does now because I've met a lot of people that haven't got 10 grand. They've only got a couple $100 or $1,000 or $4,000, so it does vary. And it depends where I've got to travel to and what I do. The set fee of 10 grand, though, it weeds out those people wanting to do it just for fun or spite or revenge, because it doesn't work that way. So if someone's going to pay 10 grand or even four and above, they're going to be serious and legitimate. You know what I mean? They're not going to spend that amount of money just to make jokes. And I haven't met one person yet on their deathbed that's lied. You don't lie on your deathbed. They know where they're going.
Yeah.
You're not going to lie.
It's a weird thought, though, because 10K, I don't like the idea of spending 10 grand on anything, but if I'm going to be dead, I think it devalues it a little bit.
Yeah, and every client said the same thing. They don't need the money where they're going, and I've never had a complaint.
Yeah. Oh, I bet you haven't. Oh, man, it's a cool job. How long have you been doing this part of it?
In 2017, so nearly 3 years.
What's the main takeaway you've had, I suppose, philosophically speaking?
Oh, people are fucking pricks. I think the main thing I've taken away from it is that we all need to look after ourselves, because at the end of the day, no one's going to do it for you. Despite how much love and devotion you think they have, you make sure you have a backup plan, always have a back door, always make sure that you've got, everything covered, because greed and all that just comes in. So, I mean, I think I've taken away that. I've taught a lot of people lately that don't trust. Okay, no matter what, trust in yourself. Yeah, I know it's hard, and I know it's not a nice thing to say, but that's the way it is. When you're on your deathbed, you're going. They don't need this. See you later. And that's it.
Wow. Don't trust anyone.
Well, you can't. I mean, I know it's hard, and I know it's a terrible thing to say, but at the same time, these people have trusted their families for years, and they're lying on their deathbed, and all they see them going through their shit and divvying up assets before they're gone. They turn into vultures. I mean, it's just, it's really bad. It really is.
Have you found yourself becoming quite emotional and attached in certain circumstances?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if it's an emotional thing, but every client that's died, I've said to them, come back, tell me what it's like. Give me a sign, do something. For the love of God, do something so I know there's something out there. I've got nothing. There's nothing that's come back. There's no sign, there's nothing. And a few of them will say, I'll make sure that I put your name at the pearly gates for you. And I'm like, fuck the gates, just fucking get me in there for free, whatever, But there's nothing, they just go to sleep and that's it, And if there is something out there, we're not to know, And that's why I've created a few other things lately, Destiny. I don't know if you've heard of that yet, but that'll be coming out soon.
What's that?
So it's like Destiny, but it's Destiny.
Okay.
And everybody on this planet has a destiny, which is a time that they're going to die. You don't know what it is, but everybody on this planet has one. And, it's something I'm writing at the moment about when your time is. And what if you were to run in somebody that really knew what time you were going to die, what date, time, and exact time you were going to die? Would you pay them for that information, or would you let it go?
No, you don't want that information. Unless you can change it.
Well, there you go. Yeah, unless you could change it.
Because that's like a fiction you're writing.
Yeah, it is. It is a bit of a fiction. Yeah. I've got to say, there's a little bit of truth to it too, though. There's elements of truth there.
Yeah. So these are writings. What is it?
Yeah, this is a book I'm writing. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I'm doing 3 books actually. I'm doing The Coffin Confessor, The Coffin Caller, and Destiny.
You must be bloody busy.
I enjoy it though. Yeah. The Coffin Caller, a good one.
Yeah. What's that? Is that biographical?
That's actually a guy that's he kidnaps people and he puts them in coffins and he leaves them with their mobile phone. He drugs them, and then when they wake up, they've only got their mobile phone and they can only call him for help. Ooh. And he'll only let them out if they engage the coffin confessor to confess certain things.
Wow.
So he chooses certain people that have committed some serious crimes and stuff.
That's quite cool.
Yeah, pretty cool, eh?
Yeah. Would you like to be that guy who gets the call?
I don't know. There's a fucking scary one. That guy who gets a call fucking puts them in the coffin. No, I don't want to do that shit.
Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, that's not going to be you then.
No.
What's the future for you then? So apart from the books, and then are you expanding? Are you going to keep doing this around the world?
Oh, yeah, I'll keep doing it for as long as people need it done. I mean, everyone on this planet has a story. Everybody's got a skeleton in the closet. It just depends how many people want to open them up and let them out. I'll be there for sure. Not a problem. The future, Oh, mate, I'm inundated with requests for drama series, movies, books, you name it. There's only, one producer rang me tonight and his quote was, where is it? There's only ever been one Batman. And I'm like, yeah, but there's been a lot of people playing Batman. And he's like, yeah, but there's only one Batman and there's only one coffin confessor. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Fair enough. All right.
I'm quite excited for this future. I'm going to keep an eye on you and everything that's going on, because I would definitely watch that film and I'd be like, I spoke to him when that all comes out.
And you never know, like time, it's just a time factor, isn't it? Someone will just grab it and run with it. I mean, who knows?
Well, that was certainly a lot of fun, even if we did come to the conclusion you can't trust anybody and we're all horrible and selfish. I think William is a great example of the type of guests I enjoy speaking to, who seem on the surface to be a funny or quirky fad and turn out to have far deeper motivations. I was a little taken aback by the revelation of child abuse, and you can read more about that by searching for The Lost Boy of TSS. You'll also find video versions of I'm sounding Australian now. You'll also find video versions. I've just spent hours editing this thing, so I've got his voice is quite... It's quite contagious, isn't it? Contagious, is that the right word? Sounds horrible now, like an illness. You'll also find video versions of the podcast on my Twitter and Instagram profiles, so please do follow. I hope it wasn't offensive, actually, doing the Australian accent. I do enjoy Australian culture, home and away, and neighbours. But yeah, do follow Andrew Gold _OK on Twitter and Instagram. I've also got a Facebook page where you can get the little videos, teasers, and all these things. Just type on The Edge with Andrew Gold into the search box. And, if you like it, then you'll start getting my little video teasers popping up. So you can actually see what I look like, unfortunately, and what people like Bill Edgar look like. He looks nice. Please do leave a nice review. And if helpful, I might try and read it out. Thanks so much to all of you who have followed on social media and gotten in touch. It's really nice to hear from you. Jamie, who goes by Tommy the Dog on Twitter, tweeted, I've binge listened to the first 6 on my night shift. It's superb. I particularly enjoyed the ex-Hasidic Jew lady, the Silas episode, blimey. He's referring to the interview I did with a teenage head boy, or class president if you're in the States, who is a pedophile. Or pedophile, if you're in the States. In any case, that was a pretty crazy episode, and I, would like you to check it out, as long as it's not too intense. If it is too intense for you, give it a miss. You don't have to listen to them all. Thanks, Jamie, though. I loved reading that, and honestly, I hope you stick with it and let me know any thoughts and feedback. It's all really helpful. I'd also like to thank Natalie, who apparently has a lovely cat, for her messages of support on Instagram. It's lovely speaking to her. And Alan Burke, who suggested I speak to convict Bobby Caldwell for last week's podcast. So thank you so much, Alan. That was really, really helpful. It was I loved speaking to Bobby. Next week's podcast. Again, I don't have it 100% confirmed yet, but follow me on that social media thing, Andrew Gold _OK, for updates, and I'll try and let you know as soon as possible. There's a few really interesting people that I've been talking to, and I just need to narrow it down to know exactly who it will be. So see you next week.
There's a friend of mine, well, he was a friend of mine who passed away. I didn't really see in the lead up to his passing because I was obsessed that he thought crazy things about me, terrible things about me, and they weren't true. They were my head.
Sorry to hear that. That's
it's fine. You should segue the Benny Hill music into this point just to sort of bring some levity to all this.
Today's a bit of a personal one for me. I'm going to be talking to, I've already spoken to him and recorded it actually, but James McMahon, the music journalist and former editor of Kerrang! Music magazine, who also had several prominent roles at NME, which is also a very big music magazine. He's very talented and does all sorts of things, from illustration and animal portraits to a paranormal email magazine called Spook, and interviews with the likes of Green Day, U2 and 50 Cent. Those are just the most famous, some of the most famous ones. He's also written for Vice, The Guardian and The Big Issue, among other prestigious titles. But today we're going to talk about his struggle with obsessive compulsive disorder. It's something that I struggled with myself as a teenager and haven't really spoken that much publicly about. I wouldn't want to say now that I have OCD any more than the average person. I'm sure all of you have some aspects of the obsessive compulsion, but it's the disorder part where people like James come in, as he goes on to say himself. So I came across his other project. He's got enough projects, doesn't he? The OCD Chronicles, in which he interviews all sorts of people with different kinds of OCD, which affects everybody slightly differently. His latest interview was with Mara Wilson, the child star you might know from Matilda or Mrs. Doubtfire. I put forward the theory to James that learning to be Matilda, a young girl who can control things with her mind, might have been a catalyst for her disorder. But I think both James and Mara can see that it's a little bit more complicated than that. In any case, we talk about how it has affected James and get onto parts you maybe didn't expect from OCD, including intrusive thoughts. And there are some surprising and difficult ones that have plagued James for some time. If you think that you or your loved ones might be... God, it sounds like one of those adverts, doesn't it? If you think that you or your... No, it's a serious topic, come on. If you think that you or your loved ones might be suffering with this debilitating disorder, I've put links to OCD UK and OCD Action in the episode description, so do get in touch with them. Check out James's OCD Chronicles on jamesjam, Jam, McMahon.com. That's jamesjammcmahon.com, or follow him on Twitter via jamesjammcmahon. McMahon. Since you're there, follow me too on andrewgold_OK. It's the same for Instagram. Get in touch with your thoughts and also any suggestions for people you'd like me to interview. And I'll see you at the end, where I'll read out some reviews. For now, though, James was a little late to our meeting, so I got sucked into the YouTube gross video vortex. I was just watching a YouTube thing. I know you're a horror fan. It was the 10 Fates Worse Than Death in movies.
No, yeah, I love that stuff. But I do find the older that I get, the less I can do gore. I think that's maybe a mortality thing.
God. Yeah, and maybe you start to think about like your family a bit more. Yeah, it is mortality and everything, isn't it?
Yeah, because the thing is with the paranormal as well. I saw, I'm trying to remember his name, Mark Gatiss. He like co-wrote that adaptation of Dracula with Stephen Moffat that was on at Christmas, which I thought was amazing. And he makes a really similar point that, you know, as he gets older and there's kind of like less life ahead of him than what is behind him, he struggles with gore, but like the supernatural kind of gives him hope in a way. And I think I might be a little bit like that, actually.
You've got an email magazine as well, don't you, on the paranormal?
Yeah, well, it's called Spook, and it's kind of like about the weird more than just the paranormal, really. I love all that.
I did a documentary for the BBC about an exorcist. You got to watch that.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'm just plugging my own stuff on my own.
No, it's cool. What's it called?
It's called Exorcism, The Battle for Young Minds. I met an exorcist in Argentina and sort of hung around with him for a month or so. So I got to take part. I did an exorcism on something.
Wow, that's great. Where's your head with it? I mean, do you think there is anything going on, or
no? Not for me. Not for me. I felt that this particular exorcist was taking advantage of like the young women in the area. Right. You know, that's how the film starts, very sort of paranormally, and then gradually delves into the, you know, who's touching who and why did you get so close to this girl sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah, so it was actually a bit horrific. What about you? Where do you stand on that with exorcism and stuff?
Well, no, I think the thing is if you have like an interest in mental health, I find it quite hard to be on board with the idea of exorcisms, because my natural response is these people are ill and they need medical help. I mean, it's weird because, you know, I do to a degree believe in something else, but I don't think that exorcists in the Vatican and organised religion and et cetera, have very much to do with it at all, to be honest. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a good point about the mental health thing, because that's what this guy was. He was taking women who had schizophrenia out of psychiatric wards and telling them, no, you don't have schizophrenia. You've got a demon inside you, and all this kind of thing. And the funny thing is, and I suppose this is quite similar to what we're going to be talking about with mental health and everything. But the funny thing is, people do tend to get better after an exorcism. That's the surprising thing that we found. They do get much better.
Right.
For a limited amount of time, presumably, which could be from a few months to 5 years. And then there's the moral question of, if it does help you for 5 years, maybe it's worth it, because it's obviously there's a bit of placebo and suggestion, and it's a really intense thing to go through. It's like an hour of just like screaming and people screaming at you, and all the godly imagery and stuff. So
I pitched a few stories on it in the past, but never been able to get by. I'll watch the documentary and just rip it off if that's okay.
Please do. So here's my subtle segue into the topic of this podcast. You do lots of different things. You're an illustrator as well, and all sorts of journalism. Is that part of having an obsessive personality, or OCD, doing so many different things and trying to do everything, I suppose?
I mean, the only problem with that question is that I'm very against the view of there is a positive side to OCD, which is what my diagnosis is. And what I identify as. I'm part of an OCD support group, and there's quite a high turnover of people who come because, OCD is far more common than you'd think, and there's not a tremendous amount of support within the NHS. And, quite a lot of people come, they tell us stories, and they're horrendous, and I identify with them. It's an illness that I really feel like if you haven't got it, you can't understand it. And I really hope less and less people do understand it, because sometimes it blows my mind how cruel it can be. But sometimes people come and they go, oh, well, I like this thing about myself. I like how detail orientated I am, or I like how much I think about certain things. And for me, I do think those things are part of my personality, and they are probably there because of OCD. But the negatives far outweigh them. There's a frustration with a lot of people in the OCD community when people describe themselves as being OCD, and what they really mean is they're just tidy or they're neat. Yeah. And I think that the thing that's always really important to remember is the D in the acronym of disorder, that, if it's OCD, then it's something which has a negative impact on your life.
I completely agree with you. I struggled with it myself as a teenager, and what frustrated me more than anything else was sort of going into school, and I'd had a night where I just didn't sleep the entire night because it really got bad. And I hadn't slept for days. And then it was during this time, I'm sure you were also frustrated by it. There seemed to be a particular time where it was really popular to have OCD. David Beckham had it, Paul Gascoigne, and it was almost like a sign of being a genius in the public, the consensus. So there was this like, David Beckham lines up all his Coke cans in the fridge. That's why he's such a brilliant footballer and that kind of thing. It was a total misunderstanding. And it was, as you're saying, I think it was so offensive, because I've just been up, like, it's not this fun thing of putting your cans in the fridge. It was like switching the light switch on and off for about 4 fucking hours and not knowing why I'm doing it. I think that's why it's so cruel as well, because you're fully conscious of what you're doing and how ridiculous it is sometimes, and you can't stop doing it.
It's interesting, actually, because I now feel like I've had OCD since being a very small child, but I always consider like my second year of university of being like the time when it became like really problematic. But I didn't really get proper treatment, which, is always said within the OCD community is the gold standard being CBT and
cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yeah, and I think called the exposure response prevention, which is putting yourself close to your fears, to your obsessions, until you basically become bored of them. I only really feel like in the last couple of years, I really had got the right kind of therapy. I've always been quite like a high functioning sufferer. I've had some like appalling times, some of which people know about, some of which I managed to kind of keep to sort of my private moments. But I've always worked. I've always had good jobs, interesting jobs, travelled, held down relationships. But a couple of years ago, I really did like reach a point of no return, and I had a real crisis, really. And that led me to finally getting the right treatment, this OCD support group. And I literally went in there and said to them, like, who's the best therapist for OCD? At that point I was willing to pay whatever. And, my parents and my parents-in-law had said they would help me out. And I found a guy who's called Dr. David Veal, who's like a real, like, super well respected within the OCD community. He works at the Priory. I went to see him this summer, which has been incredibly intense because of the situation with lockdowns and so on.
Yeah.
I had this CBT. I've really found I have some tools that I feel for the first time, proper tools to deal with OCD, but I've learned so much about the origins of it, like where I think it came from. And it is that thing of, if I would take my mum, if I would take my dad, if I would take my brothers, if I would take where I grew up, the school I went to, I can see how this like cauldron of nurture created this problem. And that's like not blaming anyone, that's just growing up and what you're exposed to. But I did find myself walking through childhood with the therapist and just being astonished by how much trauma was there and how obvious it was that all that stuff had conspired to create the problems that I've had in adulthood. My mum definitely raised me to be very, very creative. She was always, when I was a child, asking me my opinion on things. Like, we'd watch something on the news, and I was a child, I was very small. We'd watch something on the news, and she'd say, "Well, what do you think of that, James?" So that stuff is without a doubt something which I've carried into my career and so on. I always say that, being a journalist is just about being interested in things, and that's definitely something that she put in me. At the same time, I also can see facets of my dad's personality or circumstances of things that happened to my family when I was young created a lot of anxiety and a lot of fear and a feeling of not being safe. And all those things, I think that, any therapist who was trained in OCD would say that that's kind of where the disorder comes from, as much as people know, in that it's almost a way of trying to protect you. It's your brain malfunctioning, trying to protect you.
That makes a lot of sense to me, because so for me, if my parents got divorced when I was 9 or so, and I very much felt like I was the sort of man of the house with my mum and my little brother. So so that sort of makes sense. From a very young age, I started by sort of doing just little things like checking if the gas was on or whatever, and that's the one that really drove me crazy. I'd be doing that, all night, going up, and I'd go up to bed, and then I'll be like, no, I'm going to go down again, and I'd do this up, and I drove my poor mum insane for 5-10 years. It sort of tore us apart a bit. But yeah, checking that, and then so it starts that way, and suddenly it's like, well, I'm checking the gas, I might as well check the back door, and then the front door, and then it's like, I wonder if the car doors are locked or not. And I'm going out in the snow in the winter, like popping out just in my pajamas to check the doors. And then you start, you're already doing 30 or 40 things on this list. You might as well count the amount of crisps that are in the cupboard. And now I'm going to count this other thing. By the end of I had a whole routine of about 100 things I was doing every night, and I had to do it in the right order, or I started again. And it was bonkers. And I ended up, I pulled the door handle off my car, because I'd pulled it so many times. I was 17, I think. I'd pulled it so many times over the previous year just to check it was locked. You don't believe your own brain, do you? Just keep checking and checking and checking. It's like, I know that's locked, but as soon as the physical sensation in my hand of I've just held the door handle has gone away, my brain's going, but did I really just check that? I don't know if I checked that. I'm going to check again. That kind of thing. It's just bonkers. I mean, how does it manifest itself for you? Because it's different with everyone, isn't it?
I think that it's the OCD this is based on no research whatsoever. This is my kind of gut and intuition, but I think that it grows unless it's dealt with as soon as possible, and I think that that's problematic, because there is a fact that OCD UK say right on the front of their homepage about the length of time between diagnosis and getting the proper help, or like the length of time that OCD can be a problem before it's diagnosed, and then there's a super long time before they find the right treatment. And I think that when I was a little kid, I was obsessing about things which almost seem quite quaint to me now. Is that cupboard shut, or is that drawer shut, or and maybe things that were a bit darker, but still things I wouldn't have identified as OCD at the time or for many years later, which was things like I couldn't stop feeling terrified of death when I was very young.
Okay.
And, you know, and then I can kind of go back to my time as a teenager and I can go, well, you know, I thought some very, very paranoid things about family members or people I knew. I always thought people were out to get me or, you know, would obsess about that. And then I kind of get to university and it all became very much about contamination and sort of medical issues. And then I kind of get in my mid-20s and it's much more about rumination and kind of obsessing about things in the past and how I would have liked to have done things differently. And, you know, the thing with that stuff is I can still almost, at the time I could almost go, well, you know, everyone's got regrets. Or as a teenager, I could go, well, you know, everyone's a bit paranoid. Or, you know, with the contamination stuff, you know, people would say things like hypochondria to me, you know. And it was only really when things got very bad and I got I got diagnosis of OCD in 2008, and I was right in the middle of working at the NME, and it was my dream job, and I was really, really trying to like soak up everything from it and everything that I'd ever wanted from it, and I just didn't accept it because, you know, as we were discussing before, like the cultural understanding of society's understanding of OCD is so far from what it really is. So I said to myself, well, you know, you should see my flat. Like, there's no way I've got OCD. You know, almost not knowing that, you know, hoarding kind of comes under, you know, the umbrella of associated disorders. I mean, it's like you say sort of about your mother. It's an awful, awful illness for people who are around people with OCD. And one of the biggest turning points in my life was meeting my wife, which was 7 years ago. And she, from the very off, our first date, I basically talked about having OCD, and you know, by our second date, she'd gone away and read up a lot of things about it. And I just thought that was the sweetest thing, and
yeah,
you know, we've really kind of been on this journey together, and you know, kind of learning more about it so that we can support each other. In the wake of where I am today, there's so many ruined Christmases and family get-togethers, and you know, dints on the bathroom wall where I would be banging my head against it because I was just so frustrated by people not understanding how difficult it was. Like, there's so much collateral damage that comes with it.
Would you be able to sort of give me an example of an event that was just horrific because of OCD? I'm just thinking for people listening who have... I
could very easily, and I have no shame with it, go, oh, you know, I had this obsession that people thought I was a serial killer, which was a thing, you know. For some time, I was obsessed that people thought I was a serial killer, you know.
So your mind would tell you they think I've been killing people?
More that they would look at me and go, oh, he's capable of being a serial killer. You know, that was one, you know. So, I could list I could list so many themes and obsessions. My real feeling about OCD is like the sort of content doesn't matter as much as like the broken cognitive process. I used to go see a talking therapist and just talk about this stuff, and they would say, well, why do you think that is? And I would go, well, you know, I've always kind of been interested in true crime. And there are things from my childhood that probably led to me being interested in true crime, you know, but it isn't about that. It's the thing that makes me check door handles, which I don't do anymore, but I did do a lot in the past, is the same as obsessing that people think I might be a serial killer. Like, and that's one of the things that I think is really misunderstood about OCD. With my parents, for example, I think there was a period of time where they just thought I was withdrawn or that I was sullen. And really, it was I was fighting World War III in my head, and there's a natural distance which, you know, is put between you and someone when that's going on. I've had girlfriends in the past say to me that, you know, I don't really feel like you're in the room. And, you know, probably wasn't in the room. I was physically, but, you know, mentally I was somewhere else. So, but, you know, even things like, this is one of the things I've really kind of learned this summer with therapy, is that because it's gone on so long, there's so much about my personality that I feel has been shaped by OCD. I really am one of the most life-loving, positive, enthusiastic people that anyone could ever meet. Like, every day is an adventure. And I'm also really driven and strong. And that's definitely, the influence of my mum. So I've never really had depression. I have huge sympathies for people who do, but I've never really had that. I've seen people who are depressed, and I just think it's like a fog, it's like, but I have found myself in my life sometimes being more needy or more irritable, or, there's friendship. There's friendships with people who have been ruined because of OCD, like there's a friend of mine, well, he was a friend of mine who passed away. I didn't really see in the lead up to his passing because I was obsessed that he thought, crazy things about me, terrible things about me, and they weren't true. They were my head, and things like that are very hard to sit with,
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's
Oh, it's fine. You should like segue like the Benny Hill music into this point, just to sort of bring some levity to all the.
It's a sad topic. It's interesting what you say about the serial killer thing. on a complete side note, I've been interviewing I've done an interview on the podcast actually with a paedophile, and one of the things I've learned, I'm sure you know this already, it was in a Vice article that was linked to your website as well. That it's very common for people with OCD to believe they might be paedophiles. When they're not, or to believe that other people think they are. So I went and spoke to a therapy. I live in Berlin. I went and spoke to them about this, and they said they actually have to do tests on paedophiles who come into the therapy and say they are paedophiles. They have to test that they're actually attracted to children, because a surprising amount of them are just people with very strong OCD who are convinced that they are, or that they would be, or would be perceived to be paedophiles. And that's very similar to the serial killer analogy that you had.
Well, it's strange really, because, it's one that I've had, I've never had, I've never thought I was, but I've been obsessed that people might think I was.
Yeah.
And
walking past the school.
I think that OCD, like common themes within OCD, and without a doubt, paedophilia is one. That was when I met some more people within like the OCD community. It was just so much relief to meet other people, and you would never in a million years think that it was a fear, or it was it was an obsession or a worry or whatever, a rumination. It was just such a relief to me that I burst into tears, because it felt like the top of a very tight jam jar coming loose or something. The common themes within OCD are inspired by like the societal obsessions of the age. So, for example, the first OCD I ever had that was a real, that it was more than a worry. It was that I had AIDS, or I was HIV positive, which again is like more common than you would ever believe.
The belief that you have it.
Yeah. And that took a year of my life, and I didn't know what OCD was then. So I was doing all the things you shouldn't do, like looking for reassurance and going for tests to reassure me. And I can't even remember how many tests I crammed into a year, but people at the gum clinic were looking at me and going, "You again?" And I would literally think, well, I've had a test, I've got the results. What if the person who has tested my bloods got it wrong? Or what if they got my vial of blood mixed up with someone else's? Yeah. Or, just craziness. And
for me, it was appendicitis for me. I was convinced anytime slight stomachache, and even if I didn't have a stomach, my dad would say, like, "Come, don't be ridiculous. You'd be on the floor in pain if you had appendicitis." But my thought was always, but it's got to start somehow. It's not going to go from 0 to 10 in a second. So for me, it was I must be at the 1 now, and I'm going to get up to 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 10 soon.
Every lump on my body as well. Like the themes and the obsessions got so much more traumatizing after that I almost feel sort of slightly wistful about, I've got a lump, I need to book a test or whatever.
I gather maybe you don't want to go into detail. Maybe it might be triggering, and I don't want to push you in that direction anyway.
No, it's fine.
I guess for people listening, like, it's hard to imagine much worse than constantly worrying about a lump or having AIDS or being so how can we explain how dark it did get?
Well, I think this is what I'm trying to say, almost about the paedophilia thing, you know, like
okay, yeah,
in the noughties, you know, it was like society is obsessed with paedophilia, you know, like, you know, you would read stories about, you know, pediatricians being attacked by braying mobs. They thought they were attacking paedophiles, and that stuff. What OCD does is it finds your biggest fear. I think it's somewhere between your biggest fear, your moral code, and I think there's probably something going on chemically with you as well. I mean, this is the thing with OCD, is that no one really knows where it kind of comes from. Like, there's just theories. Like, there's no confirmed, this is why people have OCD and why some people do, some people don't. For example, everyone has intrusive thoughts. Like, that's been proven. Yeah. But with people with OCD, they don't pass through. They stick around. A friend of mine wants to describe my brain as being like stones that were too big to fall down a grate. Which was, I mean, he was a writer. Like, that's a very spot on evocative image. But no, I've never met, and I may be proved wrong, but I've never met anyone with OCD that I wouldn't say was a very decent person. I'm sure that can't be the case, you know, with everyone who has OCD, because the ratios would suggest otherwise. But everyone I've ever met has been so kind, so empathetic, and normally very intelligent. And what that is that if you obsess, people think that you're a paedophile. I don't know what's inside a paedophile's mind, but I think that if you worry about something, that's almost a sign that you're not that thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that. The interesting thing about the actual paedophiles who I met is, although it's so funny actually, because I have a similar mindset to you. I'm worried everyone thinks I'm everything and that I am everything. Before I even knew what paedophilia was, the thing I didn't want to be in the 90s was gay, which is horrific, but it's just, that's what it was at the time, you know.
Which again is a super common one.
Yeah, when I was 11 or 12, I was like, well, I'm definitely, if anyone's going to be gay, it's going to be me. So it's so crazy, but because I think the way I do, when I've interviewed lots of different actual paedophiles, they start saying things like they purposely do surround themselves with children. These are non-offenders. These are people who say, I would never offend, but I do surround myself with children because I want to be around them so much and I need to be around them. And it's so funny because I always say, yeah, but surely you want to not be around them because you don't want to offend or whatever. And that's because I don't have whatever sexuality or attraction that they have, which for them is irresistible. So unless you do find yourself, you know, trying to be around children. So nearly all the ones I met, they say I would never offend, and yet they are constantly or often around children. They are teachers a lot of the time. They are carers, babysitters, all these kinds of things, even when they would never offend. So yeah, I think you're completely right that, like, you know, somebody who worries about those things, as you say, is probably not that thing.
It's always been, what if people think? You know, my thing is I have an obsession with the idea of like shame, you know, which I think is a core theme. But when I've met people who have obsessed they might be one, which is actually kind of hard for me to, even with me having the disorder, it's kind of hard for me to sit within that mindset because I've never had anything like that. But they come to my support group and they cry and they wail and they shake because it's the most abhorrent thing anyone could possibly think about you. And the idea that this thought has crept inside your brain, not a thought of doing anything, but a thought of maybe this is what my lot in life will be. I mean, I'm a writer and I think I'm a good writer. And I don't think I could actually really explain the horror of that to someone to try and help them understand. For example, with the serial killer thing, this is like before I knew anything about the proper treatment for OCD, but I was kept going for many years by my mum, who would basically, you know, in her Yorkshire tones, like sit on the end of the phone in the early hours of the morning and just tell me to keep going and tell me I was strong and tell me I was brave and she was proud of me. And that kind of kept me going. But at the same time, if you said to someone, oh, I'm really worried that this person thinks that I'm a serial killer, well, they go, well, you're not, so get over it. But it was so vivid to me.
What was it about you that that you thought people would look at you and go, because I'm looking at you now and you look like a lovely man. So and that's it. So what?
Ted Bundy was a handsome guy.
Yeah, that's true. Which just shows that anyone can look like anything, can't they? I mean, what was it you thought people were picking up on that had a serial killer vibe?
I think at some point when I was younger, I decided that people don't tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, I have to find an alternative way to find out what people are really thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So I became obsessed with eyebrows. I became obsessed with linking. I became obsessed with these like non-verbal cues.
Wow.
If I would speak to someone and I would say something, if they blinked, that would be confirmation that they weren't telling me the truth. I mean, really, that way madness lies. And, even, I am so much better in that regard. There's other stuff that is as bad as ever. But in that regard, I'm so much better. But even speaking to you on Zoom, I'm looking at your face and going, oh, I wonder what that meant. Wonder what that meant. And that's exhausting, I'm
quite conscious now of my...
Well, I went for an interview with, not an interview, like just a chat, a coffee with an editor at a newspaper who I was trying to get some work off. And I met him and he had the most fair eyebrows of anyone I've ever met. Like they were just wisps of hair. And I was like, how am I going to work out what this guy really thinks? Because I can't read his eyebrows, God. And I mean, like then you just look to the left. So like if you look to the left.
That's my right.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. I think that I read once that if your eyes go to the left, that's using the creative part of your brain. So therefore that could be where a lie is being concocted.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hearing myself say this and going, God, you were just...
No, I get it though.
No, it really was. And honestly, like, I think it's good for me to actually look at it and go, I mean, that was just so unhealthy, And it really was. And actually, to be honest, loads of my friends don't even know that about me. Like, I'm quite open about this stuff. I basically kind of reached a bit of a point in my career where I couldn't keep it to myself any much longer. Like, I just was going to burst.
Yeah.
It was like, I am so unhappy with this. I can't keep it to myself. I have to share this. But also, and this might sound slightly arrogant, I really do come from a place, a town, a village, an education system that really didn't expect me to do very much. And I've done a lot of things that I wanted to do when I was younger. And I kind of reached a bit of a point where I was like, you know what? Like, if I can help someone who was me when I was 19 go, I'm not losing my mind. This is an illness. I mean, there's just nothing. I don't know whether you saw actually George Ezra. You know George Ezra?
Who's George Ezra?
He's a very popular singer.
Okay.
My mum's a big fan.
Yeah.
I think he won a Brit. He won a Brit.
I know Ezra Pound. But I think he was an anti-Semite, Ezra Pound.
Yeah, no, let's just make this very clear. George Ezra is not an anti-Semite.
Ezra Pound, I think, was there. Yeah, but he's not George Ezra. So
no, but I now know to avoid Ezra Pounds if I ever see him down the shops.
Yeah.
But no, George Ezra recently talked about how he'd been diagnosed with OCD, and I was immediately skeptical. Oh, here we go, David Beckham, whatever.
Yeah.
But I heard him talk about it. The guy knows it. The guy has experienced things that, like I say, I would hope that no one would. And I feel really sorry for him. But at the same time, it was so big. Like, someone with that profile being that open about OCD. I mean, if I'd had that when I was 19, I can't even explain how seismic that would have been for me. I wrote a piece for The Independent, again, actually, about musicians who were starting to talk about their OCD. And it was just such a joyous piece to write, thinking, oh, maybe other young people, I'm 40, maybe young people won't have to suffer in the same way that maybe I did.
How did you, you know what, I need to charge my sort of laptop 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Good thing I was wearing shorts and not just in my boxers just now, because I got up.
Oh, mate. Again, I had a thing the other day where I was talking to some mates and I forgot that I was just wearing pants. And this is again with OCD. Like, I think people would worry about that for an hour, 2 hours.
Yeah.
But I was 48 hours, and it wasn't just, oh, that's embarrassing. It was, oh my God, what if my friends think that I am a flasher? What if my friends think that I am, you know what I mean? Like, just my brain doing everything it can to conspire against me.
I think, it's so funny you say that, because I relate 100% to that. And it's something that is difficult sometimes for my girlfriend to live with, because there will be things that either she says, or there'll be things that, recently I was in the lift in where we live, and I said something that wasn't nice to someone. I didn't mean it. It was only after, when I got out, I thought, oh no, he might take it that other way. And that looks like I was laughing at him about something. And yeah, days and days of every time I got a spare moment, a spare second, thought came back to me of just like, oh God, he's going to think I'm just a horrible person. And I think a lot more than most people would worry about that.
How did your, it was so obvious that, when you were younger, that it was OCD. Like, how did it go away or become manageable?
It's very strange. It's very difficult to say exactly, because I have a terrible memory. Terrible for somebody who considers himself to be quite compulsive and obsessive, but the main parts of OCD, obviously. What does compulsive even mean? But yeah, I don't really remember, but it was worse when I was probably from the ages of about 14 to 17. My mum sent me to a therapist. I imagine I think it was NHS, actually. It might have been private. I don't know. And I was seeing this guy, again, I don't know how long it was, but it could have been a few months. And he dealt with it, funnily enough, differently to how with yours. It was not looking into my past. It was not really looking into like this and that. And it was almost like I wanted to speak about that, because I'd seen so many sort of TV programs and movies where everyone's just like, well, this and that. And it's a very, it's a cathartic feeling being told, this is why you are, because this happened and that happened. But he didn't want to go there at all. He was very structural about it. And he basically got me to write this list of everything I do every night, write all of it down. And he said, I don't think it's very healthy. And I've been told by a therapist since then that what he did wasn't necessarily, it was a short-term fix, sort of paper over the cracks. He sort of got me to become obsessed with not being obsessive. He was sort of saying, right, you've got to obsess now over getting one of these things of the 40 off the list this week. And the next week, another thing off the list. And I became obsessed to the point that, for example, I used to always make sure the door was shut in my bedroom. I'd keep pulling on it to make sure it was shut. And this week's challenge was, it has to always be open. I can't go to sleep with it closed. It has to be open, so I was obsessing over that. And I guess somewhere in my mind, some subconscious part of me sort of began to understand the ridiculousness of all of this.
How long ago was that?
I'm 31 now, so this was about 14 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I maybe didn't explain mine so well, actually. I think that the putting things together was a very, very small part of mine. And actually, what I have had isn't actually a million miles away from what you had. It's just, and again, it's that kind of OCD pure O distinction, which I don't really like, but there is a kind of a difference.
What is that?
Well,
pure O.
Pure O is really the idea of OCD, but without physical compulsions and rituals. So it's like the compulsions are in your head. So you're still doing the same thing of trying to find relief, flicking the light switch on and off, whatever, but you're doing it by trying to reassure yourself, or reassurance, which is like the enemy of OCD because it keeps it going, it fans the flames.
Okay.
This idea of pure O has kind of become quite common in recent years. And I actually think that it's kind of good to be able to make the distinction between physical check-in, physical compulsions and internal ones. However, I actually think that OCD is all the same. So I think that actually separating them out is probably a bit problematic, really. It's just kind of a buzzy term right now, and has been for a few years.
Right.
But actually what you're saying, the thing with the drawer, that's actually not a million miles away from what I had, because I think that is really what we would call exposure. So it's the idea of you sitting with something, like the idea of you not doing the thing that makes the anxiety go away, because it doesn't. It just grows and grows and grows. But by forcing yourself to be exposed to it, you basically become bored of it, weary of it. It stops being frightening, whatever. So actually, that is like the gold standard of how it should be treated.
He can't have been an idiot, can he? So you must. And you know what? I've gotten so much better to the point that I now wouldn't want to say I have OCD now, because I think it would be offensive to people who are really suffering with it. Yeah. Whereas I just now do reckon, and I think you want to. I completely get why you want to avoid this idea. And, we've talked about David Beckham and everything, of there being positives to it. I, at the time of really suffering through it, had no positives, as you say, because it was just so overwhelming. It was just so awful. Now that I feel like I would say I don't really have it anymore, those obsessive traits, as you said yourself, for careers and stuff. I mean, this podcast, I sleep like 2 hours and I'm just on it all the time, making every second count. And I'm sure it will make me a better editor, I'd like to think, than somebody else who just sort of gets it done and throws it out there. So there are, and this is something that Mara Wilson said in your interview. So you do the OCD Chronicles, you interview people with OCD. How did you speak to Mara? How did you get in touch with her?
Well, I think that when people talk about having OCD, and once they've got over the skepticism of, oh, is this actually OCD, that we sort of tend to flock to each other, really, because it's so misunderstood that there's such a comfort in, knowing people who have had similar or the same experiences as you. And I think even a woman who was acting in blockbuster films with Robin Williams when she was a child, saw me tweeting about OCD, and there was a connection there because it was, we share something. So we just got a bit pally, really. And when I started doing the OCD Chronicles, I just reached out to Mara, and she was really cool about it. Her book, she's kind of like a memoir of being a child star, but there's some really powerful stuff in there about OCD. So
I should explain as well that she is, I forgot to mention, she was the actress that most people will know from Matilda and Mrs. Doubtfire. Matilda could have gotten in her head at a very young age, this idea of your mind being able to control the environment around you.
Well, they call that, in OCD circles, they call it magical thinking, which I certainly have an element of. Like when I was younger, I was obsessed with the number 3. If I was nervous about something, giving a talk at school, in a class, or filing in an essay. If I was filing an essay, I was nervous about it. I had to put like 3 dots on every page in the corner, so small that no one would see them. But it would be, if I don't do that, then I won't get the right grade. Or if I went into an exam hall, I would have to kind of find a spot where my friends weren't around, touch the floor 3 times with my nose, which is crazy.
And you're aware the whole time you're doing it, this is crazy, right? Is that right for you as well?
I think that at the time, I sort of thought somehow I was appeasing the cosmos. Like I think it was like it sort of made it something else, And what I have been quite good at in my life, and I think it's the reason why it isn't like a principal theme now. I've always been quite good at, when I've had those thoughts, of going, James, that's not how the world works. And that kind of shuts it down. Because all the time I have things like, to my eternal disgust, I smoke. And if I drop a cigarette in the street, I will go, well, if you don't stand on that, people will think you're a serial killer, because I'm sort of making that connection. And I have to go, James, that's not how the world works. And that kind of pretty much, I think, kind of kept that from becoming a real problem. There are people who I know who, if a car drives past and it's yellow, that means they're a paedophile, in inverted commas. And that's, what they would call magical thinking. I don't think that was actually Mara's thing, but I can imagine that it was all very confusing for her.
Must have been at that age, yeah. Combined with a bunch of other environmental factors and genetics and stuff, mixed with spending a big part of your childhood probably filming Matilda as the central character.
Her real thing was like an obsession of wanting to do good. You're on set, you're a kid. I want to get my lines right. I want to get my intonation right. I want to be praised. And again, all those things are totally natural, but when they become an obsession, that becomes a problem.
Bloody hell. What can a parent do if they notice their child is but perhaps obsessive compulsive or developing these kinds of things? What can they do?
I have friends that I sort of see traits in. I would never diagnose them. I mean, I don't have that right or that medical authority, but I do normally, if they're open to it, will send them a link to OCD UK or OCD Action, which are the two big UK charities, or kind of send them like paraphernalia that I read, and when I read it, I identified myself within it and thinking, oh, maybe they will as well. I think that if you're a parent, I would like to say go straight to your GP, but in my experience, I think that the ratio of the GP getting it right isn't 100%. So I would say go straight to one of the charities who are run by incredible people, in my experience, and talk about it with them. And then, depending on what they say, go to your GP. I went to see a GP once about my OCD, and they recommended that I give crochet a try. So forgive me for being a little bit down on that system.
That was quite heavy at times, but James held it together well, and I'm grateful to him for giving us a poignant insight into the difficulties involved with living with OCD. I felt positive by the end. He definitely seems to be dealing with his version of the disorder better all the time. And it's great that he's bringing these things to light because, hopefully somebody will stumble across this, somebody suffering with debilitating OCD and will feel that they have a better idea of what to do. If you have gone through this stuff and just want to talk about it, find me on @AndrewGold_OK on Twitter or Instagram, or just type On the Edge with Andrew Gold into Facebook. I'm always up for a chat, as many of you will attest to. I could also do with some suggestions for new guests. It is getting a little bit harder. Don't just say David Beckham or Barack Obama or someone else I'd never get through to. Those Twitter and Facebook and Instagram pages also have video versions of the trailers for each episode so you can see what we all look like. Tweet about the pod, tell your friends. Here's an example of a nice tweet I was mentioned in after the prison episode with Bobby, just a couple episodes back. Laura Elliott said, "Your thoughtful approach and hearing Bobby's full, moving and emotional recounting was quite emotional. Thank you so much." Another Twitteree, Detroit girl, said, "Listened and cried along with Bobby. Stay strong." It is a good episode, that one. If you're on Apple, make sure to leave a review. This week we had Jep715 in the US, who said, "In a world," it does start with "in a world," "in a world where most of us get our news and general socio-political content from within our own algorithm-pruned social media bubble, it is extremely refreshing and valuable to find a podcast that neutrally, for the most part, and without judgment, at times to a fault, presents such a diverse spectrum of life experiences and world news. I second the vote for a slightly more critical approach, even if only presented in a playing devil's advocate tone, as I think it would allow for deeper development of the views of each guest. Keep up the great work." Well, that's nice, Jeb. Thank you so much. I hope you're still listening to this one and that you enjoyed it. There were equally intriguing British reviews, right, for British listeners, made by British people in Britain by Ruth Hannah 70, Adam Maticus, and Moody Ham. I would read them all out, but I don't know how much patience you'll have for me reading out stuff that's nice about me and the podcast. A few of them do mention Louis Theroux as a similarity kind of thing. I did get in touch with Louis because he's just had a TV series out called Life on the Edge. So I messaged him because he follows this show on Twitter, which is obviously lovely. And I messaged saying, "Oh, I see you really liked the podcast name of On the Edge. Would you like to maybe come on as a guest?" And he did reply, but he was quite busy. So don't expect him in any of the coming episodes. But maybe one day. He did say one day. And by the way, before I forget, I say in a voice that makes it sound like I haven't planned this whole outro, I've been asked on as a guest to some podcasts, and having been asked, I have gone on to those podcasts and spoken on them, and they've been released. So check me out on the Ross Trevena project, right? But you just go to his website. Is like Trevena. I never asked him how that's pronounced, actually. Trevena or Trevena. You'll find it in Google. And the other one was the Thinking Out Loud podcast by the YouTube channel Babylon Project. So just Google all of that stuff. You'll find it. I should warn you, I do talk about myself in those a lot. So, yeah. Anyway, thanks for sticking around this long. I'll let you get on with your day now and catch you next week. But you were giving me this cry me your white tears thing earlier.
I know, but it's difficult. I agree. But I think it's difficult as a black boy. I think it's difficult as a man. I think it's difficult bearing a willy, which is why some people don't want them anymore, okay?
I'm going to call this episode, It's Difficult Bearing a Willy. So this is a really fun one. I was fortunate enough to get an interview with the illustrious TV historian and presenter Dr. Tessa Dunlop, who, as it happens, shares an agent with me, who shall be referred to in this episode as Hillary, because that is her name. Tessa is the most unique person I've met inside and outside of the industry. I think she should be a stand-up comedian because she's totally nuts and nothing like you might imagine of a doctor who won the Gertrude Easton Prize for History at St Hilda's College, Oxford University. Of course, she does really know her stuff and has a passion for all things Romanian, including her husband, who she met when he was 12. Stick around for that story, if nothing else. She often appears on TV chat shows, and she also wrote The Century Girls, about 100-year-old women, and The Bletchley Girls, about the women involved in the World War II code breakers at Bletchley Park. Of course, you know the one with Benedict Cumberbatch, that's the film. She's totally risque, naughty and flirty, but also one of the kindest and funniest people I know. She's here to discuss her new show, Who is Romania, where she delves into a fascinating history in a really fun and accessible way. You'll find links to this show, which is free, so you have no excuse not to watch it, on her Twitter account at Tessa Dunlop. That's Tessa Dunlop, D-U-N-L-O-P, at Tessa Dunlop, or Instagram, Tessa_Dunlop. If you are going on Twitter to do that, you've got no excuse not to follow me on AndrewGold_OK. I have far fewer followers than she does and need your love much more. You'll also find her series all over her Tessa Dunlop Facebook page, where the videos are getting mad, crazy numbers of views, and her YouTube page, funnily enough, also called Tessa Dunlop. Among other things, we bitch about the TV industry, talk inappropriately about woke culture, and dive into the nuances of the Meghan versus the royal family debate. We also speak about her time hunting for ghosts in Egypt with the late psychic TV personality Derek Acora. Next week, I'm talking with female Irish professional wrestler Rhea O'Reilly about some pretty crazy stuff that's been going on that's been wildly underreported in the UK and the US. More on that at the end. But for now, I'm about to get a rather stern telling off from Tessa. Okay.
Now, Andrew.
Yeah.
I gather.
Yeah.
That you rang Hillary.
Oh my God.
And said, oh my God, what am I going to talk to Tessa about Romania? Romania's so uncool. Oh my God, you're so funny.
How quick is she to tell you that? She's such a snitch.
Wait, you're not coming through my headphones. Oh, because I haven't plugged them in. One sec.
Yeah, you've got to plug them in.
Andrew, you've got to understand that Hillary and me.
Yeah.
I look quite wrinkly. Wait,
you look gorgeous. What are you talking about?
At my age, my darling, at my age.
The way you talk about your age. So for people who can't see Tessa right now, I mean, you've said yourself you're like a much, much younger Joanna Lumley sort of figure. Is that fair?
Can I tell you a story? I write books about very old women. And Phyllis was, God bless her, she was one. You're not meant to have favourites. I would have made a really bad teacher, but Phyllis was a favourite.
Yeah.
Born in India, an Anglo-Indian. Well, she wasn't actually. She was classified as a white Indian, but she was a little bit. When she came to Scotland, they thought she had quite a good suntan in 1943. And she arrived. She had the most extraordinary accent because, of course, it was cultivated in the Raj. And then she arrives in Paisley, Scotland. So she had this really curious, cute accent. Anyway, back to Phyllis.
Yeah.
She was 101 when she died. And the year before she died, she was on it, compos mentis.
Yeah.
And she rang me up and she went, Tessa. I said, yes, Phyllis, you're on the television. And I said, no, Phyllis, I'm not. I'm on the phone to you. No, you are. So I rushed to the television, BBC Two. So I go and I'm really excited. Maybe they're playing a repeat or something. And it's Joanna Lumley.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, Phyllis, she's nearly 40 years older than me.
By that point, I don't think she was compos mentis. I think that was the point because you are that much. It could have been was it a repeat of her from back in the day, Abs Fabs?
No, it wasn't. It is the I think it's the Joanna Lumley aspect. It's partly because I sound a bit posh, which I blame on my mother. Yeah. It's the blonde hair. Yeah. I am now getting, believe it or not, a teeny weeny bit wrinkly.
Not at all.
But I think the bigger thing is it's our slight inappropriateness.
Yes. Yeah. There's a naughty side, isn't there?
Yeah. If we were men, we'd have been branded sex pests, but we're women. So
you'd be in prison.
Yeah, maybe.
When with good reason. Quite frankly.
I know. I have a motto, MTF. Do you know what MTF stands for, Andrew?
It's got to have a fuck in it.
No, it doesn't. Oh, God, I forgot this is podcast land and one can swear. No fucking here, my boy. Yeah. In fact, my motto when I was younger was touchy-feely, flirty, no inserty.
Oh, my God. Touchy-feely. Let's break that down. Hang on. Touchy-feely. Right. Yeah. And is this what is that advice?
Just generally, well, when we went to clubs as girlfriends, in our early 20s.
Touchy-feely, okay.
Flirty. No inserty.
Not on the dance floor.
And you would have a kiss-a-thon. How many men could you kiss in a club? And if it's like just a kiss, it doesn't really count. But of course, with COVID times, I'd be branded a killer for that.
Yeah, murderer.
A kiss-a-thon.
What was your record?
Not that. I was never as good as Clodagh. She was a really good dancer, though, and I could never really dance.
Is that a friend of yours?
Yeah.
Are you one of those people that mentions friends in sentences without saying my friend so-and-so, so people are never sure if we're supposed to know who they are?
Oh, she's a famous Clodagh. No, she is my friend, actually. But she's
famous as well.
We're having a bit of a cold war at the moment. Let's skip over that.
I want to know about that.
No. Do you have that with friends where you just pop them down for a few years and then pick them back up again? Maybe it's just me.
I think, you know what? Often as you get older, when you have that kind of Cold War thing, they don't get picked up again, do they, really?
Yeah. Putin and Trump. Get with the picture.
No, but the real friend thing. If you're a 30, 40, 50-year-old person, you've not spoken to someone for a few years, I think it's safe to say, unless there was no argument at all.
You're so wrong. So you might not re-engage in the same intimate and intense terms.
Yeah.
It may be a little more coy or careful, but you re-engage. In the end, if they're worth getting back with. A friend of mine, we were super intense. I was super jealous when she went to live next door to our identical twin on the other side of the city. I couldn't speak to her, I was so jealous. And people don't talk about jealousies and friendships.
What are you talking about? Identical twin on the other side?
Well, my friend was an identical twin to another twin, obviously, not me.
Yeah.
And she chose to live next door to her identical twin, not me. And I was jealous. People think that people wouldn't admit that, but I think we need to be more honest about jealousy. Yeah. It's like one of the 7 deadly sins, isn't it? But actually it's there in you, and it's about how you, envy. It's how you control it. It's biblical. It's positively, it rides around inside your gut. And some people, I think, obviously have that less than others. I just outed myself as the most unpleasant woman on the planet.
No, you're right. You know what? I always get wound up by this, actually, because I think there's a huge culture war, as we all know, going on. And it's going on every side. It's not a war as such. It's just everyone's angry at each other. One of the things that I get frustrated, and I think one particular side gets frustrated with the other, is the failure to admit that we are quite sort of fallible, angry, jealous human beings.
Yeah, and that is where social media gets it so kind of horribly wrong. There's this kind of pretense that we're sharing and caring and we're retweeting, but actually it's generally self-interested. It's and a whole lot of comparison stuff. For every endorphin you get for a like on Twitter, you get the equivalent and times 10 crash when no one likes anything. How many times have you Googled Louis Theroux and said, I want to be like you? Come on, just be honest, Andrew. Just be honest. On the edge, Andrew Gold, # wants to be like Louis Theroux.
Let me tell you this, right? A few weeks ago.
Do you not laugh ever, Andrew?
So do I not laugh? Have I not been laughing? I laugh inwardly. I'm fine. This is how.
It's a psychopath.
People tell me all the time I don't show enough gratitude when I'm happy and stuff, and I'm like, no, this is my happy face.
I couldn't be your lover. There's no way I could be your lover. You'd be glad to hear. I'm too old for you anyway.
The thing with Louis Theroux, right? So firstly, it was always Hugh Grant. It wasn't Louis Theroux growing up. That was the guy I loved. I loved Hugh Grant. I loved Robbie Williams as well. Those were two people I
love Robbie Williams, but Hugh Grant's a bit sleazy, I think, a little bit. He's very good on press control, but I think this conduct around women, I know I've already outed myself as handsy, but I think, I'm not sure.
Hang on, have you just said Robbie Williams and Hugh Grant, and you've defended Robbie Williams?
Yeah, I love Robbie Williams. He's got a real...
He was a bit sleazy maybe as well.
Yeah, but he's from a different... He's like Boy Next Door, isn't he? And I know that. I used to work on TFI Friday, Chris Evans' TFI Friday. You're probably too young to remember that.
No, I remember that.
Friday.
I remember my dad watching it.
I used to ferry the bands backwards and forwards.
Right.
And Robbie Williams, I ferried him. I mean, not literally, I didn't carry him. I just escorted him to his dressing room and back. And it was a memorable day. There was lots of them. I was tone deaf, so I never really knew. I used to have to go and buy Q magazine.
Yeah.
Because it was before there was too much on the internet, and to work out which celebrity and what they looked like so I could meet them and make sure I called them the right name.
Well, Robbie's great, man. He was just on Adam Buxton's podcast, and Adam Buxton really wasn't very kind to him. He laid into him for...
Why?
Yeah. Have a listen to it after. I don't want people listening to this to listen to that, because they should listen to this. But when they've done with that, they should go and... He really, really was like having a go at him. It was like, oh, it was poppy rubbish that you did. And I like Adam Buxton, so I'm not having a go at him. It's just, he just didn't like Robbie, I think.
I just love Robbie, and he actually delivers some great music.
I think he wanted Adam Buxton to like him. It was very important for Robbie that Adam Buxton like him, and it was hard to listen to. Going back to the Louis Theroux thing, he started following this podcast on Twitter about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Right.
And he just had a series out called Life on the Edge, right? Well, obviously, so he knows this is called On the Edge with Andrew Gold. So I messaged him. And I said, because, I said, hey, like, I like that you've copied my name you must have liked my name or for the show. And he replied, and he got my name wrong. He said, hi, Nate.
Oh, God, that's hurtful, isn't it? But that's so hurtful, because there's going to be something beautiful starting there. But can I say, I once met Louis Theroux in a queue in a hospital before COVID times, when one could be social and lean across. And there was an absolute nutter at the end of the queue yelling at him. Gesticulating and pointing. You've been filming, obviously. No, it wasn't you. I'm going to compliment you. He wasn't quite as good looking as you, because I have an antennae for handsome men. No,
get out of here. No.
Right, and there was this chappie at the end, and he was a bit, off. As you are in hospital, sometimes you're not at your best.
Yeah.
And to be fair to Louis Theroux, although the whole queue was watching, he did handle it like a consummate professional. This was his best friend from down the street, and he just needed kind of to be loved a little bit and then move on. And I did think, so obviously, because
he's a nice bloke.
He's a nice bloke, and maybe he's threatened by you, Andrew. Yep. Upstart, new kid on the block.
You know what happened was, I said to him that, because I talked about the podcast, and I said, and also we both interviewed a guy called Nate. Nate is the son of the Westboro Baptist Church founder.
Yes.
So we'd both met him and stuff like that. So I said, and Nate said hi, or something like that. So he replied, hi, Nate. So I think it was just, he's getting a million things a second.
That's the other thing. I know some producer friends, and they say he's always on his phone. When they work with him, he's lovely, but he's always on his phone. So I think you're lucky to even have been given the wrong tag.
Yeah,
just be a grateful doggy.
No, exactly. It was nice. He follows it. I doubt he sees it in his. Maybe he's watching this though, listening to this.
Hi, I'm Louis Theroux, because he is actually, although he's a little bit old for me, I do find him quite attractive.
He's handsome. Yeah,
he is very handsome. Yes.
Do you remember what you said to me when you first met me?
No, Andrew, I don't.
Yes,
I did. Yes. I thought you were 10 years younger than you were. I can't remember.
You thought I was 10 years older than I was.
Oh, yeah, 10 years older. Something went wrong. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you just came into the office like a tour de force. And I had just got into, I just made my Exorcist documentary, and I was like, okay. And I just met Hillary once or twice, our agent. And I was in this, and it was like, you were the first sort of taste of showbiz that I saw. And you came in like a hurricane into the room. I was amazed, throwing babies everywhere and all this stuff. And you said, you asked if I had a girlfriend very quickly. And I said,
how inappropriate.
And you said,
how Lumley, see, blame her.
Exactly. You said, how old is she? And I said she was 26 or whatever. And I was 30, but you thought I was 40. And I think you thought I was being like a cradle snatcher. And you said...
you said, that was quite an impressive age gap. It was a bit Trump-esque.
Yeah.
I mean, but maybe that's because I've got aspirations to be Brigitte to Macron.
Right.
I mean, anything goes these days. Anything goes.
Sexy
In fact,
Macron.
Do you think I could put off a Brigitte?
I think
Macron's a little bit small, actually. I've been checking him out, and he's like a sort of undersized Tony Blair, 20 years too late.
When you say pull off, Brigitte, right? That's the woman.
That's his wife.
That's his wife. Sorry. Right.
Yes, I think the First Lady of France. Have you not clocked her? And she always wears really nice Chanel outfits and has a sort of honey-coloured tan.
Yeah. She was his teacher.
Yeah, she was his teacher. Okay, we'll skip over that. But she rocks her wrinkles.
Oh, good luck to her.
Because I've now got to the age that a lot of women of my age have got to. It's, do you Botox, don't you? And actually, Brigitte, I think I've said her name right. I've no idea. She doesn't. I don't think she does. Not very much. Maybe a bit of light Botox, but nothing too heavy duty. Nothing too Melania.
You said to me, peaches and cream in a nice arsehole.
Right, moving swiftly off the arsehole and into the peaches and cream.
Yeah.
I had something pressing I wanted to talk about, Andrew, and I can't even remember what it was. Oh, I know. To prove that I am a proper D-list celebrity, I have some very important letters by my name. Do you want to tell me what they are?
What, after your name?
By my name. You can put them either side. I don't know which side they go.
What could that possibly mean? What do you mean, like professor sort of thing?
No, because we know that I'm a doctor. I hope you credited me at the top of the podcast.
I haven't done it yet. I haven't done the intro. So
not that doctor thing, that Dr. Dunlop thing. Yeah,
DR.
Not that. Yeah, not those letters. They're a given. That was always going to happen.
What's it got to do with peaches and cream?
Okay, I have signed something.
Yeah.
And I can have those 3 letters. I'm going to put them by my name. Dr. Tessa Dunlop, brackets. Nobody knows this. I've not gone public with it. Because legally I'm not really allowed to, but it's your podcast. I'm just presuming you're a baby cast. Baby cast, no one's listening, so I'm just going to overshare.
Yeah.
An NDA.
Non-disclosure agreement.
Bang. Bang, bang. Yeah.
What?
I'm an NDA-er. I sued someone, and in order to get the money, they silence you. So they're guilty, basically, more or less. That's in my head, they're guilty. Obviously, that's why I sued them. And to give you the money, they silence you. And it's what all the girls, not all the girls, we're all doing it. But, the huge hoo-ha about Harvey Weinstein and stuff.
Yeah.
Was all about women. Loads and loads of women had tried to kind of cut. Obviously, it wasn't done over by Harvey Weinstein. I wouldn't be sitting here today. I'd be in an LA studio, darling.
Yeah.
But no, mine was British. You tackle the behemoths. Normally it's a big corporate company or a man belonging to a big corporate company. Normally it's a man, not always. And in order to stop the bad press, they silence you. So they give you a chunk of money, knowing that your pockets are never going to be as deep as theirs. And you sign a thing saying, I will not mention this man's name. I will not mention this case. But now that it's all kind of trendy to be a little bit of a victim and stuff, I'm like wearing my NDA. Well, I'm just trialing it on your show. Hi, Tess with a Dr. Tess with an NDA. You could almost wrap it, do you think?
So let's, in the interest of that, let's say who it was. Let's out this guy.
No, I can't quite do that yet, Andrew.
No. I'd be sued, wouldn't I?
Well, I don't know where legally. I tell you what, it's not even that. It's just when it all happened, it was hugely stressful and unpleasant. And I think it puts you off the idea of going back in there. And also, I think this is really key. I don't think society at the moment, despite all the kind of Me Too bandwagoning, is at the stage where we put the victim above the accused. So who can you name about the Harvey Weinstein incident? You can name Harvey Weinstein. Where are his accusers? Where are the victims? Even in the Epstein case, I think it's Virginia Roberts.
Victims want anonymity a lot of the time, don't they?
A lot, but even when they don't have anonymity, because obviously people forwent their anonymity with Harvey Weinstein or with
the woman who shaved her
Andrew.
head. It was a woman with the shaved head.
Don't know. Anyway, moving on from her, I'm going to Epstein and the blonde girl who's done an incredible, sterling job in the campaign, Virginia Andrews, Roberts, somebody. But my point is, it's a poison chalice. She's having to live it every day. It's consumed her life. And I just think victims don't want to be identified solely as victims. Did you see what I mean? There's generally so much more to them. So I'm not. Yeah, I don't know if I ever will, actually, to be honest. But I just thought I'd share that with you.
I think you have so much to you and to your personality that you could never be defined as any one thing. So
as just a victim, an NDA.
No.
Yeah, but I bet you there's lots of people in what if it's called clear vision, clear view, hiding in clear view, who have NDAs that you don't know about.
Wow.
Yes.
Victims.
Well, who were victims at some point. Yes, and were silenced. Yeah. And I spent mine on a new loo. I've got a new bathroom. My pail.
Well, good.
Every time I do, anyway.
So,
on my golden throne.
Delving into the serious here.
Yes.
Do you think that you feel a certain, as a woman who came into the industry, particularly in the 1990s, would it have been?
Late 1990s.
Very late 1990s. Where we hadn't gone through Me Too and stuff. Do you have to adopt maybe a very, not confrontational, what's the word I want? Confidence.
I think it's all about power. And this wasn't at the time when I moved forward to sue. This wasn't fully understood. It was before I sued, in fact, before Jimmy Savile even. So there's the kind of whole cultural shift that's happened in the last 10 years. I don't think everyone was like, but, were you actually physically abused? And that is about physical power.
Yeah.
And it's
Who says that?
well, a lot of people when they're talking about these in these contexts, I remember sitting with a very famous woman and a man at a dinner party, and he kept saying, "Yeah, but did he actually hit you?" And I'm like, "You're totally missing the point." She was talking about a relationship she'd had. It's about power, and that power can manifest itself physically, and also in manifest itself in other ways. Now, if you're in an industry, a very narrow industry like showbiz, television, radio, film, where there are very few options often, and you're ambitious and the lines are blurred, it's not the usual kind of, come up in front of a board, with an equalities monitor and ticking the boxes. It's like, literally still couch casting, at least it certainly was in the late 1990s. I think you are unaware maybe initially of this kind of power dynamic that the person who's employing you has all the power, although you may feel empowered as an attractive young woman. Actually, that is an asset that can very quickly turn into something quite abusive from the point of view of the employer. The other thing is that funnily enough, even my lawyer hadn't really considered before, is if you are known in your office or in your, wherever you're working as just there because the boss wants to fuck you, it doesn't really do you any favors professionally. It doesn't win you friends because they're like, oh, she's just the blonde who the boss wants to pork. And it doesn't, and so it's much harder to be taken seriously professionally. And I think that's why I think there's a bit, all that stuff, baggage of being blonde and, in that kind of role, that subservient role in my 20s is one of the reasons why I went and did a doctorate. Because I think, I think Dan Snow doesn't need letters after his name or before them, and I damn well do. And that is partly because I have a fanny and we're only in the 21st century. Maybe these things will change. Yeah.
Do you think it might be changing a little bit?
I'm... like I say, it's loads of bandwagoning, and all this kind of wokey woke stuff. It has this huge kind of vocal power behind it and lots of sort of social media drives. But actually, if you look at where the mass of population sit and what our media, how far tilting to the right our media is, I'm not sure there's that much of a change, I've got to be honest. I think people have to be more careful, don't they? Employers have to be much more wary, and people who got away with really cavalier behaviour and couch casting now have to, watch their step and also be careful not to leave a paper trail. And it doesn't mean it doesn't happen though, and it doesn't mean we necessarily sympathise with the victims. Pretty flirtatious women don't cut particularly effective victims, in press.
I've been talking a bit with on the podcast. We had some sort of like anti-woke people. We had this somebody called Helen Pluckrose, who's this writer, and she's great. But she said that she believes that women have been left behind in the woke thing, and that
that's because men can't multitask. Did you not know this? I mean, I'm sorry to go back to an old sex trope or sexist trope, I should say, but quickly correct myself. But it's absolutely true. There was research done. I think it was over the last 30 years. Where if you looked at how well ethnic minorities and women progressed in the workplace, every time ethnic minorities kind of went up a bit, in terms of their job, how many were on the board or the CEO or smashed through the glass ceiling, women fell behind and vice versa. It's like we can't manage both at once. That's so right now, with the Me Too things being chucked out the window because we've got Black Lives Matter. It's like, oh my goodness, we can't possibly juggle two issues at the same time. And there's J.K. Rowling, we've got to thank her for all the transgender issues. So, it's like, whoa, this is a snowstorm. So let's just remember we're white and male and bloody well rule the world. How are you as a white male, actually? How does that feel every day? Dressing down your guilt, addressing.
you know personally that it's not as simple as that. Not for
I know, Andrew.
White man trying to get into the industry.
It's so tough. Can I help you in any way?
Yeah.
Can I give you a small crutch?
Tell you what, I said to someone the other day, because as you know, and I have spoken about it a little bit, but I don't want to speak very, as soon as you speak very publicly about it, then you become Lawrence Fox, and I'm not Lawrence Fox. I'm just me. So I just say
Lawrence Fox, you see, he did so well on Twitter. Let me just check where Lawrence Fox is at on social media these days.
Yeah, well, he's doing all right, but it's an ugly crowd, isn't it? It's an ugly. You don't want that crowd around. No. I wouldn't want that.
Well, they buy books because they tend to tilt to the right and they're older. So, I mean, I'm just being really cynical here.
No, you're not wrong.
You've got to have a crowd.
Yeah.
And they probably watched Coast more than Wokers did, and I presented Coast, and they probably buy books about the Second World War, and I write books about the Second World War.
There you go.
They're less likely to fall into my third camp, my third passion, which is Romania.
They're not interested about
That's
Romania.
the whipping boy of Europe. They're not interested in Romania because they think Romanians aren't properly European. I think some of them think that anyway. And I kind of blame, that's kind of part of the Brexit narrative, isn't it? That we're like different or exceptional, better than Europeans, even though it's mainly East Europeans. And they've also got totally lost in the Black Lives Matter and the feminist thing. Where is our clapping for the East Europeans? This is about the two biggest foreign national minorities in Britain are Poles and Romanians.
Yeah.
We should be out there banging our tins for them. They've been unable to go home because of quarantine, working in our care homes, working in our hospitals, working in our supermarkets. I know because I speak a bit and I hear it on the street.
Yeah.
And I like run after them, go, can you speak a bit of Romanian to me? Like I'm like a little doggy. And also I fancy most Romanian men who walk on pavements, or even if they're crawling.
Handsome Romanians. They can be quite handsome. Romanians, I think. Is that right? Yeah, I would say so.
What do you mean quite? I'm married to one and I fancy lots. So yeah. And I would put them on, you're a bit more Serbian looking actually. They're sort of taller and darker. They're more sort of not quite, But I've always had a weak spot. But it's really interesting where...
I've got Romanian blood.
I don't believe you.
Oh, I do.
You're a bit Italian because they were part of the Roman Empire.
No, my dad's a mum. Her parents came from Romania.
Were they Jewish?
Yeah.
There we go. That's interesting, isn't it? That's no, but it's not, I just was making a guess there because in the turn of the 19th century into the 20th, proportionally the biggest Jewish minority in the world, proportional to the population size, was in Romania.
So the biggest minority.
Yes.
That's like how when does a pond become a lake sort of thing?
No. Yeah, but what I mean is, so Russia had far more Jewish people.
Yeah.
But they're a much bigger country. So in relation to the size of Romania, they had the biggest Jewish population who they failed to enfranchise. In fact, given that I love Romania, I think we should move. They've not managed to totally come to terms with their relationship with anti-Semitism. But if I may just quickly say, in my new series, Who is Romania? Don't cut this bit out, you little bastard. Right, there is an amazing interwar Jewish writer, Mihail Sebastian, Jewish Romanian, who, despite the vicious anti-Semitism of the time, and Romania has to put their hand up to that, and they've started doing that more recently, which is a good thing, he wrote the most spell-binding books and plays, very rarely self-pitying, and it's several of them have been translated into English. And I would ask you, as actually someone with Romanian Jewish heritage, I'm going to send you one as a Christmas present, Andrew.
Oh, great! I will get it to my dad
his
straight
journal,
away.
Or over 2,000 years, or you could write the one of coming of age one. Thank you.
Just address it to my father. He will want to read it. My dad will want to read.
Would he? Okay, Mihail Sebastian. They won. One of them won the English Pen Award. Good.
Right. Well, there you go. Well, everything's shit. I mean, this is one of the issues. You can't. It's very complicated because everybody's quite self-interested, as you said at the beginning of the podcast. We are.
Is that cynical though? I mean, altruism's inspired by self-interest.
Yeah.
Without a desire to do good, which is motivated by wanting to make ourselves feel better, nothing good would happen.
Exactly. But that's why a lot of people don't. Yeah, we don't really believe people when they're doing the virtue signaling, because people are left out. That's what I mean. You said the Poles and the Romanians. I feel women were left out at the moment. I feel Jews are left out.
And you feel a bit left out, don't you? Feel a bit left out.
I feel the Jews have been left out.
Can we just go back to virtue signaling?
Yes.
But I also think there's a really interesting thing. The Stacey Dooley and the white savior complex, and she goes and hugs a black orphan for children in need or something last year. Do you remember? And there's a huge hoo-ha. Maybe you weren't across 60.
I do remember. I know. I'm always following Stacey Dooley. I know what she's doing.
Are you?
Yes.
Yeah, she's got a finger on the wind, She's
much more successful than me.
She is, and me. So old Stacey Dooley. I was interested by that because the reason I've got this long love affair with Romania was that after the revolution, you'll be too young to remember this, all this news stories broke about the orphanages, and I went out there and I literally hugged orphans for 9 months. Right. There were lots of pictures of me looking like Stacey Dooley with blonde hair, hugging orphans, but the orphans were white, right? So there was never a thing that is a white savior thing, but it was within Europe. Does that make sense? So you can at the moment, all the narratives about Black Lives Matter, that's where the kind of crisis point has been identified. But I would say again, we fail to recognise the way Britain and British people other countries, so make them seem less. Does that make sense?
I was having this conversation last night with a friend, actually, and we were talking about, it was a friend of mine who's of Indian origin, and she was talking about how she found it offensive when people mocked or did an impression of an Indian accent, right? But if somebody did a Russian accent or something, it wasn't offensive. And she was trying to place, very, very self-reflective, trying to place, why is it that it's so offensive to me?
Yeah.
And is it about the ethnicity part and the colour and whatever it might be? It's really complex, isn't it?
It's really complex. It's about the sort of the back foot aspect. But also I remember once being on the radio and talking about a Polish plumber or whatever. And I'm always a bit more kind of freewheeling when I talk about East Europeans, because I'm married to one and I feel heavily invested in the Romanian. And somebody rang up and complained. And I then went home really, really anxious, thinking, oh my God, I've done something terrible. And they said to me, oh no, you can't really be rude about another white country, predominantly white country. And I was like, oh, where does that leave us? It is really interesting about the sort of pecking order. Like, America is anyone's game, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? We can all do a Yankee accent and kind of be as rude as we like, because they're the big boys.
France, Germany.
Yeah, they're easy to take a pop out. Although I think the Germany thing is a little bit, because it's a bit, now it's become quite torturous because of Brexit. You see, that stamps you with a political colour.
Oh.
But you see, there's two things about Brexit. One is it that we don't like how successful Germany's become post-war? They're big, they're booming again. Even COVID, like, it's kind of almost, to me, I'm a European, but it's a bit annoying that Angela Merkel mummying you all in Germany and the low COVID levels. How the hell have they got away with it? So there's a little bit of that where Britain, I think, feels belittled by Germany in particular, and that close relationship between France and Germany. And the other thing is about these East European countries and us wanting, to be able to select the East Europeans we want and not just have them freewheeling into our country. But we need them now, so we're happy to have them when it rains, but not when it's sunny.
My girlfriend just got a Polish passport because she's from Argentina.
I was going to say a Polish lover. I thought
she's got a Polish lover. God, your mind always goes there, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
You wish she was having a Polish lover.
Well, it would be exciting, wouldn't it? I could ask you some more interesting questions with an extra dimension.
Yeah, he comes round on Fridays, and we.
Yeah.
She's got.
And does he mend the loo? That would be I'm sorry to go back to stereotypes.
Oh my God, Tessa.
No, but that's to go back to.
We're going to get phone call-ins, even though it's not even a call-in show. People are going to be so offended by you.
Yeah, but my point is, it's about breaking down those stereotypes, isn't it? So I've just reinforced it.
You have to joke about things, don't you?
You do. Oh. God, anyway. Why has she got a Polish passport?
As it happens, she's also of Jewish origin, and her grandparents were sort of forced out of Poland and all of that. So we were able to get a Polish passport.
Right. So why haven't you got a Romanian one? Do you not want a Romanian one? Come on, I would love one, but my husband, he's Romanian, and he won't help me facilitate me getting my Romanian passport.
We talked about it. And you know what the weird thing about the Polish one was? I think I am right in... No, you know what? I'm definitely not right. But there was one of them where it has to go through the man for you to be able to get the passport.
Well, I mean, they did spend a long time behind the Iron Curtain. Not everything changes at the same rate, and the rate we might necessarily want it to change at.
That Iron Curtain.
And you're more likely to get a break as a presenter, perhaps in Poland, as a result of that. They've got quite a far-right government. Last time I checked, a fairly nationalistic one.
Yeah, they'd take a white man.
Yeah, they might.
They might
take you.
Well, maybe not a Jewish guy. I'd have to hide that.
Hide that? Yes, stop flaunting that. You could become Andrew Gobb. On the edge instead of Andrew Gold, and you would be no longer on the edge, but right in the centre of things.
In the centre of things.
Yeah.
I was going to say. So I'm thinking, who can we bitch about in the industry? Because last time I was with you, we were going around talking to lots of celebrity people, and I think you hated all of them. Is there someone that we can bitch?
God, did I? That's terrible. I can't believe that I would hate people. Oh my goodness, I never hate anyone. How could you say that?
There was actually no. I mean, I was going to hint things, but because we're all at the same agency, even hinting would give it away. So there's no point, is there?
That would be unfair. Don't hint things. Yeah. What I would say is that I do think some celebrities wear their celebrity very lightly and are very grateful for it and share it. And I think sometimes, especially if it's, I think Britain, much as I love my native land, has several flaws that even America doesn't have. And one is, as my American friend says, son or daughter of. So if you are the son or daughter of somebody famous, you tend to just get swept along in their success. And hey presto, become...
Like who?
Well, the Fox dynasty you mentioned earlier, for example.
The Foxtons?
the Fox dynasty that you mentioned earlier.
The Fox dynasty.
Yeah.
Who else did I mention earlier? Louis Theroux.
I think also for, people who might have been successful, but they might not have been successful. Or it's there's lots of examples. The Dimblebees, the Snows. Come on, there's loads.
Let's get them.
They're all pale, stale men. I could argue there on those last 3 sets that we made.
Well, you know what? That winds me up more than anything, because that is the case, that it was obviously hugely a white man thing. It's not now. Statistically, white men are the most underrepresented people on TV. Cry me your white tears, you could say, but they are.
Oh my God!
They are.
We just, that's
a fact.
Really, but how many East Europeans are there on telly in Britain? I'm just going to go back to that.
But that's a nationality.
Our 2 biggest nationalities are unrepresented on our television screens.
Disabled people are still underrepresented.
Yeah. What is that about? It's interesting, isn't it? We can't manage everything at once. It's like too hectic. And anyway, you're all right because you're on the edge, Andrew. You're edgy in your whiteness and your maleness.
I know. I'm on the edge. I'm the least edgy person in the world. It's so I'm like a grandpa at 31.
You are a bit avuncular.
Yeah, but that's why I'm interested in people who are on the edge. Although are you on the edge? You're maybe on the edge.
Shush, I want to talk a bit more. I want to tell you about the way in which people who inherit celebrity and how they wear it differently. I think if you have come to celebrity quite late in life, you can't believe your luck and you're really generous with it.
Sure.
You know, it's a bit like, have a sprinkling of my magic fairy dust.
Okay,
there's a telly chef called Matt Tebber, and I love him.
Okay.
He's not massive, but he works quite hard. He's quite, he's increasingly known in the industry.
I think I've met him.
He's very generous with his celebrity. Whereas I think some people who maybe have inherited it think that they've got this sort of special, it's like being royalty, telly royalty.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're necessarily always as generous. They might be slightly more, the word is entitled.
What and like who, for example, that you really hate?
I would say another generous one, because let's say positive. I see you fishing me into little holes.
Yeah.
Dan Jones, who's a very good medieval historian. Dan Jones. Very big. He's quite a big seller. You haven't heard of him, no?
Yes, I have. I just couldn't hear you.
You should get him on your podcast.
Okay.
He's funny.
I tried.
Let me get Dan Jones on your podcast for you. I shall text him now.
Well, not right now. Let me think about
Okay,
doing a show.
But I quite fancy him, so I don't mind sending him a text.
Right.
No, he's very attractive.
I asked, what's this celebrity, dead celebrities?
Greg Jenner. I prefer Dan Jones.
Okay, I asked Greg, but he was really busy.
Well, I think that Dan Jones is a better historian and more attractive.
What makes someone a better or worse historian?
Well, he's just better. He's just better writer. He's a really good. Okay, rather than being better, he's a very good writer.
Okay.
And he writes with a whip, pang, whiz, wop.
I think Greg's got some of that.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of whiz pop.
I feel like maybe I feel that I'm getting it's slightly less gimmicky. I don't want to compare the two, but for me, my taste leans towards Dan Jones, but would lean naturally towards Dan Jones. Yeah. I feel I learn more about the period he delves into. He's, owns that period. He's classic.
Yeah. You're a purist.
I'm a purist, and he was up with the big boys. He's a very, very, very bright guy, and I also just want to get in that.
Handsome.
I have a little interest in the medieval period.
Right.
I'm not allowed to go back to Romania, but they do have a lovely medieval prince called Stephen the Great, Stephen Chalmari, and every time he had a successful fight, he built something. And if you want to be remembered,
colourful cathedrals.
We just need to, he did paint a monster. You just need to build a lot all the time. I mean, I don't know what Boris Johnson, he talked about that bridge, didn't he, between Northern Ireland. I think he needs to build something because Brexit is not going to be a good way to be remembered. He's doing the railway. We're getting that new railway that no one's going to travel on because of COVID. Yeah. HR2.
Slightly faster.
Is it HR2 or is that a hormone replacement treatment? Can't remember, but anyway, something like that.
Tell me about Derek Acora. I want to hear about Derek Acora. That just really interests me because you did Paranormal Egypt, which was a series.
I love Derek. Derek died earlier this year, which was a real loss actually, because he was the real deal, Derek. He actually managed to, he was a very heavy smoker. I think he did bloody well to live as long as he did.
Wow.
He was dancing. I always said to him, can your psychic powers not tell you that those silk cuts are going to land you in a sticky mess, my friend?
Yeah.
He was lovely. And he travelled with his wife. And I don't know, for some reason in my head, I thought Derek Acora would have had a showgirl wife with long nails and be a bit scary. And Gwen was lovely. She was the real deal. I wanted her to take me to her bosom. She didn't, but that was my dream. But we did get on.
How did that happen? Because you're like you are a historian. And how did this paranormal stuff happen? And I couldn't find it anywhere. I just got the trailer.
That was before I became a doctor.
Okay. So you were, before a doctor, let's get into that. You were a presenter first.
I was masquerading. I was a historian like Dan Snow.
Okay.
I was offered a gig. Come to Egypt with Derek Akora. And
how were you offered that gig? Was this the first thing you'd done, or you?
Because I flirted with him. You know, the thing is about Me Too, you see, the whole thing is, it's fine with people like Derek Akora because they don't have power over you and they don't take it seriously. And we just had a nice rapport. Do you know, we just got on. We did a little pilot together and we had a nice chemistry. We like to admit that anymore. We like to say I've got chemistry with someone. I had a chemistry with Derek Akora. It wasn't sexual, but it was fun and affirming.
Slightly sexual.
Well,
chemistry.
But would it have been the same chemistry if I'd been a man? It would have been a different chemistry. So there was
between him and between the man you would have been and Derek Akora.
Yes, it would have been different, wouldn't it? Like right now, Andrew.
He might not have taken you.
You're not much fun, so quite difficult to flirt with. But, you know, actually, that's why I like Dan Jones. You grilled me about his book. So the real truth is Dan Jones is a massive flirt, and I like flirting with him.
Yeah, I'm scared.
It was Greg Jenner. I've only met him once, but I don't remember flirting with him. You know, rah!
He doesn't look like he would flirt with you.
No, so I like him.
But this is it, though, because you talk, passionately and rightly so about the Me Too thing. But I think, I guess some people could argue it that you sort of want it both ways, which is not necessarily wrong, because why shouldn't you have it both ways? But it's very complex.
No, but that's because what happens, the whole Me Too thing, this is what's been so misconstrued. Flirtation is, I think, part of our repertoire. It's part of the way humans communicate with each other. There would be no babies in the world if ultimately there was no flirtation. That doesn't mean that all flirtations end in procreation. They clearly don't. But it's just, I flirt with old women. I flirt with my old women. I hold their hands. Physical contact's important. I flirt with my daughter's friends. It's a kind of, it's a, obviously there's different types of flirting. But when it becomes sinister is when you are obligated to flirt to please your boss. You have to behave in a certain way, and it becomes instituted. It's the structure of your relationship. So you don't just do your job; you also have to service and flatter his ego.
That's awful.
Okay, and that's part of. But these behavioural patterns, unless you call them out, they're very hard to identify. What is being forced to flirt, and then if you work in the industry, you're often working late at night, texting late at night, there's the sort of the boundaries.
Yeah.
We've all got to be aware of it, women as well.
It's very complicated though, because obviously, so Derek Akora, for example, is 69. He was 69 when he passed away, and
died. I don't like the word passed away.
Passed away.
So old-fashioned. He died.
Well, specifically for him, he passed over to another side.
Oh yeah, he would have passed. Yeah.
He would have passed.
But that's true.
Of all people, he passed.
Okay.
But
I love Derek.
Someone like, I'm 31. Greg Jenner's probably about 31 as well. Maybe
no, he's older than that. It's between us.
But you grow up with a very, you're scared shitless. So it's not that you don't have that flirtatious side within you, but
yeah, I know it's changed.
You're scared out of your mind. Yeah. So, and I'm worried all the time about what I say or think and do.
I'm really glad I'm not a boy today. I'm glad I'm an old cougar.
Yeah. But you were giving me this "cry me your white tears" thing earlier. Yeah.
It's difficult. I agree. But I think it's difficult as a black boy. I think it's difficult as a man. I think it's difficult bearing a willy, which is why some people don't want them anymore. Okay.
I'm going to call this episode "It's Difficult Bearing a Willy." I spoke again. Helen Lewis. She said this thing that I quite liked actually. She said, because if you want to bring people round, she's a staunch feminist, of course. That's one of the things she's known for. And she was saying like it's actually not a good idea to tell people like you've had it easy, whether you're a white man or you're a man or you're white or whatever it might be, because nobody has it easy. Everybody has stuff. Everybody has stuff that's difficult. It might be an illness or a friend, this and that happened. We all have our struggles. And when you tell people that, they just turn off. They just don't want to listen. They move away from the whole idea. And she said, what is better is to tell people, you might have had a very difficult life, but statistically in general, it was probably slightly easier than some other people's lives, but still hard. And I think that brings people around a little more.
So I think that's where the whole kind of debate gets quite messy, doesn't it? Where you can't compare one with another and you can't presume that all white people, but I don't think anybody does actually, do they? That's the point. Nobody is saying that, it's tougher. It's just nobody's saying that, all white people have it easier than all black people. But to hammer home a message in a very noisy world, you have to kind of hone it down and keep it really simple. So the blunt tool that is BLM, that kind of, to hammer it home, it has to, cause a bit of collateral damage in terms of not recognizing some of the pain among other ethnicities, or seeming to trample on those areas. But it's a quagmire, isn't it? That's the bottom line to talk about it. But I think one of the dangers is that, if you're stuck in a horrible poverty trap and you're white or you don't identify as black, a lovely friend of mine from Morocco, I said, come on, go and complain to the school, come on, Sandy, Black Lives Matters. And she went, I'm not black. Just so she didn't identify with that group, even though they would probably look to include her. She's a Muslim woman from Morocco. So it's complicated, but I would say if it's not a blunt tool, the messaging doesn't get through. So you can't go, oh, this life matters and this life matters, and it's not going to work on a hashtag, is it?
It's tough, isn't it? But I mean,
really tough.
I would argue that blunt message, that very blunt message, is the thing that sort of put Trump in power, for example.
Yeah, it works on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, if you are a white, middle of America, for lack of a better word, hillbilly, right? Or you're told all the time your life's easy, and they can't put food on the table, and they're just like, oh, well, screw you. I'll just vote for Trump then. I think that's what that was. I think Brexit had some of that as well.
But yeah, absolutely, it did, and it's the blunt messaging. You need to break through. You need to get traction. You need to be heard, and at the same time, it causes collateral damage. And what I find frustrating as a centrist, it's really unsexy to be a centrist. No. But there is, if you want, it's all about following now, isn't it? Influence, and if you're in the centre, you may as well not exist. It's unless you're polarized. So in the Meghan Markle debate, which I quite often talk about on various different media forums, either you hate Meghan Markle, or you believe that all of Britain is a racist and that's why Meghan Markle's left. Yeah. And there seems to be like kind of no middle ground. There seems to, can't we say, oh, Meghan, clearly didn't really buy into the royal family. Yeah. And, came as this kind of ready-made entity. Most people kind of marry in a bit earlier, like Kate. And maybe there is also an issue for some people with her being American and a woman of color. For some people, but I don't think everyone needs to think that that's the only reason she was ejected. Partly, of course, she chose to remove herself. So it's really complicated, and I find it exhausting,
I just have no time for, I'm just not the royal, but you're a historian, you must be quite interested in the royal family.
Well, what I find really interesting about the royal family is why has Britain's royal family survived? I'm going to go back to my lovely Romania.
No,
I love Romania. They're a Romanian family. We know they were exiled by the communists, but there's all the way across Europe, there are sort of weird entitled people who believe they're still royalty because their families lost their thrones 50 to 60 years ago, and Romania is no exception. So why is in particular the British royal family survived? And one of the reasons was in the 19th century, they gave up power. They didn't have any constitutional powers, and instead they became popular. They traded power for popularity, and to get popular, with loads of pomp and ceremony and all sort of mystique and gold carriages, and this idea, they sort of tied us back to our roots, with all the window dressing that we, the state, gave them.
Sure.
We facilitated it, all the great sort of jubilees at the turn of the 20th century. We did it better than anyone else because we invested in it rather than having some Kaiser with powers or some Tsar who was an absolutist. We said, no, you can't do any of that. We don't know if you're going to be thick or bright, and we're not going to take that risk. Instead, here you go, have a scepter and a crown and wave like this in a carriage when it's raining, because it's always raining in those events.
It's a tourism thing.
It's a tourism thing. Now, what's interesting is the lifeblood of our royal family, historically, since that time in the late 19th century, has been the support of the conservative press. When I say that's the Daily Mail and the Times, then they all kind of go, lovely, isn't it marvellous? Don't we do this well? Isn't Britain good at doing ceremony? We love it. And where Meghan Markle's interesting is she's come into this institution, which is anachronistic, dysfunctional, pretty unattractive. I mean, God, they're all plug ugly, despite having Diana's genes. God bless them. And she's clearly not going to court the conservative media, and they were pretty brutal to her. So that, was out of the picture. But she's taken the Duchess title, and they've got loads of cash, from goodness knows where, Netflix and Charlie's Pocket, I think.
Yeah.
And so I'm worried, and now she's become quite political. You must vote, 75 days till the election. It's quite clear she's anti-Trump.
Yes.
And it's very interesting because they've gone out on a limb and they're being political, and there's no history of that working in the long term in the British royal family. One of their reasons for their popularity is we don't know what they think. We don't know what their politics are. We can guess, probably fairly conservative.
Yeah.
They're an unelected family with loads of privileges.
But not the kids.
But we don't know. And what Meghan's done differently is she's gone out on a limb with Harry, of course, there's two of them there, and they are politicised now. And they still have that Duchess and Duke title. Now, I would say, where's their long-term support going to come from? Because the liberal press, they're not naturally, why would the liberal press support somebody in a £14 million mansion with...
And yet they do, though.
They're part of the Liberati, aren't they? Where they're part of this kind of liberal elite. That's
what pisses people off. I mean, is there any better example of a champagne socialist than the royal monarchy? I mean...
Well, I don't think the royal family is champagne socialists because they're clearly probably champagne conservatives.
No, but anyone who were became a socialist as such, or the woke stuff. I think people don't want to be lectured by Harry or by. I don't mind when Emma Thompson does it because I really like Emma Thompson.
You fancy Emma Thompson, do you?
You're obsessed. I just love Emma. How can you not love Emma Thompson?
I'm not obsessed. I'm just saying. I'm just wondering what the attraction is.
You don't like Emma Thompson? How can you not?
I don't mind Emma Thompson, but she lectures me about climate change more than Meghan Markle does.
That's what I mean. Well, that's what I mean. So people are pissed off at Emma Thompson as well. She just brought me so much joy in so many films that fair enough. But Meghan hasn't done any films. I didn't even watch.
Well, just because you don't like Suits. I mean, some people just think she's gorgeous, and because it was really nice to have a woman of courage. Well, sometimes it is, and she says the right things, and she's very lucid. Why not? She hasn't had time to do a PhD yet. Give her 5 years. And I also the interesting thing about Meghan Markle is she was this new kid on the block. It could have been done differently. So it's interesting to me that we attack Harry and Meghan, but actually, why don't we attack the royal family more for handling it so badly? And us for handling it so badly. Like, they are just kids, really. They're younger than me, so I consider them kids. And also, they both come from super damaged backgrounds, and maybe they needed a bit of support. They were just trying to do things differently. I don't mind them lecturing me because I just switch off. I don't follow them on Instagram if I don't want to listen.
That's fair enough.
Why do people get so upset?
What did our agent Hillary tell you that I asked about you just before?
She said, you rang up. This is how disloyal as Andrew is about his guests before he puts them on air.
What, I do research?
She said, I don't know what I can talk to Tess about because she'll want to talk about Romania, and who wants to know about Romania? I'm telling you now, Andrew, that Romania is one of the biggest countries in Europe. It's very well educated. Yeah. And I've got a fact for you. Yeah. It's got the biggest diaspora. Proportionally more people have left Romania. You're part of that. Your generation's gone by. Bigger, except for Syria.
Right.
There's more people have left Romania in the last 8 years than any other country except for Syria. Proportionally, it's about 5 million.
That is fascinating. I did not say to Hillary that no one would be interested in that. I just said I need other stuff, like any dirt on her. What's the funny, weird stuff? On that note, tell me, why did you first get interested in Romania?
You are a beast. Because when I told you I went out and worked in an orphanage as a white saviour within Europe.
And tell me what happened. Yeah, but tell me what happened next.
Oh, I met a boy when he was a boy, and I married him later. I've always had, and makes me seem, I can't even stitch myself up on this podcast because I've talked about me too.
You wrote a book about it.
I know, I wrote a book about it. Wait, I don't talk about my book, but I have written several books, and that book nearly broke my marriage.
What was it? To Romania with Love, was it?
It was called To Romania with Love,
yes.
Yeah. But I never got translated in Romanian. I got a publisher because my husband was so angry that I wrote it.
Oh
so
my God.
If you want a happy marriage, do not write a book about your partner. And I think women are better about being written about than men are because of the male ego.
I would not be. No, well, it depends on the personality. Like, I don't mind being written about. You could write I'd love it, in fact.
But you're a PR whore. You just want to get everyone listening to On the Edge.
And what about you? It's both of us.
Piss off the edge right now.
Both of our partners, I think, want to be left alone. I don't think it's a male-female thing. They just don't want to. I try not to mention. I don't want to mention it too much. Yeah, so
you say you drag mine in, but not yours. You said she's got Polish passport
because mine actually listens to this.
Does she? Because I've got this. Who is Romania on my YouTube channel? Everyone,
we're going to get to it. Yours is going to be longer than the other podcast.
By the way, but he hasn't even watched them, and he's Romanian.
So you met him when you met. He was 12 years old.
He was 12. He wasn't in an orphanage.
You were 37.
I was 100. 100! And
yeah. Now, what were you? You were 18?
No, I was about 8 years older than him, which is a lot at the time. I was 19. But then I went
You started dating.
No, we did not date.
Sorry. Okay, I'll be serious now. Go on.
So Macron's made it all totally fine anyway now. I appreciate Macron. That's where I'm at.
It's actually, you know what? It's actually quite a nice story. So I'll let you tell it.
It's a lovely story.
Yeah,
it is a lovely story. And we're going on a double date this weekend because we've not been getting on very well recently.
Okay.
So I've instigated a double date with the Italian family at 9:15.
Right. With who?
And I've got with the Italian couple.
What Italian couple?
So we're going on a double date, just in case we run out of things to say because we've been married such a long time. We're going on a double date. So I've got an Italian man and a Romanian man.
Brilliant.
At the table at the same time. Yeah.
Tell the story.
So I go out to work in an orphanage and I just fell in love with Romania. I fell in love with the humanity and the way that they were so misunderstood and the darkness that they'd exited from and it was an incredible privilege to be in a country that was just going through this extraordinary period of transition. And I wanted to go back. So I went to university, Oxford I went to. And I sat there in the library thinking, I don't care about fat, corpulent, gout-ridden Henry VIII. I want to go back to Romania. Are you picking your nose while I'm telling you this?
I was sort of breathing on my hands.
And so I decided I wanted to go back. And I went back and I
do pick my nose. Sorry.
And I went back to teach English just when I was 19, and I went to a different city called Yash. Yash. And I met this lovely family because everyone was desperate for a little bit of the West at that time. Understandably, they'd been cut off from it for years and years and years. And there was just this one family who didn't give a staff. They didn't even notice me. I was like, notice me, everyone else is. And it was Stan's family. They were like, whatever. They were classic kind of Moldovan, like, what, go away, big blonde. And so as soon as somebody isn't interested in you, you just muscle in, don't you? Me, like a Labrador at the window. Well, I do anyway.
Well, you do, yeah.
Yeah. And then he was like, what, stop, shut up. And then but he was really, really gifted at English, this 12-year-old. So I helped him get a scholarship actually to a school over here for half a year. The long and short of it, never saw him again then for about 7 years. When I went back, he was 18 actually, he was 18, okay, it's 18. And I was 26, and he was gorgeous. I was like, oh my God, I totally fancy him.
Oh.
And then we got married in the end, but that's why I'm so anti-Brexit, because we got married and everything before Brexit. So we spent years in immigration queues in Bucharest, and the smell of fear. I never knew that humans excreted a hormone that smells. The smell of fear is a real thing. We smell differently when we're scared. We excrete something because you could smell it in the immigration queues. I can't believe we're going back there and it's going to be us in the queue. Bloody hell. Anyway, he's got a right to remain visa. But in those days, I had to do lots of lying. Why did he first come over? Because they don't want you to admit it's a relationship. He might kind of,
Yeah.
So my mum invited him over and then he came and studied, and we're always faking documents and paying a fortune. It's really boring being an immigrant.
We're about to go through that because I want to move back to the UK at some point, and so my girlfriend's got a Polish passport, which until December the 31st is okay for her to live.
Oh, you quick!
Yeah, we're not ready to move back yet, so
why don't you marry her and then she just get in as your?
Even then, you need to have like.
I was going to say your fuck buddy, but once you get married, sorry.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's ambitious. But,
yeah, it is ambitious.
So that's quite an amazing story.
You sound really underwhelmed by my entire interview.
That's just what my voice sounds like. That's why I'm not a big presenter, because I don't have that voice, do I? I'm very overwhelmed. I think this is a great interview. It's going to be the longest one yet because you're very interesting to talk to. It's a lot of fun.
Piss off. Can you cut out a bit about Black Lives Matter? Because I don't know if white people should really talk about it because I'm scared. Like you
all
are.
Of it.
Not all of it, but we can discuss that.
Anything that's controversial.
Anything that makes me sound clumsy, because that's one of the big issues I think today. And I've got a blooming doctorate and I still don't know how to articulate.
No one does.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're all a bit scared to speak, and then people vote in ugly ways in the ballot box. And I think that's slightly where we're at the moment, and I'm scared of that.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Right, that's what I'm saying, innit?
I'll take out the bit about the Jews as well.
Yeah.
I'll take that bit out.
Take that bit out. You protect your lot. Yeah, I see that. Look after your own.
I'm looking after you. I'll put it back in if you want.
No, take it out.
You'll get David Baddiel knocking on your door tomorrow.
David Baddiel watches loads of porn. I know that because
he talks about it.
I work for production. Does he? Does he talk about it? Or does he talk about it now? I remember before he talked about it.
Oh, go on.
Does he? I don't follow him anymore. But him and his dad had done a Who Do You Think You Are? Yeah. And they ratcheted up loads, big bill.
What? On like TV porn in a hotel?
I think so, yeah.
Can I leave that in?
I like to say that. Well, I don't know. Is it common? It's not common knowledge, is it? But I think that's why it instigated his decision to talk about it.
I don't think he'd be bothered with it because firstly, he's not going to listen to this, and secondly, he does talk about it a lot on like Ricky Gervais podcasts and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, well there you are. I know him and his dad. Father and son. That kind of. I don't know if they watched it together, but they're obviously on the road, at some point together, and or I don't know. So my goodness. Also, I've got to go because I'm writing another book about older women because you've got to keep. It's like when you've found something that you're good at, you need to stick with it. Okay. And two of them is about women, and two of them have been in contact with me recently. Yeah. And said they're worried. In my interviews, I asked them too much about sex. It's about the war stories in the army.
Because people should listen to your podcast, by the way, shouldn't they?
But no, I've done them now.
They're still out there. They're still,
Do you think I'm worried that I've been too risque, Andrew? I'm scared now.
I listened to a few of them. They were totally fine. That one with Ben Fogle was good.
That one, it was quite straight. My podcasts were very straight because they were for Behind the Front Line. They were specifically straight. I've gone as far to the edge. I've flown as close to the wind as I feel comfortable
Icarus.
for you.
How was Ben Fogle?
He wasn't as friendly and as forthcoming as you are, and he didn't retweet about my podcast. What's the point of having a celebrity on if they don't give you any traction or love?
That's why I asked, because you were publicly livid.
Was I publicly livid? I was a bit like, that's...
Yeah, you tweeted about it.
Did I? So it's a bit mean, isn't it? If you go on something and then they don't, retweet to their 1 million followers or whatever they've got.
Everyone I've had on has retweeted, so that is a bit mean of him.
Which is, it is a bit mean. What I've not enjoyed, this is now all 46-year-old women are going to understand this, doing a podcast with a man who's 15 years younger than you. I keep on wanting to tuck my face under my headphones.
Are you mad? What are you talking about?
Joanna Lumley.
The thing is, it's blurry enough that I can't see anyway.
Can you not?
The wrinkles.
Ooh, like this.
Do you get, what's it called? The injection things?
No, I've never had it, but I'm thinking of getting it.
Because you look like you do. Is that a compliment?
No, but after I've been talking to you for blooming an hour, you look like got baby skin. It's not very attractive in a man, though. You probably look better when you're a bit older.
Fuck me. Well, my girlfriend likes me to shave it as well. It's like it's a usually longer beard, but
I don't like stubble. It's not nice to kiss. It takes off your foundation. It's horrid.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, it's not. It's not a good sex tool. Just my tip. That would be my tip.
I'm just trying to think. Is there anything I haven't asked you quickly?
No. So I'm going to go and write my book, talk about Meghan Markle, but not get into trouble. Watch that Pithole, and promote Who is Romania. You didn't mention my queen.
I was just about to go into Who is Romania. Queen Mary.
Don't like you. Hate you.
Right, let's do it. Come on, quickly tell me about it.
No, quickly. It's okay.
I forgot you'd have to go. I didn't know you'd have to suddenly go. I've got right. There's my notes. You can't even.
Does it taste Esther is a genius?
All the Romania stuff, which will be backwards for you, but it's all here.
You're such a bastard.
There's the Romanian
bottom line is I've done because everyone associates them with, they get a very bad press, the Romanians. They're seen as sort of pickpockets, and I don't know why, because they're highly educated, and I think they're one of the biggest workers in our NHS. And we at the NHS and put love hearts and fairy unicorns and rainbows around them. So they're looking to explain more about their heritage. And I volunteered because I am a doctor, a historical doctor, not a rainbows and a proper NHS doctor. And so we've done these little stories about big hitters, big Romanian hitters. Can you name any?
The big Romanians. There was Popescu like 20 years ago. Ili Dimitrescu.
Petrescu was played for Chelsea, you're right. Petrescu, I used to, that's how I learned his and remembered his name.
Is Di Matteo Italian or Romanian?
You're thinking of all sports people. What about, you can name probably a very good Romanian tennis player at the moment? Simona?
No, never.
Halep? No, she won Wimbledon? No? Okay, you weren't watching. It was the only time the Telegraph newspaper wrote anything positive about a Romanian was when Simona Halep won Halep. We can't believe I got the name wrong.
Well, there's loads of countries, aren't there? You can't know stuff about everything. I mean, what do you know about Lithuania?
Wait a minute, let me just tell you the story. It's the Daily Telegraph. It's going to be the only time they've written something positive about Romania was when Simona won Wimbledon and held up the plate. They only get a plate, don't they, women, I think, and then get the cup. I don't know. Anyway, she's
too bloody right.
Too damn right. And I thought, this is amazing. The Telegraph will write something positive. And it was an entire article about how Serena Williams lost her title as opposed to how Simona won it.
Well, hang on. That happens. That's like, the other day, Tottenham, my team, beat Man United 6-1. And all of the articles, it was all about Man United losing.
But it was just a chance, because it's quite an interesting story how she came, from this recently communist country, you know, how she made her way. It's a great story. We would love a female Wimbledon winner, Britain, with all our money and our tennis courts and our cucumber sandwiches, you know, and we could have done a really interesting article, and we blooming well didn't, but they're not my famous Romanians. Mine come from history.
Where are people going to be able to see it, by the way, as well?
Tessa Dunlop, my YouTube channel. You can follow me on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, which I try and do in Romanian as well, which is a struggle.
I started watching, and I honestly was very interested.
Piss off.
I was! Learned loads about Queen Mary, who was...
Queen Marie, say her name right.
Queen Mary.
Prince Charles is obsessed with Romania, by the way. He goes there all the time.
Yeah.
Me and Prince Charles. I love Prince Charles. He's my favourite royal. Can I just say, I love him.
Yeah.
Love.
Yeah.
He's underrated. He's a bit like you, avuncular, pale, dark hair, slightly dull. I mean, what's not to love? And he
Prince
loves
Charles
Romania.
is a new one. Yeah.
Prince Charles is my new hot sex tip.
Yeah.
Hot sex tip. I can't believe I said that. Prince
Jesus.
Charles, I don't mean that. Okay, come on. I love him.
You can get in trouble for that.
Camilla. Don't cut that bit. And Camilla, she's
I'm
such a
leaving
good egg.
Yeah.
Camilla's been, you know, they had some trauma and hide,
Sure.
but they got there in the end.
They like Romania.
I don't think he's ever taken Camilla though. It's weird, isn't he? He goes every year. I don't think he's ever taken Camilla. Anyway,
Yeah, she hates Romania.
He calls her his great aunt. She was Queen Marie of Romania. She was born in England, in Kent, and very pretty, and Queen Victoria's granddaughter, and she sent off Virgo intacto, age 17, and is given this very ugly German prince who becomes king of Romania. And she becomes the queen, and she's big in the First World War. She's a huge success story, talking of royal success stories. In fact, Meghan Markle maybe models herself on her. She's no longer quite royal, is she? But she had something of the common touch. And I think Meghan Markle's got a bit of that. And I think that's one of the reasons why our royal family feels threatened. Because Diana, the guy who abdicated, Edward VIII, they all have something in common, which is the common touch. And that's threatening if it becomes briefly bigger than the institution itself, because the firm must survive. And, they will cannibalize in order to survive almost.
I think they were, honestly, jokes aside, you know what it is? It's because I know you already. It's very hard to compliment you because it does come across as sarky, doesn't it? I can't do that sort of Graham Norton telling everyone that, but I did actually enjoy it. And there's no way of telling you I enjoyed listening.
Enjoyed what?
Enjoyed watching. You sent me a couple of videos from Who is Romania.
I thought you were going to tell me you'd enjoyed talking to me for an hour.
I've loved talking to you for an hour. It's been
in a slightly flirtatious way, because you have no power over me, so you can flirt.
Fucking hell. Yeah, but I told you I've grown up in that world where I can't, And I told you my girlfriend listens to this, so...
Hi, but your girlfriend likes me and she knows that I'm not a threat. I'm too old to be a threat. Hi there. Hi, Andrew. Thanks for chatting. Thanks.
Yeah,
by the way, I signed an NDA and I flirt, so get your head around that, my friend. Oh, and I'm a doctor, so everything I say is correct.
You're a doctor. You know what? No, I love it when I met you because everybody expects a doctor to be quite doctory. Do you know what I mean? And you were not at all like that.
I came to it too late. That's my problem.
No, but that's not your problem. It's to your benefit. I mean, it's fantastic. That's why you're a presenter. It's why you do these programs, why people love them. And it's why you can make even someone like me enjoy learning about Queen Marie.
Queen Marie! He's still not got it.
I said Queen Marie.
God.
Queen Marie.
I'm signing off now. Do you know why? Because I'm going to pick up the baby from the childminder.
Okay.
So actually, that's so unglamorous. So let me find a more sexy way of signing off.
Yeah.
Andrew, I've got to go now
to
service my marriage.
Oh, that was fun, wasn't it? It was pretty crazy, but it was great to finally get her on the show. I'm so glad she was on. She was really a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to putting the most outrageous parts without any context on my Twitter and Instagram pages, which you can find on AndrewGold_OK. Of course, you'll find Tessa on Insta on Tessa_Dunlop and Twitter at Tessa Dunlop. Find Who is Romania, her wonderful new series, on her eponymous, is that how you pronounce it? It means namesake. YouTube and Facebook pages. So Tessa Dunlop, search for that. Who is Romania? You'll get it. Disclaimer. I can neither confirm or deny the rumours about the consumption of porn by David Baddiel and his father. I don't know David Baddiel. I've tried to get him to reply to some tweets and things, and he has occasionally done so. And I have heard him talk about porn on the Ricky Gervais podcast. So, Also, I wasn't picking my nose, as I'm far more likely to do that when I'm not Skyping with someone. I mean, I think that was a deflection tactic by Tessa, who I had on the ropes. What a segue that is, because speaking of on the ropes, next week is Rhea O'Reilly, the Irish wrestler, who's going to talk to me about the speaking out movement, which got no mainstream coverage, but is an extension of the Me Too thing in wrestling. And all these horrible wrestling men got held to account. I mean, it's the most amazing story and it's just been totally ignored. So that's next week. I'm really looking forward to that. In the coming weeks, there are some really big names and great guests coming on the show, from hypnotist Chris Hughes to linguist Dr. Lera Boroditsky, who's going to talk about how different languages can shape how we think, which I find fascinating. I love that stuff. So excited. I basically begged her, this doctor, to come on the show. So she's coming on in a couple of weeks. And then for Halloween, I've got spooky cartoonist David Firth of Fat-Pie. It's a website where he has a lot of his cartoons, and you might know him for his Salad Fingers series, which is pretty scary, weird stuff. But he's done so much, and I've been totally addicted to it for such a long time. And it's just perfect for Halloween. So yeah, I've got some homework for you if you want. Obviously, check out Tessa's Who is Romania series. Watch the movie Arrival to learn about the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis about how language shapes meaning and thoughts and the way we think and communicate. That's obviously for Dr. Boroditsky. You'll thank me later because it's just I find it's so interesting. And go to fat-pie.com and start binging David Firth's stuff. Maybe start with Salad Fingers. It might be too creepy for you, but it is Halloween, so you've got to sort of go the extra mile, don't you? You've got to let yourself be a bit freaked out. He's a really immense talent aside from anything else. And not all of his stuff is scary and weird, but it's those cartoons got me through university. Thanks so much, by the way, listeners, for your reviews, follows, and messages. I loved hearing from Madeline Ingham, an MSc psychology student who got through to me on Twitter, and she said, "Found your podcast recently and I'm really enjoying it. I love listening to podcasts on the train as traveling makes me anxious, so I'm really glad I found yours. Would love for the episodes to be longer. Looking forward to the next one. Thanks, Madeline." So I'm really glad those are keeping you company, Madeline. Seriously, it's such a lovely message. It really is, and it makes the whole thing worthwhile, because otherwise I'm just a mentalist just sitting here shouting at a microphone with nobody else in the room. It's a bit eerie, actually. Izzy Zia. Magnifico. No, Izzy, that's her name, Izzy Zia, left an Apple review saying, "Best podcasts around. Please don't stop making these." It's very nice of you to say, Izzy Zia. I hope you keep listening and appreciate me reading this out. And then there was Mrs. Bo Spangles. I don't know if she's related to the song Mr. Bojangles. I love that song. But she wrote, "Eye-opening, honest and thought-provoking, and doesn't pretend to be anything it's not. From the episodes I've heard so far, this is refreshingly good journalism, and I'm hooked." Well, that's a lovely message as well. Thank you so much, Mrs. Bo Spangles. It's so funny, isn't it? Because I can't click on the people who leave the reviews, so I don't know who they are. And some of them could just be friends of mine or family members who are doing it as a favor and haven't really actually listened to any of the podcasts. So, also, it's a bit ridiculous, isn't it, at the end of this thing, just me reading out nice messages about myself. I did do one a few episodes ago where there were bad messages about me that I read out as well, but now it's starting to become like sycophantic about myself. I sound like a maniac. So, what would be cool if you could leave messages like that and then tell me something like interesting about you, or tell me like, where are you when you're listening? What's the weirdest places that you are when you've listened to one of these podcasts? Are you on the train like Madeline was? Or are you like in the bath, or like something ridiculous? Like, that would be great. That's the kind of thing. Or just tell me something weird about your day, something that I can include. So it's not just me telling everyone how wonderful everyone thinks I am. Because it's just totally nuts, isn't it? So please do leave those messages. This is a very long outro, isn't it? So I'll let you get on with your day now. See you next week with the wrestler Rhea O'Reilly.
Very early on in my career, I remember being in a locker room and someone made a comment saying like, "There's only one reason women should be in this locker room, and it's to service me."
Today's episode will leave you on the edge of the ring. Is that a good metaphor? Anyway, we got wrestler Rhea O'Reilly, known for her signature move, the readjustment. She was a bit of a coup to get on the show, but wrestling hasn't been all that busy in COVID lockdown times. And as I say this, it's October 18th. It's cold, dark, and depressing. And we're all about to go into lockdown again. And I've got a very big mouth ulcer. So it's been one of those weeks and we're all a bit down, but luckily for me and for you listeners, we got superstar Rhea to readjust our mindsets and keep us upbeat. She's a really positive person with tons to say about the wrestling industry. That said, we are going to chat about one of the most underreported social movements, which goes under the speaking out hashtag. It's a bit of a subset of the Me Too movement, but wrestling was left behind by the media a little, which likes to pick and choose what might be relevant. Loads of guys in wrestling were fired in acrimony this year. It's 2020 in case you're listening from the future, or the past, in which case sort out those horrible male wrestlers before they do the horrible things they've probably been doing for decades. Sorry, this was supposed to be a buoyant distraction from COVID rather than a reminder of the failings of humanity. But we do go into a bit of detail on that, and it looks like it's, wrestling starting to sort itself out, which is upbeat, isn't it? That's an upbeat tone to strike. So forget lockdown. I didn't know very much about wrestling, so Ria helped to fill me in. I did used to love it when I was very young, but football ended up overshadowing it by the time I got to 12 or so, and that's no reflection on wrestling, it's just that I'm mad about football. But I used to wrestle with my friends and my brother Michael, and we'd tag team and all that kind of thing. I loved The Rock, and there was always this thing of is it a sport or not, which Ria talks about in detail, and finally clears a few things up. Ria was christened. Do people still say that? I don't know. Well, her name was and is Rhiannon Stephanie Doherty, born in 1985. Warning, you will hear an accent. She's from Northern Ireland. I don't mean to disrespect her. It's just that I always attempt the accents of people on the show because I'm so bad. If you haven't caught up with the Coffin Confessor from Australia a few episodes back, I insist you don't check that out because I do a terrible Australian accent, but that was my Northern Irish one, and she's been wrestling since 2010. She also trains, because it's different to Irish, isn't it? It's got a little bit more of that going on. So yeah, she also trains other wrestlers and is a pretty big name in the industry nowadays. Find her on Twitter easily by typing her name in. She's got a big following and is very active. She's also big on charity and works at The Big Issue, which is a great British newspaper that helps homeless people to earn an income. But for the dark side of Ria, check out her videos on YouTube. It's different to WWE. It's more like something you'd see in a Guy Ritchie film. It's close and intimate, and you feel every punch, even if they don't actually land, of course. But it's the audience are right there, and they're sort of getting involved, and all these faces pop in between the ropes, and it's really quite scary. So we talk about that. I mean, it's a boisterous, testosterone-filled environment that she's in. I mean, it was all men, the videos I've seen, and they're just sort of jumping and, and she ends up sort of fighting the audience. It's really something. But yeah, we talk about that. We talk about Jaffa Cakes. You'll see what I'm talking about. And the Netflix series Glow, which she mentioned only towards the end very briefly. And I've started watching it this week, and I'm just totally hooked. It's really quite funny and good and better than I expected. I'd seen it so many times, the big purple writing Glow. I didn't even know what it was. I just never clicked on it. Back at the end to chat about next week's podcast with hypnotist Chris Hughes. By the way, I want to try something different today. There are many thousands of you that listen each week, and I wondered if, in return for this wonderful free content you're getting each week, you could do me a huge favor and tell any friends about the podcast, people you think would be really... Do you know anyone who wants to hear a podcast interview with a psychopath or a pedophile? We've got that and much more, so tell them that. That'll convince them. If each of you could convert just one more subscriber, that would double the listenership, obviously, right? Unless my maths is bad. It seems quite easy, right? Just do it. Just do it. Then I can go professional as a podcaster and devote all my time to you. If you hate the show, then don't do it. Why would you? You don't want to keep this thing going, right? But anyway, back to the wonderful Ria, who seems to be humming a tune. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I'm just fiddling with my microphone. Make sure it's my actual good microphone. It is. Oh, God. Right. How's your day going? What's going on?
Busy as always. I love logging into my email and seeing that somehow between when I finished work and when I start, I've got 30 new emails. Where did they come from?
Who's emailing you?
Oh, everyone. It's just work.
Yeah. What is work though? Wrestling work you talking about, or charity work?
Foundation work. Well, wrestling work sadly has the quietest inbox ever at the moment. So
Oh God, are you not doing much at the moment?
no. I mean, it's the closest contact thing you can do, really. So
yeah,
probably not
really
happening very much while we're in the pandemic.
COVID's ruined wrestling.
It has.
Oh my God. But other sports are going.
Yeah, I guess there are two things. One is wrestling a sport?
Oh.
And it's like full contact as well. So and also like outside of like something like WWE, who obviously have a lot of money, a multi-million-pound company, billion, I don't know. Outside of that, wrestling is very independent. It's a lot lower budget, so the costing of bubbling people and getting COVID tests for everybody would be out of the reach of most promotions.
Right. Is wrestling a sport? What do you mean by that?
Well, I think that it's always sort of been marketed as that sports entertainment, and I think a lot of people that grew up watching wrestling, it always put out this sort of propensity that it was real, like everything about it, and it is real. Obviously, it's real. We do it, but you know, it is a predetermined outcome. That isn't a secret anymore, but wrestling used to hide that an awful lot. And so it sort of sits, I always think of wrestling when I try to explain it to someone who doesn't really know what it is. It's like a live stunt show with a storyline. So it's very physical. The risks taken in wrestling are very real, but it is part of an ongoing story. And so it sits in that entertainment. That's always been the challenge. And it's still within wrestling. Some people do still argue, is it a sport? Is it art? I would say it sits more on the performance side of things, personally. And a lot of people will sort of agree with that. But of course, just like something like Cirque du Soleil is performance, but it's very physical, it's very demanding. And again, the risks they take are very real. So it's not taking away from the competitiveness or the physical
the athleticism
challenge of it. Yeah, exactly.
It's funny though, because I was just thinking for 20 minutes, like, do I bring that up or not? Because I remember seeing, did you ever see that Louis Theroux documentary on wrestling?
Oh yeah.
And when I remember that was my way I was going to bring it up after like 45 minutes. I was going to be like, so remember that Louis Theroux documentary? And he mentioned, like he asked how people know what moves they're going to do and stuff. And then the guy went berserk at him and like made him undergo the training, which was intense. And obviously he couldn't keep up with it. Obviously Theroux had never said it wasn't intense. It was just he was wondering how the moves were made. And it's, there's so much, I don't know, why do people react? Why did he react like that guy?
I think there's a lot of, there are a lot of misconceptions about wrestling, of course. And I think it can be really hurtful when people say it's fake, because that implies that there aren't real risks. Like we do make full physical contact. You know, we get injured, we come away with bumps and bruises, and you know, you wake up and it hurts to get out of bed. You know, that people have done even like a really tough workout, you know, when you sit up and it hurts, like your abs, like we wake up like that pretty much every day after we wrestle. Like, so to say it's fake, I think sort of really undermines what wrestling is and what we do. So I think that's where the tension of that is. It's not that we are trying to say what we do isn't like predetermined and it isn't anything else, but it's just, when people say it's fake, that's when it sort of touches a nerve for us more than anything.
How much is it planned before, and how much, because I've seen videos of you and it looks like you're responding to the fans and the moment and stuff as well. Is it a bit of a mix?
It absolutely is a bit of a mix, and it will also really depend on a lot of factors, like who you're working with. You know, there are people, I've been wrestling for 10 years now, and there are people I've been having matches with for those whole 10 years. And obviously we know each other a lot better. So we can sort of do things we would call, you know, on the fly. You know, if you're working someone for the first time or they're a bit newer, you might try and plan the entire match out. We always like to know what the finish is. It's like whatever the end of the match is going to be, you want to know how do you tell the story that gets to that moment?
Okay.
That's the skill in wrestling. It's not just putting it together, but every single match you have, you're telling a story. And that's why people can get lost in it. Just like an episode of TV, these are all like little mini episodes in a story. So you also have to be really receptive to the fans, because it is an interactive experience. People come because they want to be involved. They want to cheer. They want to boo. And you do need to respond to that sometimes.
Yeah.
I am also personally classified as a bit of a brawler. So I do tend to leave the ring and fight out in the audience. Obviously, wouldn't be doing that right now in the middle of a pandemic. But then, I got to interact with the things that are happening around me and the environment around me. And so there definitely has to be a lot of improvisation that goes into that. And that's why it's so important that, we train regularly, because it is very unpredictable movement patterns, and you need to be able to know how to catch someone safely, because at the end of the day, or, take a move safely, at the end of the day, like I said, it does hurt and it is challenging, but we're not actually trying to physically injure each other, because there's no off season for wrestling. Some people are, in pre-Rona times, wrestling 5 times a week. Like you're not trying to injure each other, but it's almost like being a magician. You want people to see what you want them to see, and they have to buy into that too. So it's it's a lot of work that goes into putting on a wrestling match that you can get lost in.
It's quite an amazing talent, actually, thinking about it, because it's like you said, it's a mixture of so many different things, and it's like improv as well. You got to think on the spot and sort of communicate to the person that you are fighting with, like what you're going to do. Do you ever sort of find yourself getting frustrated by a partner who's maybe not going the way you want it to be going, a particular fight?
Sure, of course, sometimes that can happen. I think like with any improv, I have a friend that does improv comedy, and it's the same thing. Sometimes you get an idea in your head and you're like, I'm sure they'll be thinking the same way as me, and but you can't know what they're thinking. So it definitely can be challenging at times. There are ways to communicate with each other and try and sort of say like, this is where we want to go and stuff, but it's not always possible. And so again, it's sort of that wrestling sleight of hand, but it can be tricky, but that's why we're adaptable. And so if this isn't working, then you've just got to quickly go, okay, this isn't happening. What can we do instead? And so you do have to sort of have that sort of malleable mindset. That's the thing as well. I think wrestling gets a reputation for, being fake and all that. But it's like, we're being really physically demanding. We need to be strong. We need to be athletic. A lot of people are doing lots of like high jumping and like lots of plyometric movement, flying through the air, jumping off things. But we're also acting the whole time. We're doing improv, and we're just constantly being pulled in all these different directions. You still have the psychological thrill of being a performer at the same time. So it's it's just a lot going on when you're doing a match.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people might be imagining, if they haven't seen you, because I've watched a few of your clips, because I grew up watching WWE, which was WWF before the polar bears got in the way of that or something. And that is so different, because there's a huge gap between, in WWE, there's a huge gap between the ring and the fans and stuff. Whereas you've got like people's faces are like popping up between the ropes and stuff. They're so close, which I'm a big football fan. And that's I always prefer the stadiums when the fans are right on the pitch, because you get such an atmosphere. You can hear what every single person says. And as you said, you're sort of interacting with them and you're fighting the audience members almost. I just wondered, like, does that ever become a bit of an issue as well? Like somebody wants to get too involved, and they're also, it's quite blokey as well, isn't it? Nearly all the fans I saw were men. Does that ever become sort of problematic?
So the first thing is, I want to say, like, I love having that close up audience. It's like, it's so amazing. And I can understand, there are lots of reasons to keep fans away for safety reasons and everything like that. But there is something really fun about like being right in it. So we have fans right up against the ring, quite a few promotions in the UK.
Yeah.
And for the most part, it is fine, because people who are coming to wrestling shows, they want to be close to the action, but they still don't want to like be in the action. So they are tentative about it. And again, often if we are going to spill out out of the ring. Someone's going to dive over the top rope. There is always like warnings that shows wrestlers may come out of the ring. So if you're at the front, you're warned. So yeah, no, it definitely adds a really great element of interaction too, because like you said, they're right there. So you can hear everything they say. And I'm like, I might look really sweet, but I am the most horrible person when I'm a wrestler. And so if anyone says anything,
Yeah. You look mental.
oh, I'm going to go for them. So that's good. I think it kind of like puts that fear element, you know, we're never going to physically touch fans, you know, because that's not part of what they're, but we're going to get close. And then in terms of the audience, yeah, I think there are a lot more women coming to wrestling now than there ever have been before. Much like there are more women training to be wrestlers now than there ever have been before. And it's very exciting. It comes from the top down, you know, WWE and those big companies are having more women in, but we're also seeing more, you know, women in things like mixed martial arts and things like and action films. Blow, the TV series, which sadly got cancelled because of stupid coronavirus. They weren't able to film any of the wrestling bits because of the COVID rules, so they decided to cancel the final season. But that show also brought in a whole new audience of women to wrestling who were like, wow.
What show was that? Sorry, it cut out for a second when you said it.
Aglow.
Okay.
On Netflix.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's a wrestling show on Netflix, and it's actually based on a real promotion that existed. There's also a documentary about it on Netflix, and I would really encourage people to check it out. But the show is obviously a dramatized version of that, but it really just brought all these women into wrestling that were like, oh, wow, it's not what I thought it was. And obviously Glow, like I said, it's not reflective. It's set in the 80s. It's not reflective of now, and it is dramatized, but it did bring in this element of people going, actually, there's more to it than I realized, which was really exciting. But it is still obviously, there are occasions where we get hackles, which are sort of sexualized and inappropriate. And, you know, there will be the ones that take a little chance when they come in for a photo and that hand starts to slip down the back. And you're just, but most places now, it was really great, have a zero tolerance policy for that. Like it is one strike and you're out, which it never used to be, which is really great. And so I think fans are becoming more educated. They're becoming more respectable towards the women in wrestling, but there certainly have been incidences of it, but as an industry we're kind of fighting back now and saying this is not appropriate.
When I grew up watching it, I think the women were quite sexualized in the American, you know, the WWE thing. It was about how sort of sexual they were, which I remember finding very uncomfortable because I was 12, you know, I just wanted to watch some wrestling. And I was like, I don't really know what to do with these like huge breasted ladies and all of these things. I don't know how to enjoy that alongside The Rock and Triple H or whatever it was, you know. But yeah, what you seem to, it doesn't seem to like that at all. It's like it really just this sort of hurly-burly boxing. You know, can you fight as well? Could you fight if it wasn't the scripted stuff? Are you a good fighter?
I'd like to think so. I don't like fighting. I don't like. I always think that's something really interesting because I think people are like, oh, well, they do wrestling, so they must love violence and. I'm not saying I don't enjoy viewing it. I really enjoy it, but I don't want to be an MMA fighter. But yeah, I mean, a lot of what we do is based in amateur wrestling, which would be like the stuff you see in the Olympics and things like that. So a lot of the stuff we do is based in legitimacy, and a lot of us do that legitimate training on top of our wrestling training. Yeah, I could certainly take care of myself in a fight.
What sort of thing goes into the training? What are you doing each day in training?
Very different depending on the wrestling style that you do. There are like I said, I'm a bit of a brawler. I like to fight and punch and kick and use weapons, and we can talk about that too if you like.
Oh yeah.
But you know, you have people who are very technical, and that's more about hold for hold wrestling. You have people who are high flyers. They're climbing up to the top of the ring, jumping off and doing very acrobatic moves. But there are base things that all of that like. We do a lot of training on how to do rolls. like forward rolls. Most people come to training and they haven't done one in about 20 years, and it's terrifying. And then they're like, oh yeah, this is fun. And bumping, which is the term we use for when you fall, just like you would do a break fall in judo or anything like that. Because like I said, we're not trying to actually get hurt. So it's really important you know how to land safely, so that you're sort of distributing the pain, as it were, when you land, because the ring is pretty tough. And then, yeah, like there needs to be a lot of conditioning, because matches can go anywhere from like 5 to 30 minutes normally. Sometimes they do go longer, but you know, sort of around that. And it's very high intensity the whole time. So you really need to, like, you know, you've got to work on your cardio and your breathing. And of course, what the thing is as a match builds, the moves need to get bigger and bigger as you go, right? Because you want the big crescendo moment at the end.
Yes.
When you're the most tired.
The readjustment.
The readjustment is my finishing move, which I hook the arms of my opponent and then drop them straight on their head. Lovely. No one gets up from that. It's nice.
So they never get up from that. Is that it? That's it. If you do the readjustment, because I remember the Rock's big moves, every now and then it would be like a huge shock because they would get up from it and you'd be like, you know, but nobody's ever got up from the readjustment.
I'll be honest. In the 10 years, one person has got up.
Okay.
One in 10 years.
If that's scripted, then were you pretty pissed off to hear like somebody's going to be getting up from your readjustment?
No, I chose that. So it's fine. Yeah. It was a really special moment. So it was a match I had last year, and it was with someone who I'd had my first ever match with, actually. So again, someone who's been on this whole journey with me. And it was the culmination of a big storyline that had been going on. And it's very exciting because like no one ever kicks out. So it happens and everyone's like, well, there's the end of the match. And the first time ever they didn't. And my face is like, what? I am angry. So, you know, it creates this very special moment, but you have to choose those moments very carefully because you only get to do that once. And so you have to pick that moment, because now it's not, if someone else kicks out now, it's fine, because if that doesn't finish someone, it's happened before. So it's not so shocking. So you have to pick those moments really, especially, but, yeah, a finishing move should be a finishing move.
Yeah, it should be. What's the deal with the steel chairs? Like that's been in all types of wrestling. Everyone, they just love chairs, and it feels like sometimes, obviously, it would hurt because they get smashed with a chair. You seem to get smashed with a chair, but then other times it was like they walk into a chair, or their foot hits a chair, and they're like knocked out. It's like the chair's like a magic thing that knocks people out. Is that like an unwritten rule?
It's not an unwritten rule, but they're just real chairs. So if you've ever, I mean, I'm not saying you should all go around and start hitting each other with steel chairs, but next time you're like somewhere where you have one of those folding chairs, just have a feel of it. They're pretty hard.
Yeah.
And they do hurt. So the skill is one, don't take too many chair shots. But you'll often see, like, we try not to hit each other in the head anymore. Obviously, there's been a lot more awareness about concussions, which wasn't there before. If anyone's a lot of the shots will be to the back, which is a bigger area to take the hit.
Does it hurt still a lot?
I don't know. It hurts a lot, yeah. And obviously, if it's a little bit too low, you're getting hit in the hip bone. If it's like slightly to the center, it's right on your spine. If someone does swing at your head, protect yourself in some way, because those chair shots are real. So, there's no way to make a fake chair. I mean, there might be, but we haven't discovered it. So,
God. Do you have a theory as to why people are drawn to wrestling? Just basically maybe it's the same as sort of boxing and other things, but you're sort of getting beaten up and getting hit and stuff. What drew you to it in the first place?
I loved the dramatics of it. I thought it was so fun. Like with wrestling, the characters are larger than life, and they are the closest I think you can get to real life superheroes and villains. Like there are people that you love and you get to cheer them. There are villains and you get to boo them. And that is so special. And I think there's a couple of things. One, there aren't very many places where you can go and just shout and scream and holler. Where it's acceptable, and it's really acceptable to do that at wrestling. For me, like I love so much that I can be in that ring for even just 10 minutes and I can make people forget about everything else that is going on in life, because they can just have all the vitriol. As I said, I'm the biggest bad guy going. All the vitriol they have about, I don't know, their job, their bills, anything that's going on in their life, they can forget about that, but they just channel that into hating me for however long I'm out there. And that moment, you can tell they've just completely forgotten about anything outside of that moment. And I think that's something really special that wrestling does.
I'm just trying to think if there's any psychological thing in there of like, as well, of like, you know,
sadomasochist.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't I'm always thinking about what's going to be fun for the fans. And I think like, I also help run a training school, and it's really fun to, sometimes I'm just like, all right, everyone's going to come in and beat me up for a minute. And I'm just like, I think everyone dreams about, like, you know, sometimes like, I don't know, taking a chair or whatever and beating up their boss.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people probably are like, I'd love to do that. And you can't do that, right? And so I think wrestling can be a really nice like release for that. You get to see people doing these things.
I think there's some of that getting beaten up as well. Because I used to wrestle with my mates, you know.
Right, of course. Yeah.
Your mates and their brothers, their little brothers and stuff, and would do little tag team things and all that kind of thing. And there was a thrill of like getting the hits as much as there was giving the hits.
It's an adrenaline rush for sure. And I think it's like sort of any sort of physical sport that you have. It's a way to release, right? Some people like to go do meditation and yoga. I like to expend excessive amounts of energy having predetermined fights. So I think, and it's something I've definitely, like, I really missed during like lockdown. I think I've realized it more than ever, that you don't have this way to release all this energy. There's just, for me, there's nothing like that adrenaline rush from wrestling, because it is exciting. It is risk taking, you know, but you know, it's calculated risk.
Who decides the predetermined part? Who decides? Because are you not tempted to be like, I'm going to win again and get another belt?
Nah, it's not. I think like that's, if it was a sport, yes, you would be very much, but like win and loss doesn't matter, because you're just working together to tell a story. Usually the promoters will decide the outcomes of those matches, and that'll either be based on the structure of the entire show to make sure that it flows nicely, like the bad guys aren't all winning the whole way through. Or if it's a promotion that's running like a longer storyline over several shows, you know, you want to have those moments that take you to where you need to get to. If an episode of TV ends and you're like, oh, everything's wrapped up, cool, you don't need to watch anymore. The TV that sucks you in is the cliffhangers, right? You're like, I want to know what happens next. And it's the same with wrestling.
God, how did you decide on like your character and to be like a bad person and all of that stuff? Was that with the promoters, or was that like what was it like when you first came to them? Did you like come along and go, hey, can I wrestle with you? Like, can I be one of your wrestlers?
Yeah. There were very few women around. I didn't really interact with many. And then a promotion called Eve came along, and it was an all women's wrestling promotion. And I went and did a training weekend that they ran before their first show. And that's how I met the promoters and everything. So it was really, really exciting. And it was the first time I met a lot of women that wrestled as well. So it was really great. And then I got a call from the promoter, and not long after that, being like, we're going to put on our first show. We want you to be on it. And that was my debut show. So it was really exciting. And I was just like so excited for everything. And so I wasn't a bad guy. I haven't always been bad. So I was a good guy when I started, and it kind of just developed over time. I just happened to be really good at it. Who knew I would be so good at making people hate me. So I kind of became that way over time.
Wow, it's such a cool career being a wrestler. But then also, you broke your ankle, didn't you? What happened there?
Yeah. So, like I said before, wrestling comes with injuries. The risks we take are very real, and it's never, not never. It's not always these big moves that cause these injuries. So basically, I was having a match, and I came down to the ring. It was a very heated match. So me and my opponent did not like each other. There'd been a lot of buildup of animosity between us. And I was standing on the edge of the ring on the outside. So just standing, we got the ring apron. I was standing there. And from inside the ring, she came running at me, pushed me off the ring, and I fell to the ground. It's a concrete floor there. And I just landed badly. My ankle rolled, and I thought I'd sprained my ankle. Felt pretty bad, but I was like, oh, I'll see if I can stand on this. We'll see what's happening. And I managed to be able to stand on it. My boot, I think, was holding it really well together. So I did the match, which included catching her multiple times, getting put through a table, all sorts of stuff. So I did the whole match, retained. I was the champion at the time, and I retained that title. So I won the match. And then I got upstairs into the changing room afterwards, into the locker room. And I was like, my ankle is really hurting me. And everyone was like, yeah, we get it. You rolled your ankle. And I was like, no, it's really sore. But I kind of just ignored it because obviously, why would you? I don't know. I didn't think it was broken. And then I went home. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I've never had it, but I was drenched. It was cold sweat. I was just felt really ill. I was like, this is not good. And I woke up in the morning, and I couldn't put any weight on it.
Oh my God.
I went to A&E, and I was like, oh, I think I've done something to my ankle. I still was like, I think it's just a really bad sprain. I'm sorry if I'm wasting your time. And the consultant turned around and went, shut up. You've broken your ankle. I was like, oh. He's like, I don't know how you walked on that. So
I can't believe he told you to shut up.
He did tell me to shut up.
Wow.
Because I was literally just babbling, being like, I'm sure it's just a sprain. I think I knew deep down something worse. So I was like, I'm sure it's just a sprain. I'm sorry I'm wasting your time.
Yeah.
And I broke the hardest bone to break in your ankle. So that was really exciting.
You were out for 9 months, weren't you?
Yeah. So I was on bed rest for a whole month. They didn't even want me to walk because they were trying to see how much it heal. And that, going from something where I'm so physically active all the time to that was really, really tough. But I knew I was going to be out for 9 months, which, longer probably. I knew I was going to be out for a long time. And it was really heartbreaking to sort of have to be forced to take that time away. It was really, really hard. But I also realized that I was like, okay, I know I need to figure out something to do because I can't wrestle.
Yeah.
And it opened up this other great door for me where I went and started working in the charity sector as well. So I started working for the Big Issue Foundation, which is the charitable arm of the Big Issue. And I'm still there. I did start that job going, okay, I am here for a year until I am injury free, and then I'm out of here. But I fell in love with the people. I fell in love with the work. And when it was time for me to come back into the ring, I was like, okay, I've got to find a way to make both of these work. And what's been really great is they've been really accommodating, which is fantastic. So I'm like doing all this sort of charity work by day, and then I'm a horrible monster beating people up.
That's great. When you're off, do you have things like in wrestling? Is there the same kind of in other sports? With insurance and stuff. Do you get paid while you're not working and that kind of thing if you're injured?
So for the longest time, there was nothing in place there, and again, it was this huge divide of wrestling's a sport, wrestling's entertainment, performance. What is it? So no one wanted to touch us. We were very lucky. A lot of work went into making something happen for us. And last year, Equity, which is the performers union in the UK, were able to accept wrestlers as members.
Oh, great. It's like the Jaffa Cake debate, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That is the perfect way to describe it.
Is it a cake or a biscuit? Is it wrestling? Is it a sport or theatrics?
Yeah. So, their Equity have been really amazing, especially one guy there, Steve Duncan Rice, really sort of campaigned and fought for us. Equity were happy to have us as members before then, and you could be a member. However, the insurance wasn't available to us because the insurance company were like, no, it's a sport. They won't cover it.
Right.
So we hit a really huge milestone last year when we finally were able to convince the insurance company that Equity used that it is performance. And
Yeah.
so now, if you become a member of Equity, there is coverage for you there. But yeah, until last year, that was non-existent, so it's a huge step, I think.
It feels like you just, in the wrestling, at least in the UK, is like had to overcome like step after step after step. I mean, am I right in saying that all female wrestling was banned until the 1980s?
Yeah, you couldn't wrestle in London as a woman yes.
Why not?
There was a ban for a long time. And actually, Eve were the first people to run an all-women show in London. And that was only a few years ago. So it's...
Why is that? Why was it banned?
I guess it was just a bit too violent, wasn't it?
For women?
Women shouldn't be doing those sorts of things.
Oh my God.
So men were still allowed to wrestle, but women weren't. And it's a constant struggle. I mean, it still is like a male-dominated industry, and but I think there are leaps and bounds that are being made. Women are now sort of getting more opportunities and shows instead of being that one token match. Promotions that have all women on them enable women to be every kind of wrestler. You'll remember, like growing up, you saw all these different kind of wrestlers, but like you said, the women were always just there. We would say for TNA, for the tits and ass, right?
Yeah.
Now women can they can still be that, because that's great, but they can also be like the technical wrestler. They can be the brawler. They can be the comedy wrestler. They can be the, character wrestler. Like there's those opportunities are finding their way. And a lot of promotions are starting to do more intergender matches, which is when, men and women wrestle each other. There always is some controversy around that, but within wrestling, at the end of the day, we're both performers. We all train the same amount. So why couldn't we have interesting matches together? So there's a lot of opportunity happening. And I think because we saw these opportunities happening, we thought wrestling had become a better place for women, because unfortunately, just like all the other parts of the entertainment industry, wrestling, has had a lot of misogyny and abusive behavior.
I was going to ask you about that, because that was the speaking out movement, right? And
yes.
So tell us a bit about this speaking out movement.
Yeah, all of this sort of culminated in the speaking out movement, which happened. It started on social media during lockdown. A woman very bravely came forward and told her story about a specific wrestler. And I think because everyone was at home, people jumped on the back and went and was like, this is completely unacceptable. This shouldn't be happening. A former wrestler, Sierra Loxton, who's very, broke her back at the age of 20 in the ring, if you want to talk about like the realities of this. She really leapt on this and created this hashtag speaking out.
Right.
Because she said enough is enough. We shouldn't be experiencing sort of abusive behavior within the wrestling industry towards, anyone, but, specifically towards women at the time. Yeah. And because it's always been a boys' club, it's been really hard, I think, for any of us to really stand up and say, like, this shouldn't be happening, because we came in and it was always that way. And we just didn't feel like we had a voice. It was really, it was really difficult, because Sierra actually came up and said, she put out a tweet saying, like, if she hadn't broken her back and wasn't out of wrestling, she wouldn't have spoken up. Mm-hmm. And I think that says more about the culture that wrestling had developed than anything.
What is that culture? What's
just sort of these behaviors and activity, like that's just the way they are, very early on in my career, I remember being in a locker room where there was one woman's match, which I was in, and someone made a comment sort of not towards us, but within earshot, saying like, there's only one reason women should be in this locker room, and it's to service me. So there was always these snide side remarks. And unfortunately, some of that turned into actions against a lot of women in wrestling. And I think, it's always been there. It's been prevalent. I think a lot of us that have been around for a longer time thought things had got better. But unfortunately, the speaking out movement showed us that things just hadn't got any better than they were. And all the women that sort of came forward were very brave. And it was a really dark moment for wrestling to go, oh, this is all happening. However, because now it's out in the open, it created this amazing opportunity for us to go, enough is enough. Things need to change. We need a bit of professionalism in wrestling. A lot of this goes on because there's just no regulation. A lot of people say like wrestling is like the Wild West because there are no rules. And because of this, like, are you sport? Are you art? There has been no regulatory body. There's no one to be accountable to. So off the back of speaking out, some really good things have happened, though. Again, we worked well with Equity. They helped us to come up with 5 pledges that we wanted promotions to adhere to before we would go work for them.
Right.
And a lot of promotions have actively done things to, like, brought in safeguarding policies to put in place. Things that you would expect to have in any workplace, but just didn't exist in wrestling, So that's really excellent. And then a lot of people behind the scenes work together, and an all-party parliamentary group has also been created for the first time for wrestling. And they have recently launched an inquiry. So this is the first step in like what will be a long process. This is a marathon, not a sprint, but it's the first time. I mean, when I heard MP Alex Davies-Jones step up in Parliament and talk about wrestling and the speaking out movement, I almost cried, because I was just like, I never thought someone would, with any form of power, would care.
People should care, and I think something that our mutual friend James McMahon, he put us in touch, and he was saying it's just like incredibly underreported. Even so, even with the speaking out movement, it was like on 1 or 2 articles somewhere, and like people just didn't pick it up. Why do you think that is?
Like, people don't like they don't like to talk about wrestling because I think it's for all the same reasons. It fits into this it doesn't fit into anywhere. That's a problem. It fits into this little odd space where no one really knows where to talk about it. And part of that has been wrestling's fault, because they hid behind what we called kayfabe for so long, where we were trying to hide, it's the secrets of wrestling, and I think that, a lot of work has been done to sort of reverse that, but it still exists there. And a lot of people have misconceptions about wrestling. The BBC News or BBC Sport even did put up an article about it a couple of weeks ago, and it had some video testimonials from a couple of women as well. And the comments underneath were like, oh, I can't believe the BBC are calling wrestling a sport. It wasn't, I was like, that's what you're taking away from this. Like, things are happening, and it is hurtful for us because we aren't seen as sort of legitimate in any way. I think it's like heartbreaking for us as well that we saw, I'm sure many people will have seen the ad that the government put out about the ballet dancer and how her next job is going to be in cyber, which they have removed, but the deputy's done, they put that out there. But I think wrestling has always been seen that way. Wrestling has never been seen as like something you could have as a legitimate career. And people do. Like, people make a living off wrestling. It's a full-time job. There's just so little understanding about what wrestling actually is.
I can see how it's sort of between two places there, isn't it? I can see how, like, obviously it was the wrong thing for people to take from that article on BBC Sport, but I can imagine the BBC Sport editor thinking, is this for us or is it for sort of culture and entertainment? Like, who's supposed to be reporting this? Yeah,
absolutely. And that's always going to be a challenge. I think because it does sit in both places. And that, it's been marketed, as I said, as sports entertainment for a long time. What does that even mean? I'm not too sure.
I used to be really entertained, but I used to always play the PlayStation games and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But so what kind of thing was there like sexual harassment? Is that what we're talking about with like the way men were treating women in the industry?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the example I gave is something that would be happening all the time. there would be comments, people would say women don't belong in wrestling, and then it would go further because like I remember being at a show and being like, oh, this is all well and good, but you know where the real money in women's wrestling is topless women's wrestling. And it was like, oh, thanks, yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Was somebody suggesting that as a genuine idea?
Yes. And someone, yes, and it was a wrestler, you know, where they're like, why don't you go just do mud wrestling, or, you know, all these things. And why would you, unless you think that's a way that men should be wrestling, then well, you know, what's the difference? And
bottomless men's wrestling without trousers.
Yeah,
or something.
well, I mean, I guess they do that.
Do they? What, naked wrestling?
A lot of men wrestle in just trunks, so I guess they don't have a top on.
No, but I mean, if they were to sort of reveal their genitals or whatever, I mean,
well, no, I'd like to hope that's not happening.
Well, it must be somewhere. Everything happens somewhere, right?
Everything's happening somewhere, right?
Yeah.
But so I think that's that's where it began, and because of what I was saying about wrestling earlier, where we're almost like superheroes and villains. There's a lot of wrestlers, they get in their ring and they are adored. You know, these people have hundreds of thousands of followers and fans, and that sort of power dynamic can go to their head, and people can be in awe of them too, because they are amazing and they do these wonderful things. It creates this power imbalance. And I think that, you know, that has also led to inappropriate situations, and I'm talking, you know, it starts as sexual harassment, but this has gone all the way to rape, and it is on a spectrum. But just like when Me Too happened, I think a lot of men were shocked because almost every woman, you know, has experienced something on that sort of spectrum of sort of harassment to abuse, and I think that was really shocking for people. But to know that it was happening in wrestling, which there's this community where people think it is a bit of a close-knit community, and it's something people are really passionate about. It was heartbreaking because people's actual heroes were being brought down by stories, accusations of things that were happening, and they were very legitimate. Like, WWE released people from their contracts and said, we can't work with you anymore. People were removed from companies.
Who were like the mostly male fan base siding with, did you find?
I think there was a small proportion, obviously, again, when you see or hear something terrible about someone you idolize, you don't want to believe that it's true. And there was a small proportion of that, but actually the majority of the fans were on the side of the women. They were horrified that the women that had experienced these things, and it wasn't just women, there were also men and non-binary people that were victims of this harassment and abuse, but it was, you know, it's majority women. Fans just were horrified that this was happening, and they didn't want it to be happening. They didn't want their heroes to be the people that were doing these things, and they didn't want their heroes to be the people who were the recipients of these actions. So actually, the fans were very strongly behind the people that were speaking out. And
wow, that's
I
great.
think there's always a fear. You know, we look at the conviction rates for rape in this country. You know, they're very low. They have been for a very long time, and it is almost, unless you have physical evidence, it's always going to be an us versus them. It's two people's voices. And so I think it's always really hard for women to publicly tell these stories. And it was scary because I think people were worried that they wouldn't be believed.
Yeah.
Because, you know, people have tried to speak out before and it was kind of hushed up and shut down. And this time it was like, no, we're going to listen to these voices and we're going to believe them. And we're going to take this opportunity to make wrestling better and safer for everybody. It's not just about getting rid of the bad eggs who've done these things, but it's about changing the culture of wrestling entirely so that these things are not acceptable within within where we work and within our community.
It sounds very positive. I feel like you're quite positive. So do you now, you were saying there are male-female matches now. That's a strange one, isn't it? Because you don't get that in boxing and things like that because of, I suppose, the unfair sort of testosterone. Is that right, that a man has?
Right. Historically, yes, women always sort of won those sort of intergender fights. But again, it's about trying to get people to recognize that we're all performers, that we're all working together to create these stories.
I suppose it could seem quite problematic for some people, like seeing a guy just like beating a woman with a chair.
Yeah, I mean, I think like there are considerations that you take into those matches, when you're having them. But so you might consider like this move might not be appropriate, and it depends. Like if you're an over 18 show versus a family friendly show, you might change what you're doing within those matches as well. But yeah, I think it is about sort of looking at those matchups that you make. I mean, I'm like, 5'7". I'm not like super petite. There are men in wrestling that are the same size as me. So why couldn't we have a fair fight?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, it's all predetermined, but like, why couldn't we, have that?
Fair enough. I mean, my girlfriend does Krav Maga. She would beat the shit out of me.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's legit badassery right there.
Oh, yeah. I'm 6'3", and I think she's also 5'7". But yeah, it's so mad though, because it's literally just like poking my sides and stuff like that. She knows exactly where all the points are. Have you seen much Krav Maga stuff?
Yes. It's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If I wind her up or annoy her or anything, I get a jab like somewhere, and it's so painful. Just completely disarms me. Not that I'm armed, but just
yeah, no, I know what you mean. But it's the same thing. Like there are wrestling holds. Like there's a wrestling hold you can do on a wrist, and if I grab your wrist in a certain way, I can take you to the floor, no matter how big you are.
Oh my God! Do you practice on friends ever?
Oh, of course, it's fun. As long as you're not going to hurt anybody, it's just quite fun. Like when it's the same thing. Like with Krav Maga, you can do sort of joint manipulation where there are certain pressure points. If you push on that, you have no choice but to like go to the floor.
People are scary, man. I could never win any fight ever. I'm so scared of. I couldn't do what you do. 100%, no way, flying around like that. So I respect it. I really, it's fantastic. I think. Who was your idol growing up? Then would there be anyone I might know?
Well, it's funny because she's probably the most unlike me as a wrestler. But growing up, the person I was a huge fan of was Trish Stratus.
Yeah.
Who was she came into WWE as a manager, right. So she wasn't a wrestler. She had no wrestling background. And she came in as a manager and then very quickly went, I want to be a wrestler.
Right.
And she is one of those women who has she had the bleach blonde hair and the large breasts. And
enormous.
It's very sexual.
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures now. Sorry.
Yeah. She then was like, and she's a very smart woman. She was doing like a medical degree, and then there was these big strikes in Canada, and she wasn't able to finish her studies, and also she's a very smart woman, but she was like, I want to wrestle. And what I loved so much about her was seeing that development. Like she was passionate. She was like getting to shows early so she could train before shows. She was training on her days off. She really wanted it, and she went from this manager to being one of like the most celebrated women in wrestling up to that point. And she became an amazing performer, an amazing wrestler. And she was the reason I got into wrestling, just because some of the things that she did, I just was so in awe of like her journey and where she came from to where she got to.
That's cool. Would you ever be able to go to WWE or something? How does one sort of make that transition, or would you want to do that?
I'm really happy where I am.
Yeah.
I think WWE creates amazing opportunities. I have a lot of friends that are working, especially on the UK branch and NXT UK, and they're doing wonderful stuff and creating this amazing product. They do, just like a lot of other things, they do tryouts. They are always watching what's happening on the scene, and they do tryouts, and they invite people to come along and do that. I think, if it had been like 10 years ago, for sure. Now I'm really passionate about sort of making the scene better, the independent scene better. And I'm really passionate about training the women. Obviously it hasn't been happening this year. We shut down in March, but I was running weekly training for women alongside another wrestler, and I really want to get back to that. I want to help bring the next generation of wrestlers into the industry and into the community, and I want it to be a better place for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Rhea. It was so great to speak to Rhea and to finally get some clarity about whether wrestling is a sport or not. I think we agreed on it being more theatrical. It's a performance, but not a sport. Even though you have to be quite sporty. Wait, is that clarity? I think that's clarity. It's a theatre. It's a theatre. It's a theatre. Thanks for the review by Case File fan. I'm not sure if it's a sincere one or not, because it might just be somebody involved in the Case File podcast who wants the name Case File is some podcast, plastered all over my review page. But I'll take what I can get. They said, one of a kind, brilliant. Thank you for this podcast. It's varied and fascinating. Some really interesting guests discussing frequently controversial themes. That's very nice of you. Thanks very much, Case File fan. And I got a good tweet from Laura Elliott. Remember last week I asked if you could tell me something other than just superlatives and the 5-star reviews, and I want to know things like, where are you listening to this? And that's what I really want to know, because I want to be able to envisage where you all are when I'm talking. Because at the moment, like I said, I'm just in my flat talking to the walls with a little microphone in front of me. I want to know where you guys are. Laura really gets what I'm talking about. She came up with a great one. It's my favorite of the messages. She said about last week's episode with TV historian Tessa Dunlop, she's American actually, so what a refreshingly open conversation from Tessa Dunlop. She could have fun in a paper bag, and so much knowledge shared. Oh, it's going horrible. So much knowledge shared. This is still talking though. She embodies my theory that flirtation and charisma are each the other, so keep it up. I once finished your pod in rabbit hash KY. Brackets, yeehaw. Weird enough? ? The brackets were from her, yeehaw. KY, I soon realized meant Kentucky, as in, the state and the thing at the beginning of KFC. But what was rabbit hash? So I asked her what rabbit hash was, and she said it's a town, and they currently have an election for a dog as mayor. Brackets, we were there to vote. She didn't say whether her vote was of the canine variety or not, but please, more of that. That's exactly the kind of thing I want to be hearing from people. And remember what I was saying at the beginning, be my marketers, please. I can't afford to keep up with the big production companies and their big Hollywood marketing budgets. But if you've listened this far, then you're one of my most dedicated listeners. So just think of one or two people you know who would like this kind of ridiculous podcast, and please set about convincing them, converting them, baptizing them to the On the Edge with Andrew Gold podcast. Next week, it's hypnotist Chris Hughes. I've always been fascinated by hypnotism, and I've seen a lot of his work, and he's brilliant, and I want to ask him things like how exorcism works and how that priest stuff works, when they cure someone's blindness and all that kind of mad stuff. And Darren Brown's obviously done a lot of that too, but Chris is really cool because he also does these big virtual hypnotism sessions that work through your computer screen and have livened up Corona lockdown for tens of thousands of people. So that's Chris Hughes next week.